You know what? Just to switch it up, because I've had the Streets of Whiterun stuck in my head all day. I don't know why, guys, but my goodness, when it comes to having tunes stuck in your head, that's a good one. And then I think I'm actually going to have that in the intro, if I remember. So if you're hearing the Harry Potter music right now, I've forgotten, which, let's face it, guys, it's very likely. But if not, you should be hearing one of the best tunes from the video game Skyrim. Which is obviously one of the Elder Scrolls games, and the music that we listen to in the bulk of these videos is the soundtrack to the relaxing soundtrack to Oblivion, which is the fourth Elder Scrolls game. So it's all connected. Also, if you want to enjoy this tune particularly well, guys, I remember a long time ago, long before it was before Skyrim came out. So this like 14 years ago now. The video is, which is insane. A video called "The Concept Art of Skyrim." Absolutely, and it just puts over how much of a beautiful game it is. Hey guys, Veggie Gamer back, and we're up against it when it comes to time this time, guys. So I should really shut up and get to the point. We are doing the Harry Potter book review, as you may have guessed from the title of this video, guys. And over the last couple of months and everything, we've been trying to work out what the fairest way of approaching these book reviews is, guys. Now, many of you were very kindly saying, Veggie, just do them however it's going to suit you the best, which is very kind, guys, but at the same time, I can't just do that. I need to be thinking about the fact that I need to be getting through these chapters as well, guys. I certainly don't want to seem like I am slowing the project down at all. Some people do point out the fact that you're still getting the same amount of content, which I hate, guys, because this is how long the chapters are, and so it's not like we're doing the same amount. If I do a video which has like 2 chapters which are 20 minutes long each, making it 40 minutes, and then doing a video like today where both of them are 50 minutes, which means it's 100 minutes, and so it does mean that I need to pack in a lot into this video, guys. As I always say, guys, I had to keep it under 6 hours because of that mystery time limit issue that I had. Oh, my torch is on for some reason. Oh yeah, it's not for some reason. For some reason, I've got like a little pool of coffee at my feet, guys, and I have no idea how it's there. It's very confusing. But yeah, and so this time we are going to be up against it, guys. I have asked you guys to keep your comments short in the book club. We may as well talk about that now. We shall see if you have, because there are some of you who often don't pick up on me asking that. But either way, I appreciate the passion. But yes, so there are a lot of comments in the book club this time, though. There really are, especially compared to last time. So I really need to rush through my notes. But yes, this is where you get your chance to have your say on the comments, guys, on the chapters, guys. It's the best part of doing this video. I absolutely love reading your thoughts and opinions and questions and all that sort of stuff in the book club. You can be a part of it by backing the Patreon for as little as $1, guys. And by doing so, you get access to everything on there. So that's all for like movie reactions, all for like TV show reactions, be part of the voting process of what comes next and all that sort of thing. You also get 2 more episodes of this, guys. So if you're watching this on video on YouTube, and you come and it's the most recent edition, oh no, there isn't a playlist, is there? There's a Harry Potter playlist. Just I'm sorted out. I'm sorry, guys. But if you get to the end of that playlist, you're up to the latest episode. Over on the Patreon, there are come on, in English. There are already 2 more full episodes of this, guys. So that's going to be around 5 hours each. So that's an extra 10 hours of content. I hate that word. For you to immediately check out for as little as $1, guys. And it would be greatly supporting this channel, guys. I like to keep it to $1 just so I know not everyone can do it, but it allows as many people as possible to be a part of this. And so, thank you so much for your passion in the book. I'm going to have a very quick look. It looks like the comments are of an okay length. There are some ones. I did ask. Either way, guys, shall we get into it? Oh yeah, shall I start with an apology now? Shall I start with an apology? Yeah, I think I'll start with an apology. So, guys, I made a joke last time saying that when Harry said a snake has attacked Arthur, or Mr. Weasley, as he refers, and it's serious, I may have made a joke, guys, and I got quite a few DMs and messages saying, "Hey, by the way, Veggie, that's not actually," and so I think that some people took me for being a bit serious there. Which is weird, guys, because I'm not Sirius. Sirius is a fictional character. I don't understand how. It's confusing, guys, because some people thought I was Sirius, but I'm not Sirius. I'm Veggie. Sirius is a fictional character, unless it's based on a real person. I have no idea, but I presume not. But no, just to confirm, I am not Sirius. But yes, I apologise about the confusion. So. Shall we get into it? Okay. Massive chapters, guys, so we've got a lot to get through. Thank you as always for the side panels from Jonas and the summaries from Max. Let's get into chapter 22. Oh my goodness, my notes. Where are my notes? Where are my notes? And my notes are okay. Again, I tried to keep them a bit short as well, guys. Next, so what we basically kind of agreed on is that what we'll do is we'll do 2, 1, 2, 1. So that means that next time we will be getting one chapter, which certainly makes it a lot easier for me. But yeah, guys, you may notice that this video is pretty late. Anyway, it's partly, but largely down to the fact that these chapters were so long that I had to take extra days to do my notes. But yeah, chapter 22's notes aren't all that long. Chapter 3, we have a lot to discuss in that. But let's get over to it, guys. Chapter 22 of... Oh yeah, I haven't even said the name of the book. We're doing a Harry Potter series, guys. If you can't tell. Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, chapter 22. St. Mungo's Hospital of Magical Melodies and Injuries, which I've got a... Is that the longest title for a chapter that we've had so far? I think it has to be, right? Let's get in the way. St. Mungo's Hospital of Magical Maladies and Injuries. Harry wakes up from his dream in a panic, and McGonagall takes him and Ron straight to Dumbledore. Hearing the situation, but seemingly ignoring Harry, Dumbledore asks for assistance from some of the portraits of previous headmasters of the school, including an unwilling Phileas Black. Who we'll get to, guys. We will get to. With all the Weasley children gathered, they used a portkey to send them to Grimmauld Place to stay with Sirius until everything is sorted out. However, prior to going, Harry wants to strike Dumbledore down upon him being looked at. Tempers fray, but eventually they get news that Arthur is alive and Molly returned early the next morning. Harry has a discussion with Sirius, and later on they all visit Arthur, who is in good spirits. This takes... So, as talks of the Order start happening, Molly removes the children from the area, but of course they listen in anyway and overhear that one possibility that Harry was possessed. And yes, I'm wearing braces again, guys. I'm trying to get into it, guys. And I quite like it. I quite like it. Let me know what you think in the comments. I've actually just ordered some shirt stays as well, which are going to be very interesting. But we shall see how they work out. So yeah, is this the longest title that we've had so far? And also, guys, so I know that a lot of things in the Wizarding world like rhyme or have a lot of... I don't know if actually, is it rhyming? Magical melodies. Magical melodies. That's not a rhyme, is it? What is it when a sentence has a lot of the same letter starting of words? Is there a word to that? I feel like there might be, guys. So Mungo's Hospital of Magical Melodies, not melodies, and injuries. In the Wizarding world, we have a lot of that sort of like, there are examples, but just anything down Diagon Alley generally, has like a name like that, which I get when it comes to shops and like products and all that sort of thing, guys, because it's like quite uplifting sort of thing. Having it in a hospital's name is a bit strange, right? I feel it's a bit strange to have it in a hospital. It's like, oh, Mungo's magical abilities, and but you know, as if it's like there's something quite humorous about it. What we find out later on in the next chapter is that there are some parts of it which are really not humorous. Guys, another moment where instantly I started to tear up while listening to the audiobook. Seriously, there's one line in there which was too much for me. Too much for me, guys. But we'll get to it, and I love Neville. But yeah, it seems odd having it in the hospital, guys. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Different cultures, guys. Different cultures, of course. See, I'm already going. My goodness. So in the I didn't watch the movie scene. I really should do. You know what? We'll keep going, but I'll rewatch it in a bit, guys. But obviously, it's obviously very different, and very brief as well. It won't take me long to rewatch the scene, but I will do that in a bit. So I'm switching up the order a little bit, order of things this time. So Harry is not being carried by McGonagall or Ron. I like that change in the movie. It doesn't really matter, does it? I think it's quite effective. It certainly puts over Harry's distress over Ron's, but then it cuts very nicely to a shot of... I know in the movie it cuts to a shot of all the Weasleys being there, and you think, oh, hang on, this is actually really serious. Which I am not serious, guys. He's a fictional character. I need to keep on staying there, guys. So going into this chapter, guys, maybe I was forcing myself to feel this way, but I was like around 75% believing that Arthur will be okay. Maybe that was me, like, you know, really pushing, because it was likely that Arthur was going to be okay because I've watched the movie, guys. But not necessarily. They could have killed him off at this point, guys. I cannot put myself into a position of imagining what this chapter would have been like to people who have no clue what's about to happen. It must be like a completely different experience. Seriously, guys, even that 25% of thinking that maybe the book might be drastically different than the movie, that still wouldn't have been able to give me the dread that you guys must have had. Because Arthur's such a great character in the book, a great character in the movie. Can't believe it still blows my mind that he's such a prominent character, that actor, in the Harry Potter series, guys. Because, like I say, I know him mostly from the VAR show, which I think most people in the UK do. But yeah, I can't imagine. I try to put myself into this position of, I don't know what's going to happen. Sure, I know what the movie's... But a lot of things in the movies are very, very different, so it's very possible that Arthur will die here. I still can't imagine what it must have been like for people reading this without having any clue what's coming next, guys. So that's... It must have been... This chapter must have been one of the most powerful so far, right? For you guys. Right? It has to have been. For you guys who read it without knowing anything else coming. McGonagall shoos away Mrs. Norris, who's eyeing him up. I do wonder what McGonagall's relationship with Filch would be. I'd love that scene. I'd love that scene where we just hear like a little conversation between the two, because they must talk quite a lot, right? And I feel like she would certainly get on with him better than, obviously Harry, but I think that McGonagall would get on better with him than say Flitwick, or or maybe I'm completely off there. McGonagall is such a fascinating character, guys. She's blooming here, guys. She's absolutely brilliant. And I don't see Maggie Smith anymore up here, guys. When I think of McGonagall, there is definitely or Maggie Smith. I feel sorry whoever's going to be playing her in the series, guys, because those are some big shoes to fill. I mean, let alone Ron. McGonagall is going to be some big shoes to fill as well. But yeah, McGonagall's opinion of Filch. It's the first time I thought, oh, actually, that's interesting. What would she feel or think about Filch? Sure, she'd think that he's quite old-fashioned when it comes to punishment and everything like that. But I think that she would appreciate the fact that he says, like, no, reminding Dumbledore each year to say no spells in the hall, that sort of thing. That sounds absolutely up McGonagall's street. Fizzy Wispy is the new password. I have no idea what that is, because normally it's an actual sweet. I'm going to look it up right now. Fizzy Wispy. Izzy Wizzy, let's get busy. Simon. I'm sure you know what. Just reference, I'm sure you do. Oh, actually, saying about reference, I need to not get sidetracked, guys. But someone DM'd me. I want to get the name right. I apologise. I just want to make sure I get it. Make sure it's the right person. So sorry about how slow I am on DMs, guys. I've been awful. This year, I've been absolutely terrible at getting back to the DMs. But I do eventually, so I apologise if you've had to wait over a month to get a reply often. I really am sorry about that. It was Saltia the Hut, which is an incredible name. And you've actually got a hut icon as well. I've only just noticed that. Sent me a quiz, a YouTube quiz, where it's like named this 70s TV show and everything. And I should say, guys, I was born after the 70s. But when it comes to sitcoms, and I say this countless times, I find the 70s such a fascinating time when it comes to humour, guys. And when I say fascinating, I don't mean good. I don't mean funny. I don't mean acceptable. I find it fascinating. And so, I've watched countless sitcoms which I absolutely cannot stand, but I've sat through the entirety of them. Don't Drink the Water, for an example. Absolute DS. It's absolutely awful, guys, but sat through it, though. It is the spin-off to On the Buses, which is a much more successful comedy. Which is hit or miss for me. I always ended up siding with Blakey, and so it was quite a stressful watch for me. But yeah, he sent me this video of like 1970s, and some of them were American, but most of them were British, admittedly. Shows where it like shows a picture and says name this show, and then you got a few seconds to guess it before it reveals the answer, and then goes on to the next one, guys. 50 questions, I got to 27. I'm pretty pleased with that. Now, if it wasn't largely sitcoms, I would have been absolutely. I was not good with the dramas on it, but I was very pleased with how well I did. I really did. I freaking fluked Logan's Run because I didn't. Spoilers. One of them was Logan Run. I'll get the name just in case you want to try it out. But I didn't know Logan's Run was a TV show, guys. I thought it was a movie. I think it must be both, I presume. So if you want to give it a go yourself, it is called exactly. Can you name all 50 of these Can you name all 50 of these 70s TV shows? Nostalgic TV quiz. And if it comes up with several, it has a. Well, you're gonna even know the Wombles or not. It has a picture of the Wombles as well as Roger Moore and the other guy in the thumbnail. Have a go, guys. It was fun. And I was so pleased with 27. I thought I was gonna do awful. So yeah, but like I say, I know my 70s sitcoms, guys. This is me trying to get through the blooming my notes. My goodness. Anyway. But yeah, thanks for that. I thought when I started, I thought, okay, let's give it a go. But I ended up really enjoying it. But my goodness, it was stressful as well, trying to name them, you know. Anyway, I guessed Poldark for like 3 or 4 before it came up. I'm not good with dramas, guys. It's sitcoms specifically that I know. Anyway, back to my notes, guys. Oh yeah, Fizzy Wispy. Sweet. Because it generally is sweet, isn't it? This Fizz Whiz. Oh, I remember Fizz Whiz. My goodness. Can he still get that? Probably not. Popping candy. Yeah, I'm guessing it's a reference to Fizz Whiz. It's sort of like popping candy where like you put it on your tongue and it like goes. This is me trying to get through my notes. Right. First time for Ron in Dumbledore's office, I'm pretty sure. Unless it happened in it's going back as far as Philosopher's Stone. But I don't think it did, though. No, I'm absolutely sure. No, this must be the first time Ron's in his office. And it doesn't like say that Ron's like amazed by everything, because obviously he's freaking out about what Harry's saying. There are dozens of voices being heard from the outside when they approach the door. Turns out that these are the previous headmaster portraits. Oh, I should say, guys, we meet two excellent chapters, excellent characters in this chapter, guys. Can you guess who they are? Who I'm referring to? Yeah, two brilliant new characters, guys. We will get to it. And one I never thought we'd meet. No, actually, both of them I never thought we'd meet in the books. But I'm so glad we did, though. My goodness. Dumbledore in a purple and gold dressing gown. Love that style, guys. Purple and gold was my favourite combination when I was a kid, mainly because of Cadbury's Caramel, admittedly. Oh, that's yellow. Cadbury's Caramel, guys. They brought out a couple of vegan Cadbury's bars a few years ago, but they were too expensive and they were too thin as well. They were very nice, but I don't think you could get them anymore. A lot of vegan options disappeared, guys. It is back. This is me trying to get from my notes. Basically, Greggs freaked out the market. Greggs brought out the vegan sausage roll, guys, which is still going strong, and I think it will be. It will always be a thing. So good, so good. Thank you, Jonas. I had one a couple of weeks ago as well. In fact, Jonas got me a. I think I've told this story already, but Jonas very kindly got me a Greggs book token, a Greggs loyalty card. No, not a loyalty card. Like a voucher thing, you know, like a gift card. There we go, gift card. But they didn't know how much a sausage roll was, so they wanted to make sure that I was able to get a couple with it, and so they put 20 quid on it. Thank you so much, Jonas. That's so much for you. But that basically equates to 20 sausage rolls. So, well, actually, no, that's not true. It'll be like around 16, 17. But they have been greatly appreciated. They have been greatly appreciated. And Weasel's had some of them, and one of my brothers has had a couple of them as well. So I mean, I haven't asked them, but I presume they're thankful for that as well. So. What? Why? Oh yeah, that's right. So a few years ago, Greggs brought out this vegan sausage roll. I always remember one of the replies to the tweet of it, like some anti-vegan account, like saying this is like the end of society or something, and then Greggs replying back to say it's a vegan sausage roll, Simon, or something like that. I don't think their name was Simon. But yeah, I thought that was funny. And since then, like, all these companies thought, oh my god, everyone's vegan now, and brought out everything that's vegan. M&S's Marks and Spencer's vegan section was gigantic. The veganery artery, guys, like, absolutely huge. And obviously, there isn't the market for it, and so all of that has been shrunken right back down now. In fact, my M&S barely has any vegan stuff in it, although I did recently have the no duck wrap, which is so good. Which I've had before, guys, but it's been a while since I've had it. But my goodness, guys, if you're lost for something to eat, pop into an M&S and get their vegan non-duck hoisin wrap. Oh, it's so nice! It's so nice. It is very, very good. This is me trying to get through my notes. Right, and this is a serious chapter here, guys. Again, I'm not serious. I'm not a fictional character. So Dumbledore is still not looking at Harry, and Harry's, like, you know, as he has been throughout this entire book, increasingly annoyed about this, and it's in this situation, it's like the worst, because Harry is clearly in a lot of distress and needs that reassurance from Dumbledore, and he isn't getting it. And this is actually the first time, which is kind of perfect, guys. This is the start of the scene where it's essentially revealed. This is the first time where I thought, hang on, is there actually something physical going on here? Why Dumbledore is ignoring him, or not looking at him. Literally the first time I thought this was at the start of this scene, guys. That's good writing for you. Dumbledore asks where he was positioned. A very leading question, which basically makes Harry think, hang on, he knows where I was frickin'... I've been saying frickin' a lot in this video. Where he's positioned. Yeah, is he not looking at Harry for a physical reason? that is the first time that I thought it, guys. Absolutely, it's wild that this is the first time that I've even, like, you know, had that offered that possibility. Everard and Dillis, the portraits, previous heads as well. Oh, one of them was a doctor, right? I could be wrong. But you could be both, of course. Go off in the way that Dumbledore says to make sure that Arthur is found by the right people. The portraits have been pretending to sleep. Presumably, when they are asleep, they're actually not asleep. I presume that they don't need sleep. Which we find out that house elves need sleep in here, guys. I'll be honest, I didn't think that they did. I'm pretty sure we never heard about. I mean, obviously, Winky passed out from Butterbeer, but the idea that house elves need sleep, I think I was assuming that just didn't, to be honest. But no, we find out here that at least Creature does. What a fascinating character Creature is. Anyway, come on. So yeah, Everard and Dillis go off to their other portraits, which means that they can actually move about and, like, listen to people, but also notify people, which is obviously what Everard does here to make sure that the right people find him. It's super sneaky. I got down here. Is this common knowledge that the portraits can do this, or is this something that Dumbledore knows and very, very few people, other people do, but he's also fine with everyone in this room hearing this? Because from the way that this chapter plays out, I get the impression that it isn't common knowledge that these portraits could be used for spying. Sure, that they can move between their portraits, everyone would know that, but the fact that they can actually be used in this way, surely isn't common knowledge. Because if it was, take that portrait down from the Ministry straight away, right? Yeah, it's so interesting, this, guys. How much... all I can presume is it is not common knowledge that this can be done. Because if it was, surely... What is wrong with my voice today? Surely Fudge would be all over this. Oh, that's why it's called Fudge, guys. Can you still get finger of Fudges? Little Fudge finger covered in chocolate. 10p. They're probably not 10p anymore. Actually, they might be. This is me getting from my notes. Dumbledore, Dumbledore says we will need a warning to Fudge. Okay, I think I got that a little bit confused, but yes, obviously they need to make sure that the right people find Arthur, because obviously, well, this is the thing, guys, because we find out that he was actually that they'd actually fallen asleep, which completely confused me in the previous chapters. But anyway, let's move on. So Dumbledore, like, if it brings out this smoked serpent from this device, which we don't actually find out the name of, I don't think. And Dumbledore was communicating to it, like says, but in essence divided. Now I'm wondering if this is to do with Voldemort being divided, which you presume Dumbledore knows about already. But yeah, I mean, I'm so interested to know how much of that is explained throughout the rest of this book. It would be, wouldn't it? It would be, yeah. Yeah, this is the book where Harry finds out... Or was it previous? The fact that him and Voldemort have this special connection. I feel like it may not be new for this book, but it's certainly where it becomes more... prominent. I need to be hydrating. I really do, actually, because just had a coffee. I don't do well with coffee often, guys. But either way. Squash, if you're wondering. Which I do get some comments. It's not the double concentrate stuff, because I just think it tastes much worse. It really does, guys. They make out that it tastes exactly the same. It does not taste exactly the same. This is me getting from my notes. Everard rushes back panting, which is quite performative, you presume. Yeah, sure, right? I mean, surely I bet you wouldn't need a band. I'm pretty sure that Cadogan didn't. Sorry for the rude noise. Saying that he told he told someone that he heard something downstairs. So obviously not like saying there's someone downstairs who's been attacked, but like saying, oh, I think I've just heard something down there. Which is very clever. Again, keeping this mystery and everything. So I do think that the way that Dumbledore's using this is obviously quite a unique way, and maybe it's only portrait that he is charmed. Maybe no. I'd be very interested to hear your thoughts on how common the use of portraits or how well known it is. Yeah, I'd like to hear your thoughts on that, guys. Why have I got my book open? It's a book review. I don't need to have my book open for a book review. You can't give a baby booze. Another reference here. So yeah, we're done here. So surely it isn't common knowledge that portraits can be used in this way. Elfrida Cragg's portrait. Oh yes, so he entered Elfrida Cragg's portrait, I believe, so he's able to enter others, which we knew anyway. Obviously, we had that all the time at Hogwarts. McGonagall goes to get the other Weasleys. Arthur has been taken to some Mungos. Again, guys, like reading this for the first time, not knowing anything about what happens in the movies or anything else. Must be one of the most stressful chapters like ever. I'm sure we'll cover in book review, book club. Sorry. Molly could already know where Arthur is because of the clock. I'd completely forgotten about that clock, guys. But yeah, it had like a mortal peril or mortal danger a direction, didn't it? And so that, I mean, I presume that was the first time. No, Ginny would have been in it. In Chamber. Ron would have been in it in Philosopher's Stone at least. Oh, and Azkaban. Actually, that's a good point. Ron would have been in it a lot. And we don't have any like howlers or anything like saying, Ron, what the heck's going on with you and everything. Yeah, Ron must have been in it a lot. Ginny definitely would have been in Chamber. Fred and George probably have been in it. Can't think of any particular examples right now. I really can't actually. That's interesting. I can imagine Charles would, or Charlie. Anyway, but yes, obviously Arthur would absolutely be in that category at this point. But yeah, I'd completely forgotten about that clock, guys. So interesting. Alright, this is the bit of my notes where I remind myself that I'd apologise about the Sirius Black joke. Dumbledore brings over a black and gold kettle, uses a portus spell on it, which I didn't pick up on. I didn't pick up on at all. I thought he was actually going to say, okay, everyone calm down, let's have a cup of tea and everything. I was thinking, okay, this is actually quite disrespectful to Ron, who must be absolutely freaking out, because I would not be in the mood for it. But then again, it's what Sirius Black essentially does later on, isn't it? Although this is when Arthur's still on his way to Mungo's, and so this is obviously a lot more panicky moment. But that isn't what he's doing. Speaks to Phineas, another portrait, and I immediately said, hang on, I know that name. And it took me a few seconds, guys, to remember this is Phineas Black. And I know he's got like another name in between. But I'm going to call him Phineas for the purposes of this video, if that is okay. But yeah, I blooming remembered him, guys. Did not expect him to be in the books at all, guys. I didn't. He's in Hogwarts Legacy. If you haven't played or seen it, guys, he is the headmaster in it there. I think that he's played very, very differently than he is in the book. I'll admit right now, guys, this is he quickly becomes one of my favourite Harry Potter characters in these chapters, guys. He really does. Oh my goodness. He lets it rip, Harry. Let it run, and I absolutely loved every second of it. It's glorious. Not because he's having to go at Harry and everything else, but it's the sort of thing where, you know, when I used to be very, very critical of Harry, it was. This is basically what I felt like Harry needed to hear back then. You know, no, I don't now, obviously, guys. I absolutely warmed towards Harry so much more since, but it didn't mean that I didn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy it. Just Phineas absolutely shooting down Harry, being spoken to, speaking to Harry in a way that no one has ever spoken to him before. I loved it. I really, really did. So yes, it is Phineas Black. And that is whose portrait it is in Grimmauld Plays, which is wild, guys. I didn't think we'd have that explained. I really, really didn't. Like I say, he seems so different than how he seems in Legacy. But then again, he's still alive in Legacy, so I guess well, it's a portrait, it's not a ghost. But yeah, I love him. We'll get to it, guys. We'll get to it. Phineas says, "Oh, I'm too tired for all this and everything." Clearly winding Dumbledore up and everything, and all the other portraits are like furious at him. Like, says, "You're on a bound to help the current principal and everything." I think he's winding him up, Eddie. Armando Divot. I got down here Chamber. Armando Divot. Dippet. Christopher Lee, isn't it? No, it's not. It looks like Christopher Lee. That is Christopher Lee. Okay, who cares? Oh, that's right. Yeah, there. Yeah, of course, he was the principal during Mona Myrtle's death. The way to put it. The actor who played Mona Myrtle, guys, is in a movie which I recently watched called I Swear, which unfortunately has been in the media for very sad reasons lately, guys. But my goodness, I think you should watch it. I think it's very good. I'll say this. I think it's very good. I feel like it doesn't... Because it's based on a true life story. And I'll say this. I don't think that story is that interesting, but his condition is absolutely fascinating, guys. It's about someone who has a specific type of Tourette's. And yeah, it's been in the media recently because of a very unfortunate situation, and some people on social media are, quite frankly, evil. They really are, guys. I actually tweeted out about it, don't I? It's actually so shocking how people are addressing this incredibly unfortunate situation. Yeah, because he has Tourette's. He has no choice in the matter. But yes, the movie is called I Swear. It's about someone, a Scottish guy's life growing up with the condition. And it's super interesting, guys. I recommend it out of... I think that if you don't know much about Tourette's, it's worth definitely checking out. But yes, Mona Myrtle plays his mother in it, and she's great in it. But yeah. Interesting seeing her in another role. Not trying to look at Harry's penis. Sorry, I had to say that. And some people don't think she was. I think she was. Anyway. Sorry, guys. Sorry. But yeah, I swear, it's worth checking out. Like I said, it doesn't really have that much of story up to it gets to a point, and then it kind of doesn't really have a story, and then it almost feels like a little bit of like an infomercial for like a technology or something like that. But it certainly taught me a lot about Tourette's that I didn't know, and so it's worth checking out in my opinion. Oh, so yeah, this is the bit where the penny drops, where it actually, Phineas being a part of the Black family, he says how his great grandson may have done away with all the portraits of the family by now, and who's been doing that? Sirius Black. So that's such a good connection. I'd love a conversation between Phineas and Sirius. I don't think it's going to happen, but they both have their very assured, set in stone loyalties, don't they? And so I feel like they are weirdly very similar. But I don't know if we'll get that conversation. Probably not. And so yeah, we find out that Harry works out the empty frame was his, which is wild. Maybe that's why it's in there, just so Black doesn't get rid of it. Maybe. I'm not sure. The other Weasleys arrive with McGonagall, of course. McGonagall's already told them what she knows about the situation. They're all going to be leaving Hogwarts for Grimmauld Place, which kind of surprises me. It kind of does. So the kettle was a portkey. So yeah, I was wrong. I thought it was going to be Dumbledore trying to kind of patronisingly trying to calm them down. So say, okay, let's have a cup of tea. I'm glad. What I'm saying is, I'm glad it wasn't that, because when I was thinking, is that what Dumbledore's doing here? Because if I've been in similar situations where I've just been trying to get to the hospital when my dad was dying, and clearly the people that are around me not taking it as absolutely serious as I was, and I'm not serious. Same joke again. Golden Feather appears, which Dumbledore takes that as Umbridge knowing that the Weasleys and Harry are out of bed. So interesting that not only does Umbridge have that, but the fact that Dumbledore knows that Umbridge has that and has like a way of being notified, not overturning it, but notifying it. The fact that they're out of bed is interesting, guys, because at this point, if Dumbledore was to be particularly Machiavellian, he would want them to stay in bed so Umbridge doesn't know that anything's up, because right now they absolutely shouldn't know that anything's up. And so there is a bit of thing here where Dumbledore's kind of risking for a biscuit to be kinder to the Weasleys, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? Because like Black says, and I think Dumbledore says here as well, right now they should know nothing about what's happened, and they cannot let on that they know anything about it. So getting them out of bed, and meaning that Umbridge knows that they're out of bed, is a bit of a risk. So yeah, McGonagall goes to stall Umbridge, I guess, and says that McGonagall was gone with a swish of tartan. Lovely line. Phineas back. Phineas. Sirius always had an odd taste for house guests, so obviously he's. Well, he said odd taste for house guests. It's not like Sirius's mother, who I guess could be the great granddaughter of Phineas. That's how it'd work, wouldn't it? Yes, yeah. I could have that wrong. Dumbledore looks to Harry just as they're going, and the moment that he does look at Harry, Harry's scar burns brutally, one of the hardest that it's ever heard. And he feels an unbelievable level of hatred towards Dumbledore, and it says that he wants to sink his fangs into him. So this is cool, guys. This is finally the payoff of why Dumbledore has been ghosting Harry. I'm not sure we have that moment in the movie, do we? I'm sure it isn't in the, I need to check out the scene. I'm not sure if that moment happens. I feel like the whole Harry anger thing is dealt with in a very different way in the movie, but I could be wrong there, guys. Like I said, I haven't checked out the movie scene yet, so I will do. So Black has clearly just had an argument with Creature and tells him to go away, essentially, because they've now arrived in Grimmauld Place, obviously. And Creature is leaving, but it seems like he's like also listening in to the conversation. Harry tells tell the other Weasleys. He listens into Harry telling the other Weasleys what's happened. Although Harry alters the storyline just to say a snake did it rather than I did it as a snake, which is so Harry, and I really like that, guys. I really like that detail. I really do. That is book Harry. You wouldn't get that in the movie. You'd get Harry. I don't know. I feel like movie Harry wouldn't have any. Wouldn't think for a second that he was responsible. So he'd just like say, "Yeah, I saw the snake do it." I don't know. I don't know if that's fair, guys. But book Harry is certainly better in my opinion, and I feel like this is one of the reasons why. The fact that he doesn't give them all the information yet. Ginny wants to head to Mungo straight away. Sirius Black points out that that if they do, then they would arrive before his wife knows. Arthur's wife knows, Molly, and that would be super sus. Which I got down here as a great point. Again, Umbridge knowing that they're up and about everything could cause issues as well. But at the same time, what's the accusation going to be? Like Fudge can't go to Dumbledore like saying, the Weasleys were up before. Their father was admitted to Mungo, so that means then he wouldn't really have anything to say, And also, Arthur being attacked in the Ministry is not good for Fudge either. I mean, that's bad for him regardless. But yes, it is a great point by Sirius, and Sirius really here has to like go into a role where he's basically stopping people from what's a good term? But using following their emotions, which is obviously absolutely what Sirius is known for doing, Action stations, follow your passion and what you want to do and everything, which is so yeah, good on him, for being able to see that he has to be the adult, literally in this situation. Seriously. So yeah, Arthur says that we cannot do anything that will damage the order, and Arthur wouldn't want. In fact, he says that in a minute. And Fred says, "We don't care about the dumb order," short for Dumbledore's order. Ignore me. Yeah, it's our dad. And Arthur says, Sirius says, Arthur wouldn't thank you for messing things up. Which is a brutal truth, guys. And again, so unserious. It is very serious, but it's so unserious, if you know what I mean. For him to say that, it's so unlike him. It's very mature for him. And brutally, he says there are things worth dying for. It's a horrible thing to say to kids whose father is currently fighting for his life. Oh my goodness. And obviously that is not exactly going to go down well with Fred in particular here, who then says, I don't see you risking your neck, which is, again, kind of true. And it's, but, it's not, Sirius can't. Obviously he can't. He can't even know that he's involved in it. Great argument. Great argument between Fred and Black here. Sirius looks like he wants to hit Fred in this moment, but then calmly says, I know it's hard, but we all have to act like we don't know anything yet. And finally settles everyone down to have a sit down. And a butterbeer. Again, if someone offered me a drink in this situation, I wouldn't have anything. And I know, guys, because I've been in that situation where I was desperately trying to get to hospital. Yeah. So good on them for being able to calm down. But yeah, I wouldn't have been able to in that situation. They didn't really even calm down. I mean, Harry certainly doesn't calm down. His mind is going wild at this point. We got some fantastic tired Harry dialogue coming here, guys, which is so well written. It's like, because it doesn't make sense what he's thinking, but it shouldn't make sense because he's so exhausted and obviously going through a lot of trauma. So yeah, Sirius summons butterbeers all round. I wouldn't be in the mood for it, like I said, but it's good that they were. Obviously, they're not in the mood for it, per se, guys. But I know that in that situation, I would have said, no, I don't want anything. And that isn't a judgment call. I'm just saying what it was like when I was in a similar situation. Yeah, I got down here. Isn't the Weasleys not being at Hogwarts super sus? It really is. But I guess it is an example of Dumbledore thinking more about the Weasley family than the Order. I guess, because like I say, if we want to be more Machiavellian, he would have said, okay, Ron, you can go, but no one else can. Even Harry not being at Hogwarts. I mean, no, especially Harry not being at Hogwarts, as well as the Weasleys, is super sus. I got down here, shouldn't have been told, but no, I'm glad that they were told. Harry still feels guilty. He's having to tell himself, you don't have fangs. A scroll appears with another golden feather. It's a message from Molly saying, Dad is still alive. Stay where you are. It's so interesting, guys, because obviously we're in the calm of it right now, but there is so much going on. I got to say, these little messages that are often sent to Harry, usually they're sent to Harry, are like purposefully short and ambiguous and not giving enough information. Molly here, I think, could have said a little bit more, because obviously the children immediately look to the fact that it says still alive. When I read this sentence, I did take it as a positive, but obviously you can take it in another way, definitely, which I think is how they all take it. Brilliant line here when they have all sat down and calm and just like sitting in silence. It says, if Harry had ever sat through a longer night than this one, he could not remember it. Love that line. Sirius suggested them going to bed. I don't think that was ever going to happen. Relationship with his family. Yo, that's right. No, it isn't particularly hammered home, or like, it isn't obvious and everything, guys. But I wonder if Sirius being able to be the adult in the room, like saying, hey, there are some things worth dying for, and your dad wouldn't want you to mess things up for the Order and all that sort of stuff, is because he doesn't understand the relationship that the Weasleys have with each other, because obviously he didn't have that relationship with his family. So in a weird way, it makes him perfect for this role, but it can obviously come off super cold by Fred in particular. I do feel like this book, we've really seen two different sides of Fred and George. As in, like, we can now really pick up on their individual personalities. I think that has always been the case to an extent, but I feel like this book in particular, we are really seeing a difference between the two characters. 5:10 in the morning, a very pale Molly comes through the door, but it instantly smiles when she sees her family. Says that Bill is with Arthur, and that Arthur is going to be okay. And amongst hearing this, Sirius goes, breakfast! Which is great. It's nice, guys, because we get some really nice, it's very, very brief, but really nice dialogue between Molly and Sirius Black, basically, where Molly thanks him and everything. And you get the feeling that, I feel like we have seen the absolute worst between Molly and Black. But I'm sure there have been scenes, where Harry hasn't been there and no one else has been there, where they have got on. I do believe that, guys. And I feel like they understand each other's frustrations with each other. But yeah, it was really nice to have an explicitly very positive dialogue between the two. I'm not sure how much of oh no, yeah, I've got it down in my notes. They're bacon eggs. God, they need to invent a good vegan egg, guys. They really do. Bacon, they got down, kind of. You can get some fairly good vegan bacon. But eggs, seriously. Just Egg was meant to come out like a few months ago. In fact, it actually appeared on the Sainsbury's website, but then there's some law in Parliament. Because I think it's a new type of protein that hasn't been sold in the UK before, so they just had to get some extra legislation. But Very annoying, guys. I really want to try Just Egg, because apparently it's really good. It's scrambled. And I know that I don't really have a horse or an egg in this race, guys, but if your favourite type of egg is scrambled egg, I do feel like you're lying. I just do, guys. It's like, scrambled egg is a waste of a perfectly good egg, in my opinion. Boiled, fried, poached. Not even poached I'm okay with, but boiled or fried absolutely are my two favourites. Poached are nice. It feels a little bit overdone, to be honest. But scrambled. If there's no other option, sure. But no, toasted soldiers, guys. Yeah, if I could have any type of vegan egg, or if I decided to have an egg, an actual one, it would be boiled, just over easy. So like you're looking at like around 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes boiling. So it's still runny, but it's just starting to get the firmness. And then with toasted soldiers, which I know that I've explained in these videos before, guys, but it's basically bread, I guess with butter, because I'm having eggs. Salt and pepper on the bread, on the butter, not on the egg. So it's so pointless putting on the egg. Put it on the butter and then dip it. Hell. But unfortunately, I can't do that because I'm bloomin' vegan. What a stupid decision that was. Right. Harry doesn't want to intrude in the family's happiness, which broke my heart as a sentence. I really did. Because he really, really sees himself as being responsible for it, guys. So good, so good. Oh my goodness, they cut out a lot in the movie, guys. But I can kind of understand it. But my goodness, there is some good stuff in these chapters. Molly hugs Harry and thanks him. She doesn't question how Harry was able to, which I think Harry was kind of expecting. But Harry thinks that to himself that how he can barely handle the gratitude from her. So sad. Molly thanks Black. And Molly says they may have to stay for Christmas, and that absolutely brightens up Sirius's day. The more the merrier. Yeah, we see a really different side of Sirius Black, which is nice, guys. It would have been nice to have this in the movie. So I'm pretty sure it isn't there, but for Sirius to be really excited about Christmas, because obviously, I have a feeling I know what's going to be happening later on in this book, guys. And I'm pretty sure we don't have this absolutely joyous Sirius running amok in the movies. Harry tells Sirius what actually happened at Warts and All, or Hogwarts. M.E. should really... Oh, I'm jumping forward a bit here, guys. Oh, I really am, sorry. Says how he wanted to attack Dumbledore. Now, I don't know if this is the movie scene, because I know that this the book is written in a very different order, because the movie order is like really jumpy around, isn't it? But we do have like really good scene between Harry and Sirius standing in front of the tree, and Harry talking about his rage and everything, and Sirius giving him life advice and everything. It's a great, beautiful scene, but I feel like this is the scene that the movie scene was trying to do, because obviously we're missing out a lot of detail here. Nothing about him being a snake or attacking Arthur. I don't think he brings it up in the movie. Again, I need to watch the movie scene. I apologise, I haven't done this time. Harry makes himself not sleep. Because he's terrified of attacking someone else, is the way that he's thinking, guys. Which is so interesting, because right now in Buffy, where we are in Buffy, guys. If you don't know, guys, if you're watching this on YouTube, we've nearly finished Buffy over on the Patreon. I just wasn't able to get the edits out because of their performances were basically any episode with Spike was doing really well. All the other ones were doing very low numbers, unfortunately. So I did have to stop making the edits. I'd like to get back to them, but I had to think about the success of the channel, unfortunately. But if you're a big Buffy fan, we're still covering it over on the Patreon. But yes, right now Buffy is also trying to stop herself from sleeping for not really similar reasons, but very sad reasons. I'll put it like that. So to visit St. Mungo's, they had to dress as Muggles. I got down here. That is a bad location. That is a bad location. It seems so odd, guys. Why does it have to be in London? Yeah, it feels strange that the Wizarding World would decide that it needs to be somewhere in the centre of London. Maybe it has to be close to the Ministry. Maybe that's it. But it can't be underground because it's unhealthy or something. Again, which I don't really understand that. Tonks and Mad-Eye are going to be going with them. Tonks questions if Harry has any seer blood in his family. But it's not. But that isn't really what Harry. It's Harry's sort of present rather than the future. I don't want to bring it up every single time that Tonks comes into it, guys. But my goodness, Stephen Fry's accent for her is so distracting. I apologise. I mean, across the board, pretty much everywhere, everyone else has like a really good voice, guys. But Tonks' accent is so distracting. It sounds like someone making fun of an accent, you know, rather than it being an accurate accent. That's my take on it. And you know, I like Stephen Fry in a lot, guys. He himself says that compared to Hugh Laurie, he is not an actor, and so he's passable in things. He's fantastic in Jeeves of Wooster, which I know I've brought out countless times. But yeah, he ain't the greatest actor, and by his own admission, he isn't. So yeah, Mad-Eye's wearing like a bowler hat, or like and wearing it at such an angle so it hides his eye. I'm amazed that Harry doesn't just say, "Why don't you wear an eye patch?" And if Mad-Eye like says, "What's an eye patch?" Just show him what an eye patch is, you know, rather than having to like wear this bowler hat, which in the 90s is quite odd anyway, hiding his eye. But you know, Harry's got enough on his plate at the moment, rather than having to dress Mad-Eye Moody, which is not a sentence which I've thought to say. What I'd say today. So yeah, it wouldn't be healthy to have a hospital underground. I don't really understand what that means, but moving on. It just seems odd. Why can't it just be out on the sticks, you know? Like the Burrow, you know? Because wizards can get around very, very quickly. Especially if there's a flu network, which you would imagine the Mungos absolutely would have a flu network. Now I know that they already can't use that, but you know, but Mungos would have a flu network, surely. Flu pack, not flu delicate. That was so strange. Like, was it last year or the year before? I think it may have been the year before, where I just found like a picture of Fleur Delicure in the street. It's like a little card. It's very strange. I know why it was there, though. I do know why it is there, I must admit, guys. So there's a thing in the UK, which particularly over lockdown happened. And you get it again nowadays. Not as much. Where people are trying to get rid of stuff. But what they do, instead of like taking it to a charity shop, which they really should do, but anyway, or take it to the dump or anything like that, or putting it in the bin, they just put it out the front of the house. And if you want it, you come and take it. And you know, it's quite cool. It's quite nice. I don't know. I certainly got a photo frame that my mum wanted once. That was during lockdown. That was at the front of someone's house. Obviously wiped it down first before giving it to her or anything. But yeah, I don't know if I've really got much else. There's a very unfortunate situation where, like I say, this was being done, guys. This is very unfortunate. I don't even know why I'm telling you this story, but I'm going to very, very briefly, guys. So in the village where I live, unfortunately, I think it was a child died, and the family put some candles out the front of their house. I don't think that they explained what they were there for. I don't think they did. And so the idea was for everyone to take a candle and to light it at a particular time in memory of this person. But someone assumed that they just put it out there, and the thing was just to take it. And so someone just took all the candles. I think they even took the stool it was on. And so the family were obviously horrified by this, and I think put out a notice saying what had happened. And I'm sure the person who took it was absolutely horrified, but it's unfortunate. Anyway, I don't know why I told you that story, guys, but I did. This is me trying to get through my notes. Oh, we're an hour in. Okay, we're an hour in. Okay, no, you know what? We're at an okay pace. We're at an okay pace. It's the next chapter that's going to be chunky, guys, because we have a lot to discuss in the next chapter. Really funny stuff, really powerful stuff. Heartbreak. Oh, there's one line, guys. I'll say what it is right now. Thanks, man. Yeah, that. Instant tears, guys. Instant tears. Not crying, but instantly teared up. My eyes instantly welled up at that point. Is it called welled up because of wells? Who cares? Oh my goodness, I haven't been deleting my notes. I can't even do the accent. No, I can't do the accent that Stephen Fry does for Tonks. Hey up. Hey up, Harry. I can't. I actually can't. It's so ridiculous. Anyway. See a blood hospital. Okay, here we go. Boom. Oh no, we are getting through it. We are really getting through it. Okay, good. So, sick wizards can blend into the crowd. I got down here. What? But we explain. It's explained what's going on. Oh yeah, because it's a shopping street which is very, very busy. I don't think it actually specifies which street it is, but it could be Oxford Street maybe. Oxford Street being a street in London, obviously, if you follow it for a long time, like an hour and a half, then you get to Oxford. But yeah, Oxford Street. It's like it's off Regent Street, which is linked up with Piccadilly Circus, which you know from Harry Potter. When is it that they're at a wedding? Is that Deathly Hallows? Where they escape off and they nearly get hit by a bus in Piccadilly Circus. It's in one of the movies. It's in one of the later movies, but obviously that's Piccadilly Circus. Regent Street is one of the streets that leads off it. And Regent Street, what is that square called? Is it called Regent? Is it called Oxford Square or Regent Square? But it's not even square. But it's like a crossroads, and that goes across Oxford Street. Which if you go west down Oxford Street, you get to Marble Arch. So there's a lot of very famous things in this area, a lot of things. And the Animal Cenotaph is just south of the Marble Arch. So the Cenotaph is something in London, guys, which is it's a memorial, obviously. Each Remembrance Day, which in America is known as Veterans Day. I think it's a slightly different date, in fact. But Remembrance Sunday, the 11th of the 11th. At the 11th hour and everything like that. The Cenotaph, all the politicians and the royals and everything go to it and and commemorate the war dead of this nation. And there is an animal cenotaph as well. I don't know if it's actually called animal cenotaph. That might be the wrong term. Animal cenotaph. I have absolutely no idea how to spell cenotaph. It's the Animal War Memorial, also referred to as the cenotaph for animals. There we go. So yeah, it's a little memorial to the animals that have died during the war in service. So horses. My great grandfather worked a lot with horses when he was in the military. I've talked about him before, guys. He's the one who got what was called back then shell shock, which obviously was a lot more serious condition than was known back then. but yeah, and like pigeons and, you know, messenger pigeons, basically all animals that have been used in service during the war. It's a memorial to them. Obviously, I'm not a big fan of animals being used in that way anyway, guys, but, you know, needs must in that time and everything, unfortunately. But it's I think it's a really nice thing. Obviously, animals don't know it's there or anything like that, but it's nice to recognise us as humans, what we put animals through. Anyway, I'm talking about the animal centre stuff, guys. Anyway, but yeah, that area of Oxford, that area of London, there's a lot of very famous things, like just off, and I mean, Notting Hill's just down the road as well. But yeah, I'm thinking that maybe this could be Oxford Street, because that is always very, very busy. So maybe that's what this is a reference to. I think they've just pedestrianised a part of it. Okay, let's get back into the book review. Right. They head to a department store called Purge and Douse Limited. I wonder if that's such a horrible name to try and put people off wanting to go in. But obviously, it has out-of-date fashion in the windows, and it's always closed. In fact, like a woman walking past just happens to say, "That place is always shut." It's like very convenient timing. Just for like, there's a Captain Exposition there. Tonks tells the mannequin that they're here to see Arthur Weasley, and they walk through the glass into a reception area. They see a person with elephant trunks and extra hands, steam coming from someone's mouth, a person constantly ringing whenever they move, which I think might actually be the worst out of all of them, to be honest. Out of these ones, sorry, obviously there's much worse that we find out later on. Got down here, wand and bone. I'm not sure what I mean by that. Harry asks if they have doctors there, and Ron's like, doctors? Those muggle nutters that cut people up? No, they are healers. Now we find out that there is someone who's an aspiring doctor in the next chapter, guys, which is wild. It's blooming Arthur, seriously. Spoilers. There's a poster which says, oh, this is awful. A poster which says, antidotes are antidotes unless approved by equivalent, a qualified healer. Well, that's a double negative, right? Antidotes. Awful. Absolutely awful. Dilys is there. The portrait, I believe. I could have that wrong. There's a patient who is jigging. I thought that maybe they had the crazy, like, what's it, the dancing jig which Harry's had on, but it wasn't though. It's that his shoes are slowly eating him, which is horrible, or he's biting him. He needs to go to spell damage. You got artifact incidents, creature-induced injuries, which is obviously where we're heading. Magical bugs. Potion and plant poisoning. Spell damage. So yeah, we hear about all the different floors and everything, all the different departments, which is awesome, guys. It's so interesting that because in my head there would just be one cure spell to just fix everything, you know. Whereas no, they need to do it carefully, and there are going to be doctors who are going to be, healers that are going to be experts in different fields. The receptionist here sounds like Kenneth Williams in the Stephen Fry audiobook. Who, fun fact, unknowingly, guys, a town that where me and Weasley go to often. I may as well say it because you can look it up and you'll find out. Bicester, which is in North Oxfordshire, quite posh. It has the Bicester. What's it called? The Bicester shopping centre. What is it? Bicester Village? Bicester Village, which is a very expensive area, which a lot of tourists from around the world come to visit specifically. I don't know why. It's just clothes and stuff. I didn't get it, guys. But then I'm not super rich. But yeah, so that's very popular there. But me and Woos often just go into Bicester town, just to go around the charity shops and everything. I haven't done that for a while actually. We need to get back to Bicester. But the reason I'm telling you this is that we've been walking down the main street in Bicester, which is called. Oh man, I can't. Is it something to do with sheep? Is it Sheep Street? Sheep Street. Sorry, Weasley wants in. Apologies. In you get. Yeah. Yeah, fuzzy nut. No, you can't have my coffee. Or my banana skin. I've offered her a bit of banana. Turned her nose up at it. You like flesh, don't you? You've probably got something in here. Oh, woos, that's going to be quite boring. It's just a dried up biscuit. Is that going to be okay? I'll break it in two so you think it's more than one. Because she's not very smart. You're going to have that. No, she usually has them with nicer treats. Here you go, monkey. You're going to have it. She's wagging her tail, you can't see it. Oh, you can't see, she's like shoving it off the bed. You're gonna have it. It's so boring though, isn't it? We'll keep you going though. You didn't have much of your brekkies either. You're just gonna play with it, you're gonna actually eat it. She's eating it, that's good. Good for you. What the heck was I talking about? Oh yeah, so we go down Sheep Street. Very recently watched a show about, not a show, a YouTube video about Kenneth Williams, because that's how I spend my time. And turned out that he lived in one of the houses on Sheep Street. I've located it exactly which one it is, during the Second World War. Because obviously during the Second World War, a lot of cities had the children evacuated out to, like, you know, to places more out in the country. And so yeah, Kenneth Williams was moved out there. I should say Kenneth Williams was one of the Carry On comedians, which I've definitely talked about before. And he often talked like that. That's one of his comedy voices. Which is fine, apart from in Carry On Spying, where he's constantly talking like that and he's the main character and it gets a little bit annoying. You okay? Carry On Spying is a bit of a letdown. It seems like any Carry On movie which had, oh, what's his name? He's on New Who. Well, he was on New Who, as in not New Doctor Who. What? Bernard Cribbins. Anyone with Bernard Cribbins in tended to be rubbish, in my opinion. And that's nothing to do with him, guys. He's great. He's in a very good episode of Fawlty Towers. He's such a hateable character in that. You're going to let me work? Yeah? Are you going to let me work, Weasley? Are you? You're going to bait me? Vicious. What a vicious stock I got. You can't have coffee. If you like this without coffee, Weasel, and you'd be pooing all day long, as usual. Are you going to relax? If I cover you over, will you stop staring at me? What? Here you go. I ain't got anything else for you, baby, so you're going to have to relax and wait. You're very early. You're very early, Weasel. We're nowhere near your second W time. Anyway, sorry about the Kenneth Williams discussion there, guys. But yeah, I found it very interesting that I know exactly where, like the room where he lived. In fact, I believe I know exactly where it was during the Second World War. It's now above a like photo processing shop or something like that. Anyway. Sorry guys. Anyway, there appears to be no A&E section, which I thought there would be, like absolute emergencies. But I guess each department would have their bigger emergencies, particularly with the animal bites and everything. There's going to be ones which are going to be, okay, you just need to heal up, whereas ones where you need to get the poison out. But then again, you'd also be going to the poison. That's interesting. Yeah, so there are definitely crossover departments where they'd have to work together. Yeah, it's very interesting hearing how the hospital is laid out. Particularly with the serious bites ones, guys, because obviously it was a bit of shock last time to find out that Sirius has this thing about him, which is so different from in the movies. The fact that he attacked Arthur and everything, which was a shock, guys. But it seems in it seems insane to me that Mungo's has to have an entire floor dedicated to people that he's bitten. So that is the one where they're going to visit, obviously. Harry kind of slows himself to try and not go in, but Molly just pushes him to go in. Just amazing. I feel like Molly understands. I feel like Molly doesn't say, "Hey, Harry, it's not your fault" or anything. But I do think that at the same time she understands that Harry is feeling this extreme guilt in her mind for no reason, and quite frankly in my mind for no reason. But it's so well done in the next chapter, guys. We hear about the inventor of the entrail expelling curse, which I don't want to know. It's so interesting as a curse as well, and that being seen as a good thing. Using it to flush people out, but entrails. What is an entrail? Because I get a little bit confused. What is an entrail? Intestines. Entrail. Expelling the entrail. Because that to me sounds like it's getting rid of the organs. But it could expelling entrails. It can, yeah, I can kind of see what it means. I think it's to flush people out, basically. Jeez, that must be that must have been an interesting healer job to go for. Bill has headed back to work, and now that Arthur is stable. Arthur is awake and says that he feels fine, just so Arthur. He's still bleeding, much like Hagrid, guys. So maybe what I can take away from this is that maybe Hagrid was attacked by Nagani at some point, or something similar. Because that still hasn't been explained, right? It wasn't the fish doors. I'm pretty sure we've had that established, I think. Across the way, there is someone who's been bitten by a werewolf. When Molly finds this out, she's instantly worried about their safety and everything, which is so interesting. I get the feeling that she is definitely susceptible to tabloids, but then again, werewolves are dangerous. They are dangerous things. So I'd love to hear what her opinion of Lupin is. Presumably does she know that Lupin's a werewolf? She must do. Yeah. I'd love to hear her opinion of Lupin, guys. Favourite Bloomin' Harry Potter character. I bloomin' love him, guys. I love him every single time he comes up, guys. I absolutely love him. Apparently he'd threatened to bite Arthur when Arthur was trying to console him, I think a bit. There's a witch that won't tell the healers what bit her, so Arthur takes that as meaning she's probably was dealing in something illegal. It turns out that Arthur was asleep. I think it's so odd, guys, because it seems like Arthur was doing something, but had also fallen asleep whilst doing it. So I get a little bit confused by this one, because Fred and George are saying, "What were you doing now?" or all this sort of stuff, and he's saying, "Oh, never mind." But at the same time, he said that he fell asleep at his desk, and so that's why I was confused by when Nagani or Harry, I should say, saw Arthur asleep and then wake up and thought, okay, now I need to attack him. He had actually just been asleep rather than knocked out. I was a little bit confused by that. But yeah, I got to hear. I thought he was up to something, which it seems like it's suggesting he still was. He won't. Arthur won't say where he was in the Ministry. He says that Willie has been arrested. He was the person who was dealing in the not the exploding toilets, but the overflowing, gushing, spewing toilets. Fred interrupts this And he was found by the Auras, I presume. And Arthur says, and he was completely covered in. And then Fred interrupts, saying, "So what were you doing?" So there's very good comic timing there. And yeah, and Arthur continues on about Willie, and says that the Ministry had to let him go. I cannot believe that they didn't have this joke in there, but unfortunately the police had nothing to go on. How did that joke not get into this book? How did that joke not get into this book? Seriously. Sorry, that is a very famous joke, guys, of like someone stole the police station toilet, but they had to let him go because the police had nothing to go on. A golden toilet was stolen near me recently. Well, not recently, it was a few years ago. This is me getting through my notes. Hour and 15 minutes for the first chapter. It's not bad, but I think I'm going to be a little bit more smooth in the next one, guys, because, like I say, we have a lot of comments to get through in the book club, much more than we have done recently, in fact, which surprises me. I didn't think that would be the case. But yeah, how did they not have the police had enough to go on, joking? Ginny is also now asking what was going on and getting short shrift. He also Woody was also dealing in biting doorknobs. Oh, and we find out that St. Mungo's also deals with Muggles. So Muggles that have like learned too much that they know, or have been affected by one of these maladies. Obviously, they can't go off to a hospital, so they actually go to St. Mungo's and then have their memories altered and everything. I like that detail. I didn't think that would be the case for a second, but it completely makes sense. After mentioning that there are Muggles being healed in St. Mungo's, Arthur looks around as if to look for a signpost to say Muggles this way. So Arthur. And so yeah, so that now Tonks, Mad Eye, and Molly want to discuss stuff with Arthur, so they have the kids leave. Fred and George get the ears out to listen in. They discuss that the snake may have been a lookout, or could be looking for something. Molly says that Dumbledore seemed to be waiting for Harry to see something, which is very interesting for this to eventually happen, essentially. And Mad Eye says that seeing inside. I think, so Mad Eye speculates that it could have been Voldemort's snake that Harry was seeing through, and Harry doesn't seem to know what any of this means. But all the Weasleys look to him, and it's very not spooky, but a very stressful end to what has been a stressful chapter. It's been an excellent chapter, though. It really, really has. What a great chapter that was. Like I say, I can only enjoy it to a certain point where I knew what was likely going to happen, but not knowing how Arthur was going to end up at the end of that chapter, guys, must have been very stressful for a lot of you. Either way, let's get into chapter 23. Certainly more. God, we got a lot of notes to get through, guys. Yeah, I need to push through this because I need to give the book club at least an hour, because like I say, guys, there are a lot of comments, and unfortunately it seems like quite a few of them didn't adhere to the keeping it short thing. But like I say, I appreciate your passion, but I'm going to be up against it to keep this under 6 hours. So let's get over to chapter 23, Christmas on the Closed Ward. And I'm going to go check out the movie scenes now. Christmas on the Closed Ward. Harry doesn't feel right when with any of this information, and is thinking that he himself is the weapon. Harry tries to sneak out, but is stopped by Phileas Black's portrait, giving him a message from Dumbledore, and proceeds to mock Harry for trying to run. Harry hides in Buckbeak's room for most of the day and is shocked when Hermione, who was supposed to be away with her parents, knocks at the door. They head off to see Ginny and Ron, while Hermione explains she knows what's happened already. Surprise, surprise. That's her for you. And thinks Harry is silly. Ginny is angry, however, that he didn't come to her if he thought he was possessed, as she would know, having been possessed 3 years prior, and convinces him that he was wrong. Christmas morning is a mix of emotions. Oh, I need to extend that, sorry. Christmas is a mix of emotions, as everyone loves what they get, except Mr. Weasley, who got a return. Mrs. Weasley, who got a return from Percy, and it completely devastates her. Understandably, we will get there, guys. Hermione got a gift for Creature, but he is not in his room, and everyone realizes he hasn't been seen for a long time. Harry has the idea that when Sirius told him to get out, told him out, that he took it as leave the house, which would be dangerous. They head off to St. Mungo's to see Arthur, but Molly flips out that they are trying Muggle solutions on magical problems. The kids head off, where they run into two people they know, Gilderoy Lockhart and Neville Longbottom. We will get there, guys. So good. This is so good stuff. Such good stuff. Lockhart is there, just as jolly can be, not knowing who. Sorry, Lockhart is there, as jolly as can be, not knowing who you are, not knowing who you are. But Neville is there to visit his parents, who the others, except Harry, learn how extremely tragic backstory. When they leave, Harry explains that Dumbledore told him what happened to them in the 4th year. Was it in the 4th year? Yeah, it would have been, wouldn't it? Anyway, thank you so much for the summaries. Let's go over to the chapter. So I feel like my notes may have been a little bit light in the previous chapter regarding the scene with Harry and Black, where Harry is explaining what happened to him. Because that is the movie scene, guys, and I think it's the best Sirius Black scene in the Harry Potter series. I think it's so good. It's so different from the book, but it's absolutely brilliant. Sirius Black is so different in the movie, and you know what? I kind of like it. I kind of like it. Sirius Black, when talking about his family in a book, is very thick-skinned and very dismissive and very able to fight his own corner. Whereas in the movie, because we get such little time with Sirius Black, I'm wondering if his scenes even add up to 5 minutes, in fact. I'm going to say possibly not, in fact, in the entire series. I think it may have done, actually, because that scene which I just watched is quite long. But not 10 minutes. I doubt he's in the movies for 10 minutes. But he's so much more vulnerable in the movies, and I feel like because he's in it for such a short amount of time, they had to do that. And honestly, guys, I think that is one of my favourite Harry Potter scenes. In a movie. Oh god, it's good. It's good, guys. So I just rewatched it. It's so powerful, so good. Harry didn't say to Dumbledore about him being the snake. I think he did in the book, didn't he? But he like says where you position, and Harry like says, oh, I was neither next to him or anything. Can you explain what's going on? And then I completely forgot about the whole "look at me" thing, where he shouts to Dumbledore, which is a great. It's essentially doing the same thing as the searing pain that Harry gets from Dumbledore looking at him. But Dumbledore isn't looking at him, and so I feel like it played around with it very well, where it's clearly the Voldemort in him is shouting, "Look at me." That was a nice decision. Phineas is in the movie. My goodness, I had no idea he was. He doesn't say nothing. But yes, Phineas is his painting is there when he goes off to do what he does. My goodness, they miss out a lot of stuff. Hermione's there for no reason. It doesn't explain the fact that she's there. We get that explanation in the book, in the Christmas scene, I should say. How brief the Arthur thing was seems almost. Well, I mean, when Everard comes back, he says they think he's going to be okay. So that takes away that concern. Although I do remember being relieved when Arthur is actually like wheeled in or brought in anyway, in the movie. But my goodness, they have missed out a lot in that little moment. But that being said, though, I will defend that Sirius Black scene with Harry. I thought that was excellent. Sure, it isn't the Sirius Black that we have in the book, guys. But I feel like they wanted to have him being more emotional because we have such little time with him. I feel like that was the right decision. Although Bellatrix's picture on the family tree is so clearly, like, not in the same art style as the rest. But, you know, maybe it's a different artist. But anyway, yes, I thought I'd give you my thoughts on those scenes. Yeah, that scene was Harry and Sirius. Again, very, very different, but very, very good. But one of my favourite Harry Potter scenes, I think, actually. I really love what Sirius is wearing in it as well. Okay, so let's go over to my notes. So, Dumbledore not looking at Harry. Dumbledore not looking at Harry because he will see Voldemort. Voldemort's head is like a snake. So yeah, it's basically we're going through Harry's like thought process, which unravels to the point where it really doesn't make much sense here because he's not sleeping and everything, and he's on through a lot of stress. And so he's thinking about what could potentially be happening and everything. It says about how Voldemort has a snake-like head. This is going to be embarrassing, guys. I have never realised that. I never understood that's why Voldemort looks like he does, like with his nose and all that sort of thing. I'd never put I've never dotted that line, if that makes any sense. Yeah, that really blooming confused me. It didn't confuse me, but I was like, oh, that's why he looks like that. I've never thought that he's meant to look snake-like. I've never thought that, guys. It's stupid, I know, but although I think it's been described before that he has a snake-like nose, but even then I didn't think about, is that because he's part snake or all this sort of stuff? I genuinely didn't put it together. Unless I forgot. It's very possible I forgot. Harry feels contaminated, which is a brilliant way of describing the way he feels right now. He thinks to himself how he may be the weapon that Voldemort is after. I find that quite funny because it's little known to. It's like an extremely light insult to call someone a weapon. I think it's quite a new thing as well over here. But if you say, "Oh, come on, you're a weapon," it's like saying, "Oh, you're being silly," essentially, you know. So yeah, that made me laugh a little bit. He's been guarded for oh yes, so he now thinks that the reason why Harry's being guarded is because it's to defend other people rather than defend him, which obviously is not true. It may be partially true, but it's not that they're not trying to protect him for his safety. Voldemort may be able to read his mind, and he could be reading his mind, thinking what he's saying right now. This is what I'm talking about. He is really starting to. The stress that Harry's going through is clearly building up so much here. It's very well written. Molly sends him to bed as soon as they get back because he looks like he hasn't slept for a day, which is literally what's happened. He hasn't had a night's sleep for a day anyway. Harry jumps at the chance because he can go to somewhere where no one's going to talk to him. or like question him or accuse him and everything. Oh, it's so sad. Thinks he could be an animagus, or that or that Voldemort is one, and that's how the snake was there. He thinks that he's given Voldemort a view of the Order. He could be literally just looking is showing Voldemort where the Order are. So he's really genuinely putting so much pressure and guilt onto himself. Also, all the information that he's been heard could also have been gone over to Voldemort. This is the fact that he's isolated now is such a bad thing, but you know, he wants to be isolated though. He plans on going back to Hogwarts, but he's worried that he may end up hurting people there, which doesn't make sense because the snake isn't there, and so what I keep saying it, guys, what he's saying is something to really unravel and really not make any sense, but he's just putting so much shame onto himself that it's making sense to him, even though it doesn't make literal sense. And there's a great line coming up when Hermione says something and Harry thinks to himself, actually that's not just reassuring, that actually makes sense, because what he's been thinking hasn't been reassuring, but also doesn't make sense. And so yeah, this is a really well written chapter, guys. Yeah, I got down here. It's clear that the tiredness is really affecting his thought patterns, and he thinks, well, then I had to go back to Pivot Drive. He gets his stuff together. He looks around for Hedwig, but then remembers that she isn't with him. And then as he goes, now I feel like there's a chance that this could all just be a dream. I don't think it is, but this whole thing with Phineas and him, I think there's potential that it may not actually be happening. I think it is happening, but I think there's a very small percentage that could be this is just a part of a very, very confused dream. Because we all had that dream where we wake up in our beds, something really annoying's happened, and then a little while later you wake up and you realise that was just a very realistic dream. I feel like that could be happening, but I don't think it is. So as he walks out, he hears "Running away, are we?" And it's Phineas. It says, I love Phineas so much, guys. I had a massive grin on my face during this entire bit. My notes usually have little quotes from everything, guys. I've got a blooming paragraph dedicated to one of his lines coming up in a second, guys. But before we get there, I thought that those in Gryffindor were supposed to be brave, he says. And says that maybe Harry should have been in his old house, and he says how that Slytherins are brave, but they're not stupid, and they always save their own necks, which is a very nice way of putting it. It's not saying that they're selfish; it's saying that they're smart. I've got down here. He is fascinating, and it says, "Oh, you're being a noble." By leaving, is that Harry's trying to talk back, but I love it. I love him, guys. I love Phineas so much. Phineas says that he has a message from Dumbledore, and says, "Stay where you are." And Harry says, "I haven't moved." He says, "That's the message." Again, tired Harry and everything. Calls him. Phineas calls him adult. I got down here, does this mean that he is spying on Harry? Because the fact that Phineas shows up at that specific moment to say, "Oh, running away are you?" everything, that Phineas is just out of earshot of the portrait just to pop in if he needs to. Or maybe he's been there all night, potentially. But yeah, that's more likely. So yeah, that he shows up just at that point, or no, it's most probably that he has been in the Grimmauld place the entire time. Just stay put while the grown-ups sort it out, Harry. We won't tell you. And oh no, sorry, I'm sorry. This is Harry. saying this to Phineas, like saying, "Oh, I just need to stay here and stay put." And Harry like says, "Just stay here while the grown-ups sort it out, Harry. We won't tell you anything though, because your tiny brain may not be able to cope." Which I love this, because this is basically we've had Harry snap at Ron and Hermione, particularly Hermione, which God bless her seriously for putting up with it. But he hasn't snapped at any grown-ups. Now, obviously, this isn't a grown-up; it's a painting. But this is the closest that he's actually got to actually snapping at an adult. And then it happens, guys. It happens. Phineas replies, "This is precisely why I loathe being a teacher. Young people are so infernally convinced that they are absolutely right about everything. Has it ever occurred to you, my poor puffed up Poppy J, as you should be in Hufflepuff, that there could be an excellent reason the headmaster of Hogwarts is not confiding every tiny detail of his plans to you? Have you never paused while feeling hard done by that following Dumbledore's orders have never yet led you into harm?" I think that's debatable, but we continue. Nope. Like all young people, you are quite sure that you alone feel and think. You alone recognise danger. You alone are the only one clever enough to realise what the Dark Lord is planning. If you will excuse me, I have better things to do than listen to adolescent agonising. Good day to you. And I applaud it. I loved it so much. Now, this is not me having to go at Harry, guys. I love Harry. I think he's such a brilliant character, especially in this scene. I think he's brilliant. This is what he needs to hear at this moment. He doesn't need Molly saying, "Oh, Harry, you're so great," and everything like that, because he finds that infuriating. And I'm sure he finds this infuriating as well. But my goodness, there's some home truths in here, guys. I'm not saying he's completely right, but I'm not saying that Phineas is right. I do feel like at the same time it is kind of what Harry needs to hear at this moment regarding Dumbledore and him making decisions outside of Dumbledore's control. Going back to Privet Drive and all this sort of stuff. I loved it. I loved this. Phineas is already one of my favourite characters, guys, just from this scene. And I didn't see it coming at all. I thought, he's going to be all sarky, like he was being sarky to Dumbledore. No, this was not sarcasm. This was rage. And like I say, I don't remember him being anything like this in Hogwarts Legacy. He may have been. But what a character Phineas is. I flipping love him. I thought this was amazing. And again, this isn't that isn't to say that I don't like Harry. I really like Harry, guys. But no one has ever spoke to Harry in this way before, and I thought it was amazing. Yeah. I guess you could say Snape kind of talks him down a way, but not like this though. Snape and Phineas would get on like a house on fire, guys. Seriously. Slithering house on fire. Oh yeah, by the way, the movie scene has the introduction of the whole Harry trying to control his thoughts and everything. The movie really did a jumbled up shenanigans on this book, didn't it? It really did. Anyway. I got on here. I love Phineas. I loved it so much. Imagine him being head over H. Oh, yeah. Imagine like the Harry Potter series where Phineas was the headmaster. That would have been a very different story. Harry thinks to himself how less than a day ago he was kissing Cho, and now everything's going wrong. He feels like he's caused Arthur to nearly die. He worries that the Weasleys don't trust him, and he doesn't feel like he deserves that trust. He feels like he should go back to Privet Drive and not go to Hogwarts anymore. And he's just had a thought from Phineas. I love it. I love Phineas. This is such a funny bit, guys. I loved it so much. I found it funny. Maybe you guys did, but I found this so funny. This is massive paragraph, and I know that I played around with the editing a little bit because I know that Harry did speak back at one point, but I love that bit so much. So that's a big chunk of the notes gone. Yes, I love Phineas. Dumbledore had told him to stay. That must mean it's okay to sleep, he convinces himself. Again, it doesn't make any sense, and I really like... Maybe it makes complete sense, guys. But to me, Harry's thought processes don't quite compute with reality at this point, and so to me, I'm reading it as him being very confused and exhausted. If I'm wrong, I apologise, but I'll be honest, it's adding a lot to the chapter, so I'm glad that I'm getting it wrong if I have. It was like a film in his head and had been waiting to start when he goes to sleep. I love that description. It's the corridor, staring at a door that he can't go forward, but he really feels the need to go through it. It's not really the same. I think it's a dream which quite a few people have had, where I'm in a house that I don't recognise. I think it was when I was a child, so it would have been one of their friends' house that they were visiting, and I, for whatever reason, felt implied to go up the staircase to the second floor. But when I was halfway up, I just got a massive feeling of dread, where I just froze because I could not move a step forward, but I knew that I couldn't go back as well. Now that's a dream that I had, and I remember it like very, very vividly from when I was a child. It's one of the dreams that I remember absolutely clearest, and like I say, it was quite a while ago that I had it. And then years later, I watched, which one is it? Is it Ring Zero or Ring Birthday, as it's also known? I think it is Ring Zero, which is the prequel to Ringu, also known as Ring, also known as The Ring in the American version, which I don't think they did a prequel of. But in Ringu, it starts off with this girl telling this another girl a dream that she had, and it's exactly the same. Now, it was like the house that she was in was like an abandoned house in the countryside, in a wood, I should say, or in a forest. And she starts climbing the stairs, but when she was halfway up, she just completely froze because just absolute dread came over her. So that was very weird that had such a similar dream that I had. So I presumed that's actually quite a common dream. I'm going to look that up. I'm going to look up to see if that is actually quite a common dream. But it was so strange that it was in this movie. It's right at the start of the movie as well. And then she looks outside the window and sees, spoiler alert. So yeah, you may want to watch Ringu. All the Ring. I didn't really like it, guys. I didn't like the way that they had the antagonist, because I think it is in inverted commas, being way more evil than what they actually are. They're scary in Ringu, but it's one of my favourite movies for a reason, guys. I feel absolutely heartbroken for the character. And I get... When I watched The Ring, I didn't get the impression that we were meant to feel sorry for her at all. But I feel absolutely heartbroken for her in Ringu. I really do, and it's the aspect of it that I love the most. This very scary character who I just feel absolute heartbreak for. Ringu is good, guys. I love it, and I know it hasn't... The scary bits may look a little bit ridiculous now. You got to remember, back in the day, especially the big scary shot, the big scary shot, the big moment in the movie, may look ridiculous by more recent horror movie standards. But when seeing it when I was so young, it was absolutely probably the scariest thing I'd ever seen in a movie. But yeah, I don't want to spoil anything. I recommend watching Ringu, which is the Japanese... Let's not get too much into it, because there are other Ringu stories which came up before, but there is a famous version called Ringu. They're like TV specials of roughly the same story before, but they're not as good. I recommend Ringu. If you really enjoy it, watch the sequel. And Birthday, Ring Zero / Birthday. That's more interesting than scary. But anything else at Ringu, I don't recommend. I mean, I've watched them all. And I think there's some of the 3D ones which I haven't seen. But yeah, the first Ringu, it's one of my favourite movies, guys. It really is. It's obviously Japanese subtitles. But if you can get past that, I think it's still worth watching. And I'd like to hear your opinion on the antagonist, because I guess she is the antagonist, but I think there's so much more to her. And from what I remember, that really wasn't the case in the American version. In The Ring. Anyway, but yeah, if you are going to watch Ringu, definitely watch it before watching Ring Zero or Ring... It's called Ring Zero, and it's also called Ring Birthday. Definitely watch Ringu first, because there is a spoiler right off the cuff, right at the start, in that dream that I was talking about, of a spoiler for Ringu. Anyway, moving on. I might watch Ringu later on. I really love it, guys. I really do. And the guy in it is in countless Western movies nowadays. I think he's in a bunch of Marvels. I think he played the Silver Samurai, in fact. He played Scorpion in the latest Mortal Kombat. But yeah, he's super young in that. In Ringu. This is me getting from my notes, guys. Jeez Louise. Anyway, sidetrack. So why was I talking about that dream? Oh yeah, because Harry, it's kind of similar, but where Harry wants to go through the door but can't. But mine, I stopped out absolute terror, but not knowing why though. Anyway, back to it. Ron wakes him up. Harry thinks Ron doesn't want him to be alone. Doesn't want to be alone with him. That's why he doesn't stay in the room with him. Again, he's just putting so much shame onto himself. It's heartbreaking. Harry would not inflict his company on the others. There's so many great lines in this chapter, guys. There are so many heartbreaking great lines in this. Phineas watching him for Dumbledore in case if he attacks someone else. Again, it's just all these ridiculous thoughts that he's having. Thinks this is how... maybe it's true, but I don't think it's true. Thinks this is how a living is going to be from now on. Which, again, doesn't make any sense, you know. Christmas decorations are going up. Sirius Black can be heard singing Christmas carols. He's absolutely loving life at this point. He really is. Again, we don't have this in the movie, unfortunately, but he is really excited for Christmas. Harry's glad he is giving the others the opportunity to talk about him. It comes to 6 p.m. The mother's portrait starts screaming. I've got down here, has Hermione arrived? And I was blooming right. Right, guys. So she's meant to be off skiing. But she says that's not really her thing. She forces her way to talk to Harry. She doesn't give him an out. Which everyone else is saying, oh, Harry's exhausted, we'll give him some space and everything. Hermione's not like that, which I respect her so much. She's like, Harry, I am speaking to you now. She is such a brilliant character. She really is, guys. I love Book Hermione. She's so brilliant. She's got snow on her, which I thought may meant that she'd come straight from skiing, but no, it's actually snowing outside in Grimmauld Place. She had told Ron that skiing is actually really good, just because he's laughing so much, and she, as a Muggle, was quite not a Muggle born, sorry, was quite defensive about it, which I think is adorable. She's told her parents that she's at Hogwarts. Not that great. I don't like that, but she's a rule breaker now, isn't she? So. She used the night bus to get here. There's so many little callbacks in these two chapters, guys. I really like the fact that she took the night bus. I wonder if it was Reg and Thingy You think it would possibly. Dumbledore told her what has happened. I've got to hear really. I'm actually surprised that Dumbledore would do that, but I guess that Dumbledore knows how much Harry confides in her, and so thought it was a good idea to do so. But it does surprise me that Dumbledore filled her in with the details. But yeah, it feels like very un-Dumbledore, especially in this book. Umbridge apparently is furious that they've left. I got down here that I'm delighted about that. But yeah, she is not a happy Umbridge at this point. She leads. This isn't on Christmas Day, is it? No, we're not there yet. Yeah. So she goes to she brings Harry to Ron and Ginny, who have there's some sandwiches to have there because Harry's also not eating, which is another reason why he's like really quite confused. Ron had told Hermione that Harry was hiding, and like Harry like angrily Ron and Ginny had told Hermione that he's hiding, and Harry like angrily looks over to them and says, "They did they? Or they do they? They think that he's hiding." Ron looks down at his fate, which would obviously take quite a while, and Ginny is unabashed. She like says, "You won't look at you won't look at anyone." It's and Harry says, "It's you lot that won't look at me." So there are things that unless it's all in Harry's head, but the Weasleys have been given this impression of that not looking Harry straight in the eye. You'd imagine that isn't the case with Molly, but he's thinking more about of his peers, of course. Hermione says that maybe you're taking it in turns to look and missing each other, sarcastically. I didn't want anyone to talk to him. And Ginny says, "Well, that was a bit stupid of you, seeing as you don't want anyone who has been it's because you don't know anyone who has been possessed by you know who." It's so interesting that she's still saying you know who, but it makes sense. She's a little bit younger, and I can't tell. And you don't know anyone else that has been possessed by you know who, and I can tell you hope and tell you how it feels. Sorry guys, my notes got a little bit crazy here. Clearly, it's a great point. Again, I'd completely forgotten about that whole thing, and it's awesome that Jean's calling Harry out, and it's almost like she's actually quite annoyed about the fact that Harry didn't think about that. So I appreciate that. I know I'm so cool to see this side of Ginny. And Harry says, "I forgot," and Ginny says, "Lucky you." Oh, it's good stuff. Harry apologizes to Ginny. Once in a blue moon, guys, we get an apology from Harry. I respect it though. I respect Ginny here so much as well. Ginny says, "You can remember." Oh, ask if he could remember everything, or if there are missing parts in his memory. And Harry says, "No, there aren't many missing parts," which means that he wasn't possessed. Ginny says how she'd lose time. She'd like appear in places and not know how she got there and stuff. And so it feels very different from what Harry's actually going through. One day you will. Oh, it's and Hermione, and so Harry says that maybe he unknowingly was apparating to the Ministry, turned into the snake, and then attacked Harry and Arthur, and then apparated back or disapparated, whichever it is. And it says, "Harry, one day you will read Hogwarts of history, and it will remind you that you can't apparate and disapparate out of Hogwarts." So it couldn't be him. And this is the line, guys. This is the line where Harry thinks to himself, "That is not just comforting; it makes sense," which I really like, because that counters all the irrational stuff that he was piling on at the start of this chapter. Such a great line, and so it's just like an instant relief, and he instantly has a sandwich, which is wonderful. Sirius can be heard singing "God rest ye merry hippogriffs," which is awful. Sort of terrible. Absolute delight. He's he's absolutely delighted at so many people being in the house for Christmas. Oh, pardon me. He's working hard to make Christmas even better than it would have been at Hogwarts. There's a massive tree with real life fairies on. The house elf heads have little Christmas hats on. Seems a bit sick, but yeah, it seems a little, not sick. It seems a bit morbid, I guess, but yeah, I'm not sure what I think about that. Seriously, half an hour. Okay, so we took an hour and a half in the first chapter, don't we? Roughly, we're doing all right. It seems like a huge chunk of this, of my notes, was Phineas's rant at Harry. And it's 1:30. Spoilers. Should we say times in videos? Doesn't matter, does it? It's 1:30 when I'm recording this, guys. So it's getting close to her second W. So Christmas Day. The presents are in the bedroom, which seems so odd. Now, in the movie, it's across the kitchen table, which is better. It's so odd to have the presents in the bedroom. I guess that is quite common when it comes to stockings. I guess I never had a Christmas stocking, guys. But stockings are generally for like for oranges and sweets and chocolates and that sort of stuff, isn't it? Like little things. Whereas traditionally in the UK, at least, presents are underneath the tree. Now, that's the case in American shows as well. Now I think about it. But yeah, it seems a bit shame that they're all opening their presents separately, you know. Yeah, anyway. So Harry got Ron a broom compass, which doesn't actually explain what that is, but I guess it's a compass to go on your broom, I guess. Hermione got them both homework planners, which is so flippin' Hermione. But you know what? It's what they need at the moment. You know, it really is. Although I know they have both, like, well, particularly Harry has changed their ways with this throughout this book. When you open the page, it says, "Do it today or later, you'll pay." Black and Lupin got Harry a book called Practical Defensive Magic. To keep the title short. Hagrid got him a wallet with thangs, which is presumably meant to be a security thing, but he can't put money in or out without losing his finger, it says. Tonks gave him a model of a firebolt, very cool, which actually floats around. I'm guessing that's what we see in the movie, but it's got like a little Father Christmas floating around on it as well. That is a cool present, although it does make Harry feel a bit sad about not having his firebolt. I guess she got him it before realising that he didn't have the firebolt anymore, maybe. Or maybe it's a reminder, maybe. I presume he'll get that back eventually. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. The fact that he's off the team blows my mind. It really does. Ron gave him every flavour of beans. Very predictable, I guess you could say. Molly gave all the Weasleys and Harry the jumper as always. It doesn't say if she got Hermione anything, but then again, they haven't had the best history, have they? Hermione looked down at her small leg. Dobby had done a painting. I've got down here what of, but it explains in a moment what it is. It doesn't say if it's moving or not. I presume it's not because it's such a bad effort, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. Percy had sent back his jumper without a note, hadn't asked about Arthur. I gotta say here, guys, Percy is being cruel here. He is being cruel. I'm just gonna leave it like that, guys, because I know that sometimes people don't like it where I give my natural thoughts on opinion. I admit in the videos that I am biased. Everyone in the world is biased about everything, guys, and if you think you're not, you're lying to yourself. So I will leave it at that. It is cruel that Percy sent it back without a note and hasn't even asked about Arthur. Moving on. Harry got Hermione the new theory of numerology. Doesn't even explain what it is. I guess I could look it up, but I haven't. I don't know how Harry knew that that's what she wanted, but maybe she's been on about it. Maybe that's it. Ron got her perfume, which is obviously a little bit more of a romantic gift, but Hermione says how it's very unusual. So it obviously isn't very nice. Should have said fascinating. Hermione's got Creature a present, a patchwork quilt, which I know that a lot of you guys criticise Hermione's approach to house elves a lot. What's your take on this part? Because I don't see a problem in it. It could be misguided, but it's certainly from a place of wanting to improve things. I don't know, guys. I see no problem with it. We find out that Creature most probably sleeps in the cupboard which has the boiler in. Got down here, I didn't know that house elves needed sleep, guys. Obviously with Winky, like I said earlier on, with the butterbeer and everything, but I don't think house elves needing sleep has come up before. I don't think it has. It may have done, actually. Let me know in the comments. They go to, as the group go to the cupboard. They find like Creature isn't in, and so they pop in and see like a nest of rags and blankets. Stale bread and mouldy cheese is presumably what he eats, which is interesting that it would be that, because is that meant to suggest that it's leftovers? Or that maybe he actually prefers that type of thing, or maybe he eats it because that's what he feels like house elves deserve to eat. Why it is specifically stale bread and mouldy cheese, I have absolutely no idea. Especially as they can magic up food. Or maybe, like I say, maybe it's what he feels like he deserves. Receives items from Black. Don't know what. Oh, he's retrieved items that Black has thought he'd thrown out. So obviously he's trying to keep the memory alive and everything. What a fascinating character Creature is. I say that a lot, guys, but he really is. There's a picture. I don't know if it says it's a painting or a photo, but it's in black and white, and I don't understand why it's in black and white. Because if it's a painting, there's no reason for it to be black and white. If it's a photo, oh, the Daily Prophet photographs are in black and white, so maybe it could be from a newspaper cutting. Oh, maybe that's it. I don't understand why the photographs black and white. Because surely, when magical photos were created, they didn't have to go through black and white first, right? Right? Or maybe not. I don't know. It's one of those things which I think way too much about. But if it's newspaper cutting, then it would make sense why it's black and white, because the Daily Prophet pictures are generally in black and white, aren't they? In the movies. Bellatrix is in one of the picture. It's positioned in a way that it appears to be a Creature's favourite, which is very interesting. I don't know if there's going to be any reuniting between those two in the books, but Creature has gone missing at this point. I should point out. It's possible that he's left the house. Sirius Black says he's probably just upstairs, like sulking or something like that. And Harry says, well, no, you said leave. He may have actually taken that as actually leave the house. And Sirius says that house elves can't leave their houses. Now that clearly isn't true. I don't understand why Sirius would say that, because that's so clearly not true. Maybe it's because Creature is the only one that he's met. It's very possible that's the case. He wouldn't have crossed paths with Dobby at any point at this point, would he? So yeah, strange that he would say that, but it could be because he has limited knowledge of house elves. In the movie, it's so interesting that it says how Creature was actually really nasty to Sirius when he was a child. Again, giving that emotional side to Sirius that we just don't get in the book, but I respect the movie for making that choice, I must admit. This clearly isn't true. Maybe he crawled in. Oh yeah, that's right. So Sirius then says maybe he crawled into the cupboard and died. I should say Fred and George are also in the kitchen at this point as well, or wherever this discussion's happening. He says that he mustn't get his hopes up, though. And I got down here, that's just cruel. It's maybe he's giving as good as he gets from Creature, but he must know that Creature must feel very, very alone. I don't know, but they've had a hard history, and also Sirius. There's a lot of on the nose things as jokes anyway. But I did feel like that was a bit cruel. It's so interesting that Fred, George, and Ron immediately start laughing at this, but Hermione clearly not seeing the funny side of it. The fact that Fred, George, and Ron, the ones who've been saying, "Hey, Hermione, you don't understand house elves," are talking about. Are laughing at the idea of a house elf dying. That's why I still think that the spew does have a justification in at least educating wizard folk. And I know that's odd, guys, because I know that Hermione's very new to this world and everything, but I feel like there is still a reason for spew to exist, guys, and I feel like it's been written in an ambiguous way. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's meant to be this ridiculous, silly thing that Hermione's doing. But when we have Fred, George, and Ron laughing at a joke about a house elf dying, anyway, albeit Creature, yeah. Anyway, let's move on. Yet again, we don't hear what Harry's opinion is. Whenever house elf stuff comes up, what is wrong with this scarf today? Whenever house elf stuff comes up, guys, this has been all pretty much consistent. I think that we have had Harry get annoyed with Hermione's spew talk, spew. But when it's little things like this, or Fred and George saying what they think about house elves to Hermione, or Ron saying what they say to Harry, and Hermione fighting back at it and saying, "Hey, no, we should be trying to change things and everything." Harry's always sitting on the sidelines, and that's obviously on purpose. Maybe Harry simply doesn't know what's right, what he thinks about the situation. But we never hear Harry's thoughts. We didn't hear him laugh here. We didn't hear him give a disapproving look like Hermione did. We did not learn Harry's opinion at this point, and at this point, it has happened so many times. I feel like it's done on purpose. Let me know what you think about that, guys. I think it's very interesting. I am still in the side of what Hermione is doing is not good, but it is absolutely from a good place, and things should be done from that good place, but they should be done more intelligently and with more knowledge of the Wizarding world and of house elves. But you know, guys, the bread and mold, the stale bread and the moldy cheese, guys, there is a chance that the reason why Creature is doing that is because he thinks that that's what house elves deserve to eat, which is not healthy. Well, literally not healthy, bread and cheese, but also not healthy. Healthy! I just made a joke without reading it. Oh, sorry. Anyway. Oh, I was going to spoil something. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I've got a present for a friend of mine. Dan, you may be watching. And I was going to say what it is. I hope I haven't bigged up too much, by the way, because it's not ideal, but I saw it and thought I needed to get you it. Sorry. Which you probably have got it already by now, but you may not have opened it. Anyway, moving on. So Mundungus has borrowed a car, but everyone is very sus to if he actually borrowed it or stole it. It can fit 10 people, even though it's quite a small vehicle. So it's a bit like a clown car. I guess it's a bit like the Weasley's tent, in fact. The underground is not open on Christmas Day. Oh yeah, I need to look this up. Is the London Underground open on Christmas Day? Yeah, it's not. That blows my mind. But then again, the tube is actually not as reliable as you'd think, guys. In fact, doesn't it shut? What time does it shut? What time does the tube shut in London? Okay, that's better than I thought it was. I feel like it used to be a lot earlier, but it says between midnight and 1 a.m. Which I would say for modern times, that's not ideal. But obviously it needs maintenance. In fact, there are what are they called? Are they called fluffers? That used to be a very different job before a certain drug was involved, guys. Ignore me. But yeah, I feel like they're called fluffers who go down and get all the debris, I guess, or the mess that is built up throughout the day in the tube. So that it does need to shut down. On Friday and Saturday nights, a 24-hour night tube operates on the Central Victoria, Jubilee, Northern and Piccadilly lines. Oh, that's very interesting. Okay, that feels... yeah. See, I thought the last time... I've definitely been in London where we thought, okay, pubs are shutting, now let's get out of Camden or wherever. Camden's awesome, guys. What a lovely place. It just feels so accepted there, no matter who you are. It's a really cool place, guys. Look it up, Camden Market. The last time I was there was a guy wearing a full Beefeaters outfit. Oh no, not Beefeater, because those are the tourist attractions. He was dressed as a royal guard, I guess you'd say. Yeah, Beefeaters aren't... a lot of people think that Beefeaters are the people that wear red. Beefeaters are a very specific thing where they're basically there as tourist attractions. They have no actual proper role going on, you know. If there's any Beefeaters watching this, guys, let me know in the comments and correct me. But I feel like that's right. But yeah, people mistake a lot of people as being Beefeaters when they're actually not. They mistake the yeomen of the guard for being Beefeaters. There we go. But yeah, the tube not being open on Christmas Day actually really surprises me, guys. But it makes sense, I guess. But getting around London, because I know that a lot of people have multiple Christmas dinners to have on Christmas Day, which I don't, guys. I've never had that, but and have to like they visit family and everything. Not having the tube in London must make that very difficult. Yeah. Anyway, it surprises me. But yeah, like I said, last time I feel like I was out late in London and the pubs are shutting at like around 11. We think, okay, go to the tube, and then find out the tubes have already shut. You know, so yeah, I feel like that may have been gotten later over the decades. Anyway. So yeah, it fits 10 people. So they're all going in there. Mungo's has been decorated. There's someone with a satsuma up the nose. Fun fact, guys, I only recently found out that nectarine is not a type of orange. I've always assumed it was a type of orange. Doesn't even look like an orange. I obviously just hadn't seen nectarine. I just assumed that it was a type of orange. Until last week, in fact. Arthur asks if they have seen the healer Smithick. Doesn't give a reason why, but Molly is immediately sus about this. Harry got Arthur fuse wire and screwdrivers, which when I first heard, I thought Harry could have done a bit better than that. But screwdrivers, actually, no, fuse wires, I don't understand. But screwdrivers would actually be a very fascinating thing for Arthur to have. Yeah, I can see it. And the fact that there's no electronics in it would also be very interesting, because obviously he knows a lot about machinery. Well, he doesn't know a lot about machinery, but he has different machinery. But for screwdrivers to be so different, I feel like that was actually a really good present. Baby, are you going to be okay? We've still got a bit to go, but I've actually gotten through these notes at a pretty good lick. You going to lay down? Oh, it's so pretty, Woozle. You've got such pretty eyes. What are you doing? Hello, Woozy. Such a pretty girl. I love you, baby. Oh, you're loving my life. I need to get through these notes, though, so you can stare at the back of my head. Nectarines. Yes, I've covered that. Trying to keep these notes short. Molly calls out the fact that Arthur has had his bandage changed, which at this point I'm thinking, okay, what's wrong with that? We find out what's wrong with it. It just blows my mind. Augustus Pye he has interest in complementary medicine. It's a very strange term, and has given Arthur stitches. It's like, Lupin needs to go and have a word with the other werewolf, which I love. We don't hear about if it goes well or not, but I presume it'll probably go well. I love that. I love Lupin. I love Lupin, guys. Lupin the Third. Ignore me. Molly says to Arthur, "You've been messing about with Muggle remedies," which must actually be quite scary for a wedge. I can't remember if Arthur says, "Do you know what stitches are?" And she says, "Oh, it's probably sewing skin back together," with almost like a sarcastic laugh, and says that even you wouldn't be that stupid. Oh God, I love him. It's nice to have this funny scene just before what's about to happen, guys. Well, we got a lot of what's about to happen. The end of this chapter is wild. Harry, Hermione, Ginny, and Ron leave. Fred and George and Bill have already left to get some tea. But they also don't want to hear the rant that Molly is about to put on Arthur. But in the distance, they hear, "What do you mean that's the general idea of it?" from Molly, as in sewing skin back together. Ron is told by a medieval painting that he has a bad case of splattergroit. I got down here, does he mean freckles? And I was blooming right, guys. I was actually quite impressed with that. And as well as numerous things, he needs to stand naked. I've written necked for some reason. Stand naked in the full moon in a barrel of eel's eyes. He has to like tie a toe to his neck or something like that as well. So as Ron's like trying to at least tend to shut up and get away with it, and everyone else is trying not to laugh. They go up the stairs, and Harry is immediately shocked by a blonde person that is looking through a window in front of them. I love how long this stretches it out, guys. It's just like Harry sees them and can't believe it. Ron sees it and like completely shocked. Hermione sees them and doesn't know what to say. It really stretches out for so long. It turns out it's bloomin' Lockhart. Bloomin' Lockhart, guys. Now, a long time ago, I was given a light spoiler. Back in the chamber reaction, even back then, because I didn't know if he was going to be coming back in the next movie. But back in my chamber reaction, movie reaction, people did say Lockhart is I think they say he's referenced in the future. I don't think he'd actually be in it. So this blows my blooming mind, guys. He's wearing a dressing gown, not a straitjacket like on that special edition post-credits scene, which I still don't get. I don't get, one, why he's got a book called Who Am I, whatever it's called, and why he's in a straitjacket. It seems very cruel. Anyway. But, you know, it's just a visual joke and everything anyway. He immediately asks if, well, not even asks. He basically says, "Oh, you're here for my autograph, are you?" So it seems that you know, he hasn't completely changed. Oh, I'm not deleting my notes again. Sorry. Here we go. Ron asks him how he is, sounding a bit guilty, which actually really surprised. That feels very un-Ron. But apparently he does say it in a way where he feels responsible for what happened, even though it happened because of what Lockhart was trying to do to them. So it's very interesting that Ron would feel a little bit of guilt here. It may have been something that he's felt before, in fact. You never know. But I do appreciate it. I'm just surprised by Ron being that way. Weirdly, they're all calling him Professor. That seems quite bizarre as well, and he doesn't remember that he's a professor. He actually says to Harry, "Haven't we met?" Now, I think that's probably because Harry is often in the Prophet, rather than him having any recollection of Hogwarts. It may have been. I don't think it is, though. But Harry obviously being quite a significant thing in Lockhart's memory, it could be. But yeah, I put that down to him being in the Prophet a lot. I've got on here that presumably part of his treatment would be to be telling him who he is. Because he doesn't remember he's a teacher when he says, "Are you a professor at Hogwarts?" And he said, "Well, really? I must have taught you everything I know." But he clearly has no recollection of that. The healer thinks that they're actually... the healer comes out, who clearly... I think the idea is that she fancies Lockhart, quite frankly. As everyone does. She presumes that they are actually there to visit him. I'm not exactly sure why, but I guess it's because they are there talking to him. She says how he has started to give out autographs, so it seems like there may be some sort of connection that is coming back to him. So he is gradually getting potentially better, because he's in the permanent spell damage ward, which is such a sad idea, guys. The thing is, we hear about wacky things that are in there, but then we find out the less wacky things that are in there. But they're all tragic, obviously. Even Lockhart's is very sad. It is, guys. I don't like seeing him like this. I know what he was trying to do to them, but still, it's sad. I know this could have been Harry and Ron. They could have been stuck there for the rest of their lives. In fact, Lockhart's victims, some of Lockhart's victims, probably in the ward as well, potentially. So yeah, we find out that he gets lost. He'll like wander off and then not remember how to get back. So it seems like the losing memory thing is a what's the term? A recurring thing. It's like it's ever constantly happening. And so if you were to say you were a professor at Hogwarts, it's very possible, but that by the end of the conversation he would already forgotten it. But it's very interesting that he is starting to get a bit of his personality back, which is a good sign. But yeah, it's potential. That's why getting him information actually wouldn't be helping in the way that I assumed that it would be before. The group actually do agree to visit him because it's such an awkward situation and think, okay, and maybe it's part of Ron's guilt as well, but they do finally agree to go over and to take the autographs off him. Ginny's asked to put them into envelopes and stuff because he's like he's doing like a dozen of them at least. The ward is for permanent magic damage. Boyd is who has a non-speaking spell on him, has started to speak, just not in a language which the healers understand. Boyd is certainly a name that's come up before, isn't it? I think it is. Oh, you're cleaning yourself. I was wondering what that noise was. Lockhart has many pictures of himself, so there is still that aspect of personality in him, and maybe that is coming back as well. You are so adorable, Woozle. You really are such a pretty girl. I'm so lucky to get you, baby. Thank you, monkey trees. Thank you, monkey trees. We're nearly done, Woozy. I know it is actually that time now as well. He's still getting fan mail, which is very interesting. It says how there's a mumbling wizard opposite, which I presume is possibly Boyd. Yeah, he says that he's still getting fan mail, and he says, "But I just wish that I knew why." Which is so sad, guys. It's actually sad, guys. Maybe because Harry says that he doesn't have that feeling guilty thing at all because of what Gilderoy is about to do. It is sad seeing Gilderoy in the state. I feel like it actually is, guys. Better him than Harry and Ron, obviously, but it is sad. But he would have put people through this exact same thing. Many people. So, yeah. I'm sure it'll be discussed in the book club. Which has is covered in fur. Whose head is covered in fur. And we hear a healer saying, "Oh, you're leaving already, Mrs. Longbottom." It's like, whoa, okay, just out of flipping nowhere. I got down here. Is this Neville and the grandmother? And it bloomin' is, guys. It's because at first I thought, okay, so the long buttons are here. Maybe the Neville's mother was trying to walk out or something, maybe, which must happen a lot in these sort of places, guys, unfortunately. Oh god, it happened when my dad was in his last week, where he like tried to leave the hospital. Anyway, moving on. Sorry, Harry tried to. We're nearly done, Bobo. We actually are. Harry, upon seeing Neville and presumably the grandmother, it describes what she's wearing, and it's obviously what Snape was wearing in Azkaban, or the Boggart, I should say. Harry tries to distract the others so they won't see Neville and like question what's going on. But obviously Ron overheard the voice say it as well and looked up at the same time as Harry and calls over to Neville. So the grandmother and Neville, who clearly just does not want to talk or even look at them. In fact, he's just looking at the ceiling, I think. I don't know if that's an attempt to try not to cry, possibly. Weasel, up he come. Weasel, up. Weasel, up. Thank you, baby. We're nearly done. We really are. We're last paragraph. Goes over and like instantly says, "Oh, you must be Harry Potter." And I think that makes sense that he recognises Harry Potter. And she then says, "Oh, you must be Weasley's," going on the red hair, I presume as well. But then she also recognises Hermione, and that is like, "Oh, hang on, no, she doesn't recognise. Sorry, she says that. Oh, you must be Hermione." It's like, oh, and Hermione's taken back, and I was taken back. I was like, oh, okay, why would she recognise Hermione? Maybe from the Prophet, maybe during Goblet of Fire, maybe. But no, I then remembered that Neville asked her to the ball, and so it's very possible that Neville has been actually talking quite a lot about Hermione, which is so cool to note that there's that aspect of him. Does Neville get? I'm not looking it up. No, I was going to look up if Neville gets with anyone in the future, but that might be covered in the book, obviously. Because in the last movie, I feel like it's Luna and him like exchange a little look, don't they? I think. But then Luna apparently marries into. I don't know if she marries into the family name, but she marries into the Scamander family, doesn't she? You guys told me long ago. Again, during the Azkaban video reaction. Oh, Azkaban, sorry. Deathly Hallows. We're nearly done, Monkey. And I want to give a good 3 hours to the book club at least, because like I say, there are a lot of comments. I'd say almost double as many as there have been recently, so it's wonderful to see so much interaction. So yeah, that was really cool. That I thought, oh yeah, didn't he ask Hermione to the ball? And so recently, guys, I don't know what your opinions on AI chats are. But I have tried them a couple of times recently. This one was more for convenience because I didn't want to know any spoilers. And the good thing with it, I've only used it a couple of times, but when it comes to using AI chats, you can say without any spoilers, did this happen? And so I decided to give that a go. And it answered back, no, Neville did not ask her to the ball. And then in the second sentence it says he did ask her, but she'd already agreed to go with Crumb. So just giving two complete different answers. Amazing. And also, the first time I ever used an AI chat was to try and find out why my car boot was leaking, guys. This happened like a few weeks ago. For like the last couple of months, I've been trying to work out why the boot in my car has been filling with water, rainwater. And I couldn't find anything online about my specific model of Mini, because it's a soft topped convertible canvas roof, and for some reason I couldn't find any videos, because Minis are very popular, but any videos specifically showing soft tops having this issue. And so I said to try and save money, because I didn't want to send off to a garage and pay like 400 quid just for them to find out what the problem is. I've replaced the trim on the back of it, which looks really nice, but it did not fix the problem, unfortunately. So I begrudgingly decided to use the chat and let's say, okay, I'm having this problem. This is my car model number. What's the most likely problem here? And the chat said it's absolutely, most definitely the fact that your rear drainage tube is clogged, and because of that, the water's backing up and filling into the boot. This is a very common thing with the R57, which is the model of car that I had. And so for weeks, and I mean for weeks, guys, I've been saying to it, okay, where is the tube? Here's a photograph. Can you see it in this photograph? Can you point it out? And it says, yes, I can see it in the photograph. And then I said, okay, well, can you show me where on the photograph it is? It analysed the photograph and then produced a new image with other photograph. Exactly the same image, but with a drainage tube put into the image. Completely useless. Sorry, Weasley. Sorry. Oh, no, you're fine. I thought that maybe me raising my voice would upset a bit then. And so instead, eventually, like I said, okay, let's stop asking me to create images. Take some photographs, and I will tell you in what direction to move the camera to find exactly where the drainage tube is. So for a fortnight, literally, I was going around taking photographs, uploading to the chat saying, where is it from here? Up, down, left, right. And it says, okay, move it here, move it here, move it here. It started to contradict itself so much, that I got very suspicious. So I went to another AI chat and said, hey, this AI chat is telling me that it could be this. Are there any reasons why it may not be, why it may be giving me false information or the location of where the drainage tube is in the R37? And guess what? I want to preface this again. For weeks, I have been doing this with this chat. The other AI chat says, it's because the A37 doesn't have a rear drainage tube. Now, I thought, okay, this is another AI chat, so maybe that one's got it wrong. And so I went back to the original AI chat and said, okay, the other chat's telling me that what I'm looking for doesn't exist. Why could that be wrong? Basically pitting them against each other at this point. And says, no, absolutely, the R37 does have it. If it didn't have it, the boot would always be flooding. And so it wouldn't make physical sense for it to not have a rear drainage tube. It absolutely does. It was confirming that it does. And it turned into an argument. It turned into an actual argument. I should say, was it this chat or another one? At one point, a chat told me that I should go to sleep. It genuinely told me I should go to sleep because it may have been this chat, in fact, because it was getting so back and forth and like this argument, and it had turned into an argument. And I eventually called out and says, "Okay, when I open you, you say that it's not always 100% accurate what you say, and yet you are telling me that my car definitely has something which we have not been able to find for weeks." And it held its hands up and said, you know what, you're right. It's because the R56, which is a sunroof but hard-roofed car, is often muddled up with the R57. And that the R57 doesn't have a rear drainage tube. You ever get the feeling when you genuinely don't know whether to laugh or cry? And you know what's even better? You know what's even better, guys? I worked out why the boot was leaking. Because I wasn't shutting the door fully. I have a tool downstairs to clean out a tube. I ordered it specifically on this AI chat's recommendation to clean out a tube that doesn't exist. Sorry, Woozy. Sorry, Woozy. So, are you okay? Oh, she's wagging her tail. It's okay. Up you go. Although wagging tail doesn't mean happy. It means excited. Up. It's very important to know that, guys. Sorry, Monkey. You probably need a wee, don't you? We're very nearly through. But I wanted to explain that story in full, guys, and give it the time it needed. Because, my goodness, my life has been dedicated to finding a tube that does not exist. That cleaning thing cost me over 10 quid. I have a tool for something that doesn't exist. moving on. I got down here. It's awesome meeting the grandmother. We don't know her name, but she's great as well. She's really good. It's clear that Neville can't cope with what's happened. And she is being exactly as she needs to be. Now, she does call him out about not telling... saying that it's nothing to be ashamed of what happened to her parents. But she is so... Okay, this is what we're doing. We're going to visit them. And it must be heartbreaking for her, because one of her children, this is affected to her. But she's being so pragmatic about it. And so straightforward. And I say, no, there's not nothing to be embarrassed about. And Neville isn't embarrassed. He's just... he's scared of being bullied about it. That's how I read it. So there is this disconnect about what she thinks Neville's reasoning is for not telling anyone. But I love her. I think she's brilliant. Phineas and the grandmother, guys, absolutely brilliant characters. Harry wants to stomp on Ron's foot because he's like saying, "Oh yeah, so who are you here to see?" And like, no, read the room, Ron. It's awkward. It's awful. When I was going through the audiobook, I was saying to myself, just shut up, Ron. Just don't. Just read the room. Just work out. I was actually saying to Harry as well. Harry, just say, don't say anything, Ron. Literally just there. Like say, or just say to Ron, leave it, Ron. Like that. But obviously, Harry can't. Harry's desperately trying to work out a way to stop what is happening, but he just can't think of anything. Like I say, he wants to stomp on Ron's foot, but because he's wearing jeans, it'd be less hard to do it stealthily and everything. Obviously, stomping on Ron's foot, I don't know if, it's like, I don't know if it'd make a dent, quite frankly. And Ron asks if it's their dad that they're visiting. I guess presume because he's visiting his dad, maybe that's where his mind went. And the grandmother is surprised that they don't know why Neville would be here, and she does chastise him a little bit. But I kind of respect her for it, because you've got to think about how much she has lost as well. Your child is going through this for the rest of their life now, and she's being so pragmatic and okay, yep, this is it. Oh, you give them the information, be proud of it, because of what they did, what they sacrificed, and all this sort of stuff. I respect it, because you know that deep down there is a part of her which is not feeling like that. So I respect her for doing it, for being like that for Neville. I'm getting emotional, and we haven't got to the line yet. We are right near the end, Weasley. I got down here. At this point, I'm telling Harry, just tell him to mind his own business. Just tell Ron to mind his own business. Just there and then, and like say, oh, by the way, did you watch the chutney? They're not called chutney. Whatever oh god, guys, I'm sorry. Did you see the Quidditch game on the weekend? Or just say anything, or say, did you have a nice Christmas? Have you had your Christmas? Did you get anything interesting for Christmas? Change the subject. But again, Harry, who's really had a rough couple of days, or few days, no, it's been a few days at this point, hasn't it? Is desperately trying to think of something to do or to say. So I'm not blaming him, but I wanted him to say it. The grandmother tells them, she straight up says it, guys. She says that they were tortured into insanity. So, matter of fact, on the nose, no pulling punches. It's what happened to her child. And their what's the term? What's the universal term? Spouse. There you go. I love the fact she just says it. And it's not great for Neville, because Neville then looks, who's just been looking up at the ceiling, he then looks to the group with an expression of, okay, now make fun of me. I'm an absolute mess, Weasel. I was going to say I'm going to be walking around with bags under my eyes on your W, but I do that anyway. Yeah, I've got down here two great characters, Phineas and the grandmother, guys. I love them both. And I don't know if this is going to be the only grandmother scene. I'd love to have more of her in this, because quite frankly, I respect her so much. I really do. it's not great how she says to Neville about it's nothing to be ashamed of, but I do appreciate her approach, you know, because Neville needs that. I do feel like Neville needs that. A white-haired lady slowly approaches them with a very far-away look in her eye, wide-eyed, and places a I'm gonna frickin' ball here, Woozle. Places a bubblegum wrapper into Neville's hand, and Neville says thanks, Mum. This bit when listen to, I wasn't like this, but listen to the audiobook, tears in the eyes immediately, guys. But describing it is a lot harder. The grandmother tells when the mother has left again. The grandmother, oh jeez Louise, the grandmother tells Neville to put it in the bin. But Harry's pretty sure that he saw him pocket it. So after leaving them, the group is, I shouldn't use this term because my mum never liked me using this term, but shell-shocked about what had happened. I think I brought up why in the previous book review. But yeah, they're just like completely taken aback, and Hermione says, I never knew, and Ron says, I never knew, and Ginny says that she never knew, and then they look to Harry, and he says, I did, Dumbledore told me, told me about them, and to never tell anyone. And that it should be Neville's choice to tell people, which again is the better. My only criticism of the grandmother is that it should be Neville's choice who he tells. But she wants him to be proud of what they did, and he should be proud of what he did. Oh god, guys, I didn't expect to be like this in this video. Gordon Bennett. Oh, the thank you, man, that ripped my heart out of my chest. It really did. Well, it'll be interesting to see how the group treat and speak about Neville going forward, guys. And in the weirdest sense, you'd hope that it would be exactly the same as before. But at the same time, I'm hoping that it's going to be different. Who would have thought that we'd end a chapter that had Christmas Day in it, God rest ye Merry Gryffindor, Gilderoy coming back, Molly giving Arthur about getting stitches, and then right at the end we had this little saying. Oh, I'm so glad we had it though. I love the grandmother, guys. I'm interested to hear your take on her, because I know that some of what she says isn't right, but at the same time I do feel like it's the person that Neville needs a rock, and she is being the rock, despite the fact that Bellatrix did that to one of her children. To her child, I should say. I don't think we know what side. I'm going to look it up now. Which I'm just using AI chat after just saying how useless it is. Oh, actually, it may not be AI chat. I'm just typing it into Google. Which side of the family is Neville Longbottom's grandmother? I'm pretty sure we haven't had that confirmed. His father's mother. Okay. Oh dear. Should we read your thoughts? Let's get over to your thoughts in the book club, guys. Hopefully I will have composed myself for them. That was close to an hour and a half as well, so we got 3 hours to do book club. We have a lot of comments to get through, guys, like a lot. It's the most commented on book club for a while. So thank you so much for it. So let's find out what you've said. And sorry about not using the side panel, Jonas. I only just noticed now. We didn't use either of them. Okay, this is really unfortunate, guys. So I'm going to leave it on like this for the book review. Sorry about that, Jonas. It's not the first time either. What I could do is overlay it in the edit, but that would extend the export time massively. So instead, we're going to have them visible during the book club. I'm so sorry about that, Jonas. Let's get over to your thoughts in the comments. in the book club. Sorry guys, I'm a mess after that last bit. I just ordered a water flosser, which is something which I only found out about very recently, guys. Very interesting. So hopefully that'll be exciting. So, guys, here is the book club. There are a lot of comments, so we need to get basically right into it today. Most of you did keep your comments short, but yeah, then there are others. But yeah, there we go. All I can do is ask. And so, guys, this is where you get to have your parts of have your say in the chapters, your opinions, your thoughts, your questions, and everything like that. And we're starting off with me here today. So, pardon me. What's up with Dumbledore's silver instrument? The green smoke forms a serpent head, and when he says naturally, but in essence divided, it splits into two snakes. Any theories of what this means? On reread, it's one of the coolest moments in the series. I presume, because I've watched the movies, I presume it's to do with the Horcruxes, basically, and essentially. Harry being a part of Voldemort and Voldemort being a part of Harry, you know, but we shall see. If I didn't know anything like that, then I would be completely and utterly baffled, but what a great teaser if that is what it is, or maybe it is something else. Fred and George wanting to see Arthur right after his heartbreaking, but I'm so proud of Sirius for holding his ground, especially out of Fred's easy for you to say being stuck here line, which clearly hit a nerve. Yeah, and you're right. It's out of character for Sirius. You know, Sirius under normal circumstances would be the first person to say, "No, we need to go and see it." You know, and so that's really good. At the same time, I fully understand Fred's frustration. Isn't strong enough a word, but you know, stress, I guess it would be. But so yeah, it was a great confrontation between characters who I never thought would have confrontation. I feel awful for Harry, but he believes he's been possessed by Voldemort. I love that Ginny reassures him. Her experience in Chamber of Secrets is finally brought up meaningfully. Ginny's had strong moments, but this where you truly see how important she is to the story, far beyond the Nothing Burger movie version. Yeah, it's true. And Ginny's trauma and everything that she would have had and everything has been an art for in the book as well. But that's natural because Harry's not particularly interested in her at this point. You know, he isn't particularly. He's not as close as he is with Hermione and Ron. And so, yeah, it was really nice to have that brought back, and you know, and it made me go, "Oh yeah, of course, Ginny." I had actually thought about that. It's devastating. Alice doesn't recognise Neville or understand that the gum wrap isn't a proper gift. Oh, interesting. I think that the way that the grandmother says her name is like. At least, like a lot longer, isn't it? I don't think she just said Alice, did she? Maybe she did. Maybe she did. I could be wrong, but I didn't actually write down her name, so it's very good to know that know her as Alice. Yet Neville appreciates it because it's his only connection to his parents. Well, I think it's possible that Alice does recognise Neville to an extent because she's been giving Neville countless raps according to the grandmother, and so it is possible that she does recognise a maternal aspect to it to an extent, or maybe I'm reading too much into that, but it's still blooming heartbreaking. Neville isn't ashamed of them. He just doesn't want to share this part of his life. Understandably, yeah, I'm pretty sure that Dumbledore said that it's his choice when and to whom he shares it. Whereas the grandmother basically, through her grief, is wearing it like a badge of honor. So, which is so interesting seeing the two sides of it. Seriously, what they sacrificed, I should say. Harry, Ron, and Hermione being forced to witness this by accident makes it even more powerful. This amazing scene shows the last lasting damage caused by the Death Eaters, and would have done wonders for Neville's character in the films. I'm pretty... Is there not? Am I... So obviously it doesn't end in the same way, but you know that we have the scene with Cho and Harry in the movie. Isn't there also one between Neville and Harry? Or am I... No, they don't end up kissing. Does that happen? I feel like it happens. So I'll be... if that does... in my head, that absolutely happens. So if that does, I'll hold off judgment until after rewatching that scene. But you're right. I mean, oh god, would it be too upsetting? I mean, there are some upsetting things in the Harry Potter movies up to this point, guys. But someone eternally broken like that would possibly be the most distressing thing that we've had up to this point, right? In the movies, I'm specifically talking about. I think so. I think it's worse than Harry's experience at the end of Goblet. As a viewer, not individually, obviously. Although, obviously, naturally, it was worse for Alice. It would have been great. I'm not surprised it's not there. But, my goodness, I'm glad it was in the book. It's my favourite part of these 2 chapters. And it's right at the end as well. Me here, thank you so much for your comment, as always. Alex. Hi Veggie, loads to say about 22, but I'll skip that for time. I appreciate that, Alex. I've been waiting for chapter 23 to come around since Chamber. I can imagine your joy when Lockhart appeared. Yeah, it's so and the fact that it's like Harry sees this person, Ron sees this person, and it stretches it out, and it just Lockhart. It's crazy. Appears, and the heartbreak when Neville does. Yeah, that came out of nowhere as well. I can't find the words to express how much the Neville interaction breaks my heart. Oh, apps, I'm right there with you. This quote always makes me cry. Neville looks around at the others as though daring them to laugh. Yeah, I said bully, didn't I? But yeah, loud. Oh, by the way, guys, I used the wrong blooming side panels. These are the side panels that Jonas made this time. I apologise, Jonas. I'm messing up royally today. But Harry did not think he'd ever found anything less funny in his life. Well, quite, but yeah, it's what Neville's used to at this point, isn't it? Having every aspect of his life mocked. So yeah, what a brilliantly powerful scene, guys. Seriously, absolutely loved it. Thank you so much for your comment, Alex, and thank you for keeping it short. Badgercat. Greetings, Veggie and Who's who isn't currently here. Chapter 22. Having a sentient painting in your bedroom seems intrusive, but now we have an answer to the snickering frame. There we go. And meets the headmaster of Hogwarts Legacy. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, which is wild. I think it's been done on purpose. I think that painting has been put there so Dumbledore has a direct messenger to Harry. The fact that we hear laughing is absolutely fascinating to me, because does that mean that if he's in a portrait that's at Hogwarts, can he hear what's going on in like Diagon Alley, Grimmauld Place? I have absolutely no idea. I'd imagine not, but the fact is he's not in the painting. And so, yeah, I don't know, but I get the feeling that he has been he is being utilised, and that's why Black hasn't gotten rid of the painting as well. So I think the Black might actually be a part of that surveillance system of Harry as well, to be honest. And you know what? It worked out. It kept Harry there in the most insulting way. But I love that. I love that rant so much. I love the introduction to some Mungos. So much detail. But why is there a portrait of the inventor of entrail expelling curse? Is it a good thing? I have questions. All I can imagine is that it's a good thing, because why, like you say, why else would it be there? And so I feel like there's only one rational answer, and even that seems a bit irrational because it's the word curse in there. But that's the way that I see it. I bet you never thought we'd get an answer to who was behind the gurgling toilets in chapter 10. Absolutely not. Yeah, that was playing the long game, wasn't it? Should have said the police had nothing to go on. Or the auras. Chapter 23. Poor Harry is spiraling, and it's heartbreaking and very realistic. Bless him, so worried he's a danger to everyone, except the Dursleys. Doesn't seem to care if he hurts them. No, he doesn't seem to care if he hurts them. I was gonna say that Voldemort would have no interest in hurting random. I was going to say random them, but random Muggles. But then again, that's kind of his. Well, I don't know if it's particularly his gig, but he certainly doesn't like Muggles. I don't think Harry is thinking, if I hurt them, then it doesn't matter. I think he should. Maybe no. Well, he doesn't think he doesn't. It's not on the page, so I'm going to assume that it's not. But you raise a great point there. Ginny does an awesome job of metaphorically slapping some sense into Harry. Well, I'd say the Phineas is there as well, but yeah, absolutely she does. And it's that's like, is that, am I mad, or is this Ginny's first big character moment? It isn't, is it? No, it isn't. I'm being stupid. Defending Neville, quite frankly, during the Yule Ball shenanigans. No, this feels like the biggest moment for her. Like, for her to ever be basically talking, not talking down, but almost talking smack to someone. Harry in this situation. And it being Harry, the person that she couldn't even be in the same room with 3 books ago. A Ginny book would be fascinating. Wouldn't it, though? Particularly Chamber. I mean, a series following Ginny's. I still want Hermione's. I think the Hermione's would be so fascinating. For some reason, not so much Ron. I think it would be interesting, but Hermione's particularly would be absolutely fascinating, I think. But Ginny's would be great as well, particularly Chamber, obviously. But yeah, I really appreciate this line. The whole Neville scene is so sad. That is absolutely true. Thank you so much for all the work you do for us. Oh, Badger, you're more than welcome. Thank you so much for being a part of it as well. Slytherin Apollo. Hey, Woozle. Amazing. The portraits being able to see. Why have I commented there? Oh yeah, I've said here to make sure that the comments are shorter just to time. I actually forgot that I'd even done that. Got 8 likes though. The portraits being able to see what's going on in other places if they have the same person's portrait is so useful. It really is, and I'm not sure how much it's widely known. Maybe that they can move between portraits, sure, but the fact that it can be used in this way that Dumbledore is using it, I feel like has to be something that hasn't been done that much before. Because if not, there wouldn't be any portraits in the Ministry. There just wouldn't. Filius Nigellus Black. I just found out that it's PH. I thought it was F. But recognize the name? You should. It's the headmaster at Hogwarts. I did. I was proud of myself as well. Different personality, though. But then again, yeah, this is obviously after he passed on. So glad Molly and Sirius are getting on better now. Wish it was better circumstances that made them stop fighting, though. Yeah, true, but often it's situations like this that bring people together. Often it's the opposite, and so it's thankful that it happened. Also, really, a bright pink hair will blend in London better than a bowler hat. 90s? if you're in Camden, yes. Actually, no. In Camden, like I was saying earlier on, guys, you can wear anything and you'll blend in. And so maybe if the hospital was in Camden, they'd be laughing. Sure. Now it would be back in the 90s. Probably not. But I was born in the mid-2000s, so not sure if I'm right. Bowler hats were definitely dated by the 90s. I think the bowler hats had their heyday, I want to say 70s. 80s bowler hats? Outside of sitcoms where they had to have someone like look stereotypically British. Bowler hats in the 80s, I feel like were less popular, certainly less popular than the 50s, 60s and 70s. That was absolutely their time. I'm going on TV shows here, guys. Obviously, I don't know. Pink hair. I mean, you know, London has always had a big punk scene. It's kind of what a lot of people think when they think of London. It's like the punky. If you think of a Londoner, in a lot of people's eyes, I think that a lot of people will think of a punk. Bizarrely, you know, despite the fact that the punk was like relatively short-lived. I only recently found out, guys, that "We Will Rock You" by Queen, the song, not the musical, is a response letter to punk. And if you listen to the lyrics, it absolutely is. Mud on your face, big disgrace. Somebody best put you back into your place. It's like a counter to like the aggression of the punk scene. Now, I'm not saying that punk was bad at all, guys. It was very important, obviously, but obviously the Sex Pistols and Queen had a bit of a history. There's this famous. This is me freaking getting through the book club quickly. There's a story where I've heard two different tellings of it, where Sid Vicious, Sid Vicious was the drummer, wasn't he? Sid Vicious walked into the studio where Queen were recording something, and either he said, "What the F are you doing?" and Freddie replied, "We're bringing ballet to the masses, Mr. Ferocious." Or the original story that I heard was Sid Vicious said, "What are you doing, Freddie? Bringing a ballet to the masses," in a sarcastic way. And Freddie says, "Yes, Mr. Ferocious," and said something else. And then there's one version where it ends up with like Sid Vicious just walking off and then getting into a punch up. I'm not exactly sure of it. I've heard like 3 different tellings of this story. But Freddie definitely called him Mr. Ferocious, which is amazing. You gotta love Freddie Mercury, guys, right? I think you do. I think you do. God bless him. Recently discovered a cover of I Can Hear Music that he did before Queen formed. And it's clear that Brian May's playing guitar on it as well. Lead guitar. But it's a beautiful version though. What a gorgeous voice Freddie had, my goodness. But that's not to take anything away from punk, guys. I mean, Sex Pistols is certainly not my favourite when it comes to punk. But they were bloomin' important, obviously. So yeah, I think that a lot of people would associate the 90s London with punk. I actually do. Anyway, moving on. And obviously people still wear bowler hats now. So, moving on. Interesting little discussion. Now, I need to look up exactly what actually happened in that situation. I know that Freddie came off better. but yeah, I've heard several different tellings of that story. But yeah, listen to the lyrics of "We Will Rock You," guys, and it clearly is. I'm trying to think of the other lyrics from it. All I can think is that one line. Buddy, you're a boy. Anyway, moving on. But you can tell it really is. It's like it's basically rock. We will rock you, as in rock music will defeat punk. It's basically what I'm saying. Moving on. And they think these patients will blend into a Muggle London whilst travelling to the hospital, cursed to dance, and a kid with wings? Okay, I missed that one. My goodness, he must have been drinking Red Bull. 90s, probably a bit early for Red Bull. I think it's around that time, actually. I should say, guys, I presume Red Bull has the ad campaign, Red Bull gives you wings everywhere. I can't do energy drinks, guys. I can barely do coffee. Right. Yeah, you're right. And a person with a furry head and everything. And it seems like it's pedestrianised. They had to walk, didn't they? They didn't just drive right to the shop, did they? I don't know. Either way. You make a great point. Harry, I guess with extreme cases, there may be something where you're meant to go to the hospital, say, hey, we've got this person in this vehicle. Can you use the curse of Dumbledore to make them invisible for a bit or something? It is the thing with fantasy and fiction, guys. You can you can come up with answers around it. Anyway, Harry with Voldemort's eyes. That's an image. Oh, absolutely. You don't want to hurt anyone, but run away to the Dursleys. Fair. I wouldn't care if they got hurt either, to be fair. Wow, again, so this is the second comment where people think that Harry's basically thinking worst case scenario, the best case scenario is that I hurt the Dursleys rather than anyone else. I didn't get that, but that's the second one we've already got to say that. Also, I love how angst and emo Harry is at the start of this chapter. Like, you do have friends, you know. Yeah, no, but he feels like he's let them down, though. Why does Creature love Bellatrix so much? Do you think Neville's mum was giving him sweet wrappers because she thinks she's giving him actual sweets? I think that she feels like she's giving him something very important from her. And as maybe as a Christmas present, because obviously it's Christmas Day, but I feel like she isn't computing it on that deeper level. It's sort of like, oh, it's Christmas, they've come to visit, this is the day where I give them something, here is something that I have. That's how I take it. Also, do you realise that owls are just the wisdom version of GCSEs? The 5th year is the same as year 11, and newts are the same as A levels. So that's why some subjects are compulsory to take for owls, but for newts nothing compulsory, and you can drop it out of the 5th year. That makes sense. So sorry it's kind of long. I really tried to cut it down and just had way too much to say. I appreciate that, Slytherin Apollo. Thank you so much for your comment. I'll skip my comment. Natasha. Hi, Veggie and Woos. I've been waiting for this moment for over a year. God bless you. Thank you so much. Back in November 2024, when you were reading book 4 and talked about Neville's parents, you said you wish you would visit some Mungo someday. Oh wow, it specifically said that. Maybe in a spin-off. God, it was so hard to not comment. I appreciate that. And accidentally spoil anything. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That scene has always been one of the most heartbreaking moments in the entire series for me. Oh, absolutely. I'm right there with you. It was like an instant tearjerker for me, that scene. And I appreciate you not commenting things. I'm currently watching Popcorn in Bed react to Game of Thrones, and she's got to a very pivotal part for one of her favourite characters. And I'm very good at not spoiling stuff, but I know that some people are itching to tell her certain things and everything, but yeah. I think she's several episodes ahead on the Patreon anyway, so... It's interesting because I thought that ages ago I saw a reaction where she was with her sister, and I thought that they were discussing how something is similar to Game of Thrones but not, meaning that she'd already seen it. So when she started reacting to Game of Thrones, I was thinking, oh, hang on, is this real? I can guarantee you guys, it's definitely real. Considering who her favourite characters are and what's happened to those characters, if she's acting, she's the greatest actor of all time. Seriously, my goodness. Oh my word. But yeah, I thought I remember her talking about Game of Thrones in an old video. I must be thinking of something else. I must be thinking of something else. Great reaction series though. Unfortunately, she's gotten past the good Game of Thrones. There's still great scenes, but yeah. She's in the period of Game of Thrones in Season 4 and Series 5. And I'm sure it continues, I can't quite remember. Where each episode has to have something that is as horrible as the previous ones. It has to be something incredibly violent or incredibly sexual. And incredibly disturbing, and it feels like it's trying to outdo itself. I think because Season 3 has a very famous disturbing moment. I'm not going to tell you what it's called, just for spoilers, guys. But if you go in without knowing anything, guys, it will blooming shock you, that moment. And it's an incredible moment. But then I feel like the writers thought, okay, we need to have something like that in each episode now. It really feels like that. And it makes the whole thing feel very cartoony. Like characters like Ramsay, and there's another one. There's a there's a Greyjoy character that hasn't come into it yet, who just feels so comic book villain. Whereas Season 1, everyone is brilliant. I mean, sure, Joffrey is a turd, but my goodness, he's a realistic character. I don't think characters like anyway. Sorry, such a tangent. I moan a lot about Game of Thrones, don't I, guys? I apologise. The first season is so good, and it just grabs you by the jaffers, as Alan Partridge would say. Sorry. Romani. Okay, I don't think I've ever seen that before. Romani Stan. I absolutely cherish another detail here. Ron, who never has much money and usually gives Harry something like sweets or an old book, gives Hermione a perfume. It's such a small thing, but it shows that he finally acknowledges her as a girl. Oh, that's very interesting. That I like that a lot. I really do. Yeah, I didn't even pick up on that. That's excellent. And then, the moment Hermione finds out about Ron's father, she immediately changes her plans, leaves her parents, and runs straight to Ron to make sure he and the family are okay, and to be there for him. Yeah, and I think it's there for Harry as well. I think that she's probably heard what Harry's gone through. Hence why she very quickly after arrives there is knocking on Harry's door. And she's brilliant. She acts exactly how Harry needs her in that moment. By the way, where is Creature? I guess we'll find out, guys. I guess we'll find out. But yes, I triple checked. No Russian words in this one. Okay, I don't know what that's reference to, but thank you so much, I appreciate it. Natasha, thank you so much for your comment. I presume that's to do with previous chapters. Samai Woozy from Jake. I tried to keep my comment to bare minimum, sorry in advance. Chapter 22. This is a pivotal chapter for reasons you might not expect. Any guesses? This might be a pivotal chapter for reasons why you may not expect. Any guesses? Well, Ginny stepping up. It could be something to do with Creature going missing. I don't know. I don't know where that's going. I mean, obviously, I know that Bellatrix is likely to be a part of this book in the future, but I don't know. Because obviously Dobby would be duty bound to follow her orders as well, or commands, I should say. Dumbledore again makes a portkey just like that. I wonder how the Ministry expects to regulate them if it's just a spell. Clearly they can't track them, or else they'd have known about the Triwizard Cup being one. excellent point. I mean, absolutely. And that was brought in via the Ministry as well, so definitely. Yeah. Yeah, that is an excellent point. Have to wonder who notified Umbridge, I will say. Does she have her own Weasley clock? Oh, great question. Or something. All the children pointing to out of bed. Well, I presume it's something to do with if people leave in the middle of the night, then she gets notified of their names. That's how I imagine it being. Leave their house common room, I should say. That's how I see it. Although it did say specifically out of bed, actually, didn't it? If she hasn't put spells on people's beds, that'd be weird. Chapter 23. If only Harry could speak to Dumbledore, he could ask him questions instead of stewing in his own thoughts. It's fair, yeah, but there's clearly at this point a reason why Dumbledore is being so distant, though. Saying that, Ginny is amazing again in this chapter. Yet another strong scene of hers, which they omitted from the movies. I'm trying to think if she's even in this movie much. I mean, she's definitely there. Does she go with them to the Ministry at the end? I think she might do. I honestly can't remember. I know that Luna does. I just can't remember if Ginny does. I presume that she probably does. Actually, she does because she's in the cover of this, isn't she? I'm pretty sure. Of this book, I should say. We never hear about Harry's browsing of presents. How does he buy them while stuck in Hogwarts, Grimmauld Place? Does he send Crookshanks to order them, like Sirius did? Oh, I mean, yeah, Crookshanks would be, yeah. Actually, where is Crookshanks? Is Crookshanks at Hogwarts or at? I've absolutely no idea where Crookshanks would be right now. Maybe they're stuck at Grimmauld Place. Before Hermione came back, I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean it's something which would have been nice, but this book is already long enough, so maybe it would have been interesting to hear. I mean, the thing is, it's all owls, isn't it? You can say owls. You do it all. There's like the catalogue. You tell the owl what you want, and then they go and get it. Basically, Amazon before Amazon. Owlism. Amazon. Anyway, we never heard about. Hope you have a wonderful month. Look after yourselves. Thank you so much, Jake. Well, I mean, obviously this is late, but it has been a big old couple of chapters to get through. Thank you so much for your comment. Manikuma. Here's a zoology nitpick. Oh my goodness. Snake fangs can be venomous but not poisonous. Oh, venomous but not poisonous. So poisonous would be something that you ingest. Is that what we're saying? Maybe. Whereas venomous is something that is. That's very interesting. I'm not exactly sure the difference, but we'll move on anyway. There's a mistake in the Jim Dale audiobook. He uses the voice of Mr. Black's portrait for Creature's line, back again, the blood traitor brats. Is it true that their father's dying? Oh, wow, yeah, I mean, that's of Mrs. Black. Oh, Mrs. Black, oh, really? I can see that mistake. I can see that mistake happening. But yeah, it certainly is Creature that says it. I mean, actually, that puts what Sirius Black said into context, doesn't it? Oh, it does, guys. I bet you've already left comments on the video, haven't you? Saying about how what Creature said is worse than what Sirius Black said about Creature later on. It's much worse. Wow. Well, See, that's what happens if I don't make notes properly, guys. That's a great point. Side note, Dale's voice for the homework planner is delightfully obnoxious. Oh, really? I need to give that a listen. That sounds amazing. It's really upsetting how the snake dream has affected Harry, and I do feel for him, but he's also working himself into hysterics, yes, absolutely, by thinking that he literally turned into a snake, especially when Fred and Moody already mentioned Nagani. Fred did? That's interesting. Yeah, but, I mean, this is the thing. He hasn't slept, he's not eating, he's under a lot of stress, and his mind is, like you say, he's getting hysterical. I think Harry's realization that he forgot about Ginny's trauma is supposed to hit the reader just as hard. Oh, it certainly hit me. As we likely forgotten too. Absolutely. Which floor at St. Mungo sounds the most interesting? I don't know if I'd find any of them interesting, to be honest. I guess it would be the spell one, wouldn't it? Spell damage. I think so. I think so. Although none of them are going to be fun places to be, are they? Hospitals rarely are. Madakuma, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciate. John. Hey, Veggie. Been a while since I left a comment in the blog. Well, nice to see you back. It's often hard to share my thoughts that others haven't already explained better, but I do want to share a couple of my thoughts since I really like these chapters, especially chapter 3. Well, you're more than welcome to leave your thoughts, even if they have been said in a different way than others, John. You don't feel like you can't do that. When Harry looks like he's about to attack Dumbledore, do you think that was the snake, or a bit of Harry's own anger, or both? Personally, I think it's purely snake. But now that you say that, that's very interesting. I hadn't thought about that, John, until your comment here. So that's certainly food for thought. I love that it's Ginny who helps assure Harry that he's not possessed, given her explanation with the diary. Also, did you expect Lockhart to show up again? Not show up. Like I said earlier on in the video, John. I don't know if you're one of the people that skips forward to your comments first before listening to the rest, but which is fine. Of course, it's fine. But I think I'd been told that he's referenced in the future. I didn't think he would be appearing in the future, or to even let alone speaking. So yeah, that definitely surprised me. What a nice little treat before an absolutely brutal scene. But an excellent one, right? Alias. Hey, Veggie. Why am I snorting? The new law about what paintings can and can't do is very interesting. I remember you having similar questions about what ghosts can do and where they can go. Absolutely. Also, Phineas Nigellus is not just a name on the Black family tree. He is an actual character. Do you think his personality matches the way he's portrayed in Hogwarts Legacy? As I remember, no. I mean, the thing is, I've barely blown... I need to get back to it, guys. We need to get back to live streaming. It's just difficult, you know. It's like I'm trying to get out as many movie reactions as possible at the moment to help the Patreon and everything. And then the book club, particularly this time, takes up a huge chunk of the month as well. I also have other things like Starkers to get through. Obviously, Avatar: The Last Airbender, getting the Buffy episodes uploaded on here. And it has to be weekends. Streaming during the... And maybe it doesn't need to be weekends, because then you can watch it after the fact. Maybe I should just stream it at whatever time is most convenient for me. But then I got people like saying, "Oh, I wish I could have shown up," and then I feel rubbish for it. We do need to get back to streaming, guys. I was thinking about maybe doing a because I'd imagine that no one here watching this video this deep is part of this fan group. But a game that used to be very popular on my channel I've gone through stages of things that were particularly popular, guys. My first breakthrough was Five Nights at Freddy. Then what was the next thing? There was something else that I was kind of known for a time as well. I can't think what it was. It was something else beforehand, but then there was a game called Yandere Simulator, which for many years was kind of what the channel was known for. There'll be little places, guys, where you'll see, and this is going to sound quite odd, but if you go to my Twitch page, it'll be there in the icon. Before I did a face reveal and everything, which was me basically running towards the camera, which you can still, I think you can still find on the channel. I was best known as a schoolgirl with blonde pigtails. Is it pigtails? It was two ponytails, whatever, and a red nose. And that's because in the Yandere Simulator, that was the outfit that I would always have my character, and also sometimes with a top hat as well. And that's because that was my character design that I always went for in Yandere Simulator. And I've been thinking about maybe just doing a random Yandere Simulator video, just to blow the minds of people who used to watch the channel, and you just go like, hang on, what? Veggie posted a Yandere Simulator video. I thought I might do that. And just do it because I was extremely high energy in those videos as well. And so I know I talk quite quickly in my other videos, guys. But in that, it was a lot of shouting and screaming and stuff, you know. It was a fun game to play on the channel, I must admit, guys. The creator of it has gone through numerous controversies. And to be honest, that's why I stepped away. Not in I don't want to be associated with him sort of thing. But it just was piling up over and over all this stuff, which it felt like he was almost inviting. I remember one time where he posted this huge long vlog about all the controversies and addressing each one by one, and I just thought to myself, this is getting exhausting. Why, numerous ones of those controversies he could have just moved past and just ignored, but he seemed to be I don't know. Anyway, and so it became exhausting, and I feel bad for that, guys, because I actually have Easter eggs in the game. I forgot about that. Oh my goodness, I forgot. I've got several Easter eggs in the game. In fact, I have no idea if they're still there. So that might be what we do in that video. If I go around and see if the Easter eggs are still there. But yeah, like a carrot coming out of the character's mouth was based on my channel, which is very nice. It's like there was like a little plushie which was based on a little carrot character as well. There were loads. My beard was added to it, although that was before my face reveal, so it doesn't really look like my beard. But yeah, like a bunch of Easter eggs are references to me, which is astonishing. So kind. But yeah, I think a lot of gamers stepped away from it when the controversies got more serious and everything. So if I do a one-off oh god, April Fool's Day video, it won't be like me saying I am okay with everything that he has said and done. You know, it would just be like a random what the heck Veggie's just posted a Yandere Simulator video. I might do that. It has some very questionable, very early internet Japanese cliche mechanics in it as well, unfortunately, guys, as well. And so which I always took in a light-hearted way, rather than yeah, I don't even know how to word it. But anyway, I might do that. It'd just be so weird for me to be posting a Yandere Simulator video after all these years. It must be in over 5 years now. It has to have been over 5 years. I might do that. I also have something else in store for April Fool's Day, guys. Something that many people have told me I should absolutely not do. I'm actually really looking forward to it. I really am. Yeah, there might be a movie reaction coming up saying that no one wants. I can't wait. I actually cannot wait though. Yes, that's actually my next movie reaction, probably, guys. I'm gonna lose all my blooming patrons at this rate, aren't I? I really am. But yeah, I feel like I have to do it. 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 Anyway. It's related to another series that we're currently doing on the channel and on the Patreon, guys. And it's something that I've been told by that fan base I should definitely not do. Can't wait. I actually cannot wait. I actually cannot wait to see why it's so hated, guys. What's his name? The director. Oh, I can't remember his name, but he's the guy who always has the twists. M. Night Shyamalan? Is that his name? There's a little clue. The movie that he made, which the fan base did not like. I cannot wait to check it out. Anyway, sorry, Alice. Let's get back to you. I actually really need to hurry, guys, because I need to get this video recorded, edited, exported. Well, it doesn't have to be uploaded per se, but it needs to be exported before the Hell of a Bus short comes out today. Which is probably going to be like around 5 hours time. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. Unless I delay this video another day just to get that out first. Oh god, that would suck. I might have to do that though. Oh god. This video has been such a lot of work, guys. Right, come on, let's get on with it. Sorry guys, I'm not complaining. I love doing this. They were long chapters this time. The discussion between Harry and Sirius is a very different from the movie. Harry is worried about being possessed by Voldemort, not about being angry all the time. And instead of having a heartfelt moment, Sirius basically just gives him a pat on the back, and the equivalent of telling a stressed person, well, have you tried not being stressed? Yeah. What do you think about it? I love the movie scene. Does anyone hate the movie scene? I can understand if you're like a book purist. But I absolutely see why we needed this scene between Harry and Sirius. If what is gonna... No, in the movie it does happen, so I can say. Because of what happens in the movie with Sirius, we needed this scene, guys. Because if not, what? The one close scene that they've had together was at the end of Azkaban. A scene which I don't like. Where it basically takes Harry's awesomeness and just basically gives it to Sirius Black for no reason. Like Harry, like in the books, like they say, go to Sirius Black when he wants to thank Harry, and so Sirius Black goes off. Whereas in the movie we have this, oh Harry, I'm so great that I saved the day. Okay, you didn't say you saved the day, but it really feels like Sirius is being put over as the great guy in the scene, you know. Whereas Harry is blooming awesome in the book in that moment. And so, yeah, aside from that, we wouldn't have had any moment like that. So I absolutely love the scene between Sirius and Harry in the movie. I absolutely do. Sure, when it comes to if we're going purely on Sirius Black purity, which is a strange sentence, the book is 100% more accurate. Obviously, because it's the book. But I absolutely adore the movie scene, guys. I'm very, very interested to see if we get any comments saying that you hate it, because you haven't given your opinion either way here. You just say it that it's very different. It's true that witches and wizards can usually fix ordinary injuries, like broken bones or cuts, especially pretty easily with magic. Well, Lockhart can't, can he? But they still need intensive care and longer treatment when the damage is done by magic. Well, and obviously whatever venom Arthur has, which explains the need for a hospital in the Wizarding World. Yeah, it just seems like an odd location. It seems like it's asking for trouble, you know. But either way, Elias, great comment, greatly made as always. Slip. Hi Veggie. Bill is the Weasley's eldest child, and he is the first to see his mother's incoming fury at the Weasleys dabbling with Muggle medicine. Yeah, it's true. Although Fred and George are smirking as they're leaving as well. Bill immediately indicates a desire for tea. That's the best line of this book club so far. Giving him an excuse to leave the room and protect his eardrums. ironically with Fred and George, whilst everyone else is much slower on the uptake. Such a eldest child moment right there. That is a brilliant synopsis of Bill. That really is. The fact that his oldest child being relevant there is not something I picked up on. You criticised Harry in the past for occasionally not being a good friend, but he is a good friend to Neville. Not telling everyone about his secret is very loyal. I'm going to push back on that, Slim. My edit. I presume that you have, Slim, so thank you for keeping your comments, Slim. I'm going to push back. There is a very famous Chris Rock. It is Chris Rock, isn't it? Stand-up where he I'm certainly not going to say the word, obviously, but he talks about the difference between black people and the N-word. Obviously, Chris Rock saying it, it's perfectly fine. I ain't doing it. And one of the things he says is that that's those the people that he's describing want credit for stuff that they're just meant to do. The example he says is that they say, "I look after my kids." He says, "You're meant to look after your kids." It's not something that you should be, like, it's not something that you should be celebrated or you should be told, "Oh, well done for looking after your kids. You're meant to look after your kids." It's a very good stand-up routine, guys. I watched it for ages. I don't think that Harry is being a very loyal friend here. I think that he's just doing what he should do. I think it's the equivalent of saying, well, he hasn't punched Ron in the face today, so he's supposed to be a very loyal friend to Ron. I don't get what I'm saying. I'm sorry for being very critical of Harry. I think that sometimes, particularly with Hermione, I think I've been fair though. I do think I've been fair. Oh god, my brain's gone blank. Oh my goodness. What point was I making? Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'll put it like this. If it turned out that, obviously this isn't the case, but if Malfoy's parents had the same treatment and were in the same situation, I don't think. I mean, Malfoy would if he knew the information, but I don't think Harry would lord that over him or use it in an argument, even after what. I don't think he would, even after what. I said Malfoy, didn't I? Sorry, Draco. Even after what Draco said about his mother and Molly, Lily and Molly. I still don't think that Harry would use something as dark as what's happened to Neville as if it had happened to Draco. I'm not making any sense here, am I? Yeah, I don't see that as a particular kind act of Harry towards Neville. I just feel like it's what any decent person would do, even if he wasn't friends with them. You know, there are people that I'm not a big fan of in the world, guys, but I don't want anything particularly bad for them. Yeah. 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 And I feel like that's my take on Harry not spilling the beans, as it were, regarding Neville's parents. But yeah, I appreciate your take on it, though. Danny. Hello, Veggie and Woozle. I'm skimming the comments below, and basically everything I want to talk about has already been touched on. Oh, I appreciate you for doing that. I understand that some people can't do that because there are a lot of comments here, particularly this time. I didn't want to miss another book club, though. In the previous book club, I mentioned Neville's situation being worse than Harry's, and this is the scene that I was thinking of when I said that. Well, sure, okay. I wasn't necessarily trying to compare them on a scale of and say which one is worse than the other, but Harry has the closure of knowing his parents are gone. Meanwhile, meanwhile, Neville still has to live with this pain on a daily basis, knowing that even their death at this point wouldn't bring him relief because there would be no closure or final conversation between them. Are you referring to stuff that's going to happen in the future with Harry there? Because obviously Harry wouldn't have had a conversation with his parents. He would have done briefly with the wand extracting shenanigans. Like you say, you're not comparing it. So sorry if I did suggest that you were comparing it, Danny. I can see your point. I think that there are certainly some people that would push back on the he knows he has closure on knowing his parents are gone aspect, but that could be because of their personal history and so on. I guess in a weird sense, it's the difference between losing a loved one in an accident compared to a long-term illness. But again, you're not comparing it. So I'm going to move on. It's a fascinating comment. Thank you, Danny, for clarifying that. And sorry if I suggested that you were last time. I feel like I did, in fact. I'm sorry about that. One final bit that never made sense. I did finish on that, yeah. Made sense until one of my rereads as an adult. Naturally, but in essence divided. I know someone else already brought this up, and I'm sure you'll pick up on it during your discussion as well. But wow. Yeah, or I can imagine it's something to do with the Horcruxes, which obviously at this point I shouldn't really know about. When Horcruxes came up in the movies, guys, I had a couple of people who were genuinely surprised that I'd never heard the term Horcrux before, but I absolutely hadn't, guys. I absolutely hadn't. Also, the Snape twist, people were like saying that it's as famous as the Star Wars twist. That's not true, is it? I guess for a certain generation it is, but seriously. Serious. Not Severus. Okay, I will have a break after the next one. Oh, Gaffnob, you did actually edit your comment. I'm glad. I did. Okay, we'll cover Gaffnob as well, because he made he did a funny thing. Marianne! Hi, Veggie. I think seeing Neville's family in this chapter is one of the most important parts that I was very sad at what they left out of the films. I can completely see why. If you just watch the films, you would think his parents. You would think his parents have died. What do you think about them leaving it out of the film? Hang on. If you just watch the films, you'd think... Oh, I see! Okay, now this is very interesting, Marianne, because I think that when watching the movies, we get the scene where Sirius... Sirius, yes. That's why I call him Black. Black shows Harry the photograph, whereas in the book, it's Mad-Eye Moody, which I think does work a lot better, because Harry actually kind of, like, hates that moment, whereas... Oh, of course, that's another important scene between Harry and Sirius that we had. Okay, well, I'll take what I said previously back then. But where Sirius, like, says about what happened to the Longbottoms, I think I did assume that they had died. Based on that scene. Now, I don't know if that's reading between the lines or if there's a line that suggested that. I'd imagine I was reading between the lines inaccurately. But yeah, I think I did assume that they had actually died as a result of what happened. Or could he say lives were significantly shortened because of it? I didn't think that they were still alive based on the movie. So yeah, you're absolutely right. I was going to push back on that when I first read that comment, but no, I think that is actually bang on. What do I think about it being left out? I can understand it. I think that I genuinely... I'm sure there's something which I'm forgetting, guys, that's happened in Harry Potter movies. My mind's immediately going to Harry's situation at the end of Goblet of Fire. I still think that as a young audience watching the movies, seeing, if done accurately, Neville's mother in that state would actually be more upsetting. Of course, there's no peril. It's just... Like Danny said, no closure. That's it now for Neville. God bless him that he's the one who does the final freaking In the movie, I should say. Friggin' strike. Oh dear, I love Neville, guys. Always bloomin' have. He's a vicar in something now, isn't he? In some British TV show, I believe. Tall chap as well, isn't he? Either way, Marianne, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly made. Gaffnob. Okay, so like I say, guys, Gaffnob left a comment basically saying yay. And so that's why I replied saying you don't have to keep it that short. And so he did actually then edit it as well. So thank you so much. Also, Gavin, thank you so much for your DM as well. Edit to make it longer. Greetings, chapter 22. Dumbledore has quite the intelligence network, absolutely. And again, I wonder how well that's known. As in how that technique is known for intelligence. This is why you can't let minors be in the order. Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what Sirius says to Fred, in fact, isn't it? Why do the heroes in the stories always take blame for things that are out of their doing? Why do they always take blame for it? I guess because they're kids. And also, if you're basically seeing yourself attack someone, it's gonna mess you up, especially if you're not talking to anyone afterwards as well. Which he did on purpose for himself. The guy with the shoes confusion is understandable. It could have been the first floor, as the shoes are artifacts. Yeah, is it bites? Actually, I feel like it could be 3 different floors that you could have gone to. That's a great point. Hence why he's asking. Chapter 22, and obviously he gets a sassy reply. Chapter 23, I should say. But Harry is impertinent. He feels he has the right to know things on the flimsiest of reasons. I don't know exactly what a reference to, but it sounds. You're basically saying what Phineas says. Phineas says, I should say, not Phileas Fogg. Phineas says, Harry wanting to join the Order, which is a paramilitary organisation, but he will not take orders and thinks he needs to know everything. Harry, I just want your army, but only if I get to be the general. Well. Yeah, you're absolutely right for calling it out. I would say also, though, it is completely realistic. I can completely see someone at Harry's age having that exact philosophy. That's why it's so important that Phineas said what he did. The exchange about the stitches is possibly my favourite in the whole series. Oh, really? That's amazing. What do you mean that's the general idea? All the naval stuff. Oh, Neville, I presume, yeah. P.S. Woozle told me she wants more W's. Well, SAD hit me hard this winter, guys, because of other things I had going on in my life, which I say it seems to get better, but then it goes worse again. Out of my control. She always has 2 walks a day. That has never not been the case, guys, and she always will as well. Those walks add up to at least an hour and a half, but usually are much longer. And now the weather's back to being better. An hour and a half is going to be nothing. In fact, most walks that we're going to start to be doing soon are going to be over 3 hours long. And so, yeah, she gets a lot of walks. And, you know, she gets the walk in the morning where she's off the lead for most of the time, gets to chase tennis balls, which she bloomin' loves. The look in her face when she captures a ball, guys, is the greatest thing in my life right now. But then later on, we'll go for a classy walk where it's on the lead, but we're like going through fields or like, you know, going to palaces and stuff like that and everything. And so it's very sophisticated. But yeah, she definitely is. And I'm not sure if she would. I'm not sure if she would want more, because when she's done, maybe she would, but when she's done with the W's, she's not even in the room, and I don't want to say the word. she is asleep for the vast majority of the rest of the day, and so that's the sight hound in her. That really is. But you know what? I'll take your word for it. I'm not saying accusing you of being a liar, Gaffnob. So it's very possible that she has told you that. So thank you so much for your message. Moving on, I'm gonna have a quick break as we're at the hour point, which means we have just over 2 hours to go. We shall see. We shall see. Yeah, we are up against it, guys. But let's continue. Esmeralda Joy. Hi, Veggie. Hermione abandoning her parents once again. As a mum of teenagers, I hate that. Yeah, it stresses me out a little bit as well. And the fact she's lied to them as well about being back at Hogwarts. Then again, she can't see where she actually is, can she? Neville's grandmother insulting him to his face after just complimenting all the others just makes it worse. I'm not sure if she really insults him. I think if we're talking about specifically saying, well, it's nothing to be ashamed about, or maybe she does insult him. To be fair, she does say that he doesn't have his father's talent or something as well, doesn't she? Which isn't great. Yeah, I can understand that some of those lines were cold, but again, I do like her though. There's something I really love about her. This series is big on mother's love, and Alice shows her the only way she can. Yeah, the only way she can. That's what a very nice way of putting it. Yeah, I mean you make 3 very good parenting points there, quite frankly. It's interesting. We'll see what other people say about Neville's grandmother, but I really liked her attitude. I must admit, guys. Even though it wasn't perfect, I must admit. Thank you so much for your comment. Josh, the conversation with Ginny is one of my favourites because she would have been perfectly within her right to take offence to Harry forgetting that she was possessed by Voldemort, but instead she makes a joke about the fact that it slipped his mind. Yeah, well, yeah, quite well, you say joke. I think it's quite a sassy reply, really, but yeah, I can see that as a joke, actually. It's a dark joke, but still a joke. Yeah, I can see it like that. Actually, Ginny also just has a way of talking to Harry that feels non-judgmental, but is still blunt. Certainly here, yeah, she knows what he is dealing with, but also isn't afraid to point out how stupid he is for not talking with her about it sooner. Yeah, and also the whole not looking at each other sort of thing as well that they have a back and forth with. As much as I like the scene with Sirius in the movie, it is very cliche, and I don't think it was worth it. Interesting, very interesting. Unfortunately, this wouldn't be the last time I say that about the movies and how much they screw over Ginny, well, quite, as a character, and replace great book content with something cliche. The serious scene with Sirius, I presume you mean with Harry, I guess. I do love it. I can see it being cliche, but I do think it was so important to at least have a moment like that. Obviously, they had the moment with the photo and everything, but it's not as much as this. I really liked it, but we shall see what other people say. Anyway, Josh, thank you so much for your comment. How are we doing? Well, here we are, Christmas at the ward. I never understand not putting this in the movie in some sort of capacity. It does feel like oh well, it does feel like we've missed something significant, actually, doesn't it? Now that I'm a little older, I guess not wanting to include Neville's parents might have been a choice because the movie was already pretty grim. Yeah, and I do feel like it would have been the worst thing so far in the movies. Again, I'm probably forgetting something. Maybe it was just too much. Were you surprised that Lockhart made another appearance? Yeah, like I say, I absolutely was. I was not expected to actually be back in it. I thought it was going to be mentioned, but yeah. Yeah, I think you're right about it being grim. May have actually been the reason, but obviously there was a lot of stuff that was cut from the whole Mungo's caper. Thank you so much for your comment, as always. Flurry. Hi, Veggie. I've been really looking forward to hearing what you think about meeting the Longbottoms. That bubblegum rapper just destroys me. Yeah, me too. I love Neville so much. I wish there were better depictions of magic being used to improve quality of life for people with additional challenges. I don't even know Star Trek well, but they seem to have really thought about showing supporting disabilities instead of eradicating, hiding them away. Well, hiding them away is a brutal way of putting it, but yeah. And I think it's generally valuable in reducing stigma against people with disabilities as morally weak or burdens. Well, I was talking about I swear very wrong, guys. I mean, that's a classic example. With Star Trek, all I can think of is the guy with the visors from Next Generation. I can't think of anyone else with any sort of disability. There's probably some obvious ones that I'm not thinking of, but yeah. Maybe in the new shows there's more of it possibly. Even with the magic, Alice and Frank can't live. Even with magic, Alice and Frank can't live near their son. I also agree with you that it's wild they still get wet and cold in the snow. Yeah, that it feels odd to me, but yeah, it's a minor thing. But yeah, they are really being hidden away, aren't they, from society? But much like, you know, people who come back from wars and everything are like hidden away from the celebrations, you know, like in World War II and everything. Oh god, horrible, absolutely blooming horrible. Great comment, though, Flory. It feels like it's been a while, Flory. Love seeing you. Oh, need to give you like, there we go. Keep track of where I am. Thank you so much for your comments. Of the Veggie. There are so many things that didn't make the cut in these chapters. There sure were. Who were you most surprised to meet? Lockhart or Neville's parents? I knew that Lockhart was going to be referenced at some point in the future, so I guess Neville's parents. And the grandmother, quite frankly, I never thought we'd meet either. So yeah, I'm going to go with the Longbottoms in general. Of course she's Mrs. Longbottom. Of course, yeah. Of course she's. Yeah, it's only just dawned on me that the grandma's called Longbottom. Something that was pointed out on another podcast I listened to. So Mungo's really has an issue with patient confidentiality. Both the witch at the reception desk and the healer at Lockhart's ward. Oh, that's so true about the healer. Absolutely. Are telling us all kinds of things where we're not supposed to know about multiple patients. Well, the thing is, they're not doctors, and so with healers, I guess I guess it's considered less bad, although it is just as bad. But yeah, particularly that healer, like, basically gives them an entire rundown. But then again, she assumes, incorrectly I might add, that they are there to visit him. So, it's interesting that fans don't visit him, because he gets fan mail, but not so much because it surprises the healer that he has visitors, doesn't it? Also, Mrs. Weasley's reaction to learning about Stitch's work will never not be hilarious to me. Yeah, that's amazing. It's such an Arthur thing to do. It really is. Dina, thank you so much for your comment, as always. Greatly appreciated. Andrew. Hi, Veggie. Short comment to keep under 6 hours. Thank you, Andrew. I'm pushing it, but then again, I have had a lot of tangents today, which I probably shouldn't have done. I can't help but feel sorry for Lockhart, even though he was a menace. And Neville's scene is heartbreaking. I do feel a little bit sorry for Lockhart. Yeah, I do. I feel bad that Ron feels responsible. That is my bigger takeaway from it, to be honest. But yeah, I feel sorry for anyone going through it, let alone, even though he's been doing it to other people. It's a sad scene. It's a sad scene. And Neville's scene is heartbreaking. I imagine he has a collection of sweet wrappers and other stuff at home from his parents. Oh, definitely, absolutely. P.S. Your favorite won the Royal Rumble. Yes, oh yes, absolutely. Roman Reigns won the Royal Rumble, guys. The Royal Rumble was okay this year. I preferred the men's Rumble more than the women's this time. I must admit, I liked the chaos at the start of it. That was so surprising to me. But the women's were still good. I mean, the Royal Rumble's always entertaining, guys. But who won the women's Royal Rumble? Oh, it was Alexa. No, not Alexa Bliss. It was Liv Morgan. Of course, it was. I feel like she's getting worse at promos. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's like the obnoxiousness of her promos aren't giving me good heat at the moment. I've been a big Liv Morgan supporter for ages, guys. I think she's brilliant. She can be brilliant, but right now this whole "I'm the best in the world" thing it's not exactly Shakespeare, is it? In a way. Thank you so much, Andrew, for your comment there. I hope you enjoyed it. The Rumble and the Cell. WrestleMania next, of course. Margarita Pete. Two tiny observations among the big scenes. I feel so sorry for Hermione's parents. They hardly ever see her daughter anymore. It's true, I get, but Hermione's quite... I am with you actually. But then she was greatly appreciated when she turned up and got Harry out of the room. But yeah, I am with you actually. The Stitches bit is funny, but also a sober reminder of how much genuinely helpful Muggle technology doesn't exist in the Wizarding world. When I started reading this series at 11, the magic world seemed like a paradise, but by 14, the age I read all of the Phoenix, I was a lot more ambivalent. That's so interesting. Yeah, I can absolutely see that. Oh yeah, that's so true. And I feel like the movies put that over as well. Yeah, it's hard to express what it was like to grow up as these books were coming out. Harry, the naive, and the audience. The narrative, sorry, and the audience all slowly maturing together. Yeah, it's so well done, and even the logo in the movies as well. Yeah, it's so well done. Hope you're feeling better. Thank you, Margarita Pizza. I am. Yeah, there's a slight tightness, but there's certainly no pain anymore when I breathe in. Thank you so much for your comment. Gugu. Hi, Veggie and Woos. It was a big deal when it was announced Phileas Black would be the headmaster in Hogwarts Legacy. Some Harry Potter content creators made videos explaining him for people who had only seen the movies and were curious why the book readers were so excited. Yeah, well, he's mentioned in the movies, but only very briefly. And you see a picture of him. Chapters ago, I pointed out the empty portrait frame Harry heard laughing from Grimmauld Place because playing Hogwarts Legacy before reading actually makes that a crazy payoff. Oh, absolutely, yeah, I was very surprised. But still almost impossible to guess. What do you think of the book version of Phileas so far? I absolutely love him. I absolutely love him. Fudge has been in the book and last, but in this book and last, but considering Dumbledore has a wall of potential spies all over it, does help me understand why he is so paranoid about Dumbledore. Where do you think Arthur was attacked? That a portrait of the former Hogwarts headmaster would be able to get to him so quickly. Yeah, it's like in, I think it says next floor or something, didn't it? I'm not sure, I really don't know where it's going. Also, isn't it kind of messed up? Dumbledore uses an ancestor from the family that hates he hates to communicate with Sirius and spy on Harry. It is messed up, but I hadn't really thought about it. I guess it's just like needs must, you know, in this circumstance. And you know, Phineas is honour bound to help Dumbledore, apparently. I hadn't thought about how messed up it was. The movie missed out so much potential character moments in these chapters. Extended Christmas with Sirius, the Longbottoms, Arthur's Stitches, more Bill, Tonks, Mad Eye, Ginny, update from Lockhart, Percy, not return Jumpers, Mungo's itself, Creature's Nest, and just what was he up to? And I'm mostly sure forgotten something. Yeah, it really did. It skipped over so much, just like in between a couple of scenes. It's like just jumped hugely forward, didn't it? Go, thank you so much for your comment. Kenzit, we'll never forget the film forgive the film for skipping this. We learn a bit more about Neville and how he gets treated, and then we have the return of Lockhart. It's interesting to see the lasting effect of the memory charm. Also, Ginny and Harry talking. It's nice that we get to see more Ginny being less shy around Harry. No, absolutely. I made that point there on. She certainly is very different than she used to be. Enzo, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Maria, hi Veggie. I've been waiting for these chapters. I knew you would find them so interesting. Absolutely did. Some short thoughts. It's very eerie that Umbridge immediately knows that the Weasleys are out of bed. It's also shocking to hear that she didn't want them to be able to visit their father in the hospital. Even for her, it's low. That's low. Well, I guess it could be the fact that she knew that she was that they were up and out of there before they should have done. I feel like that's an aspect of it, but it's nothing that she could really accuse Dumbledore of at this point, though. And so I think that might be a part of it as well. We'll see, though. I'm sure it's going to pay off later on. It's nice to see. Happy Sirius, but he must be overjoyed to have company for Christmas. I also love that we have a Christmas carol called God Rest Merry Hippogriffs. Yeah, I mean it's pretty bad, but that's Easter egg. What do you think of Percy returning his Christmas gift and not visiting his father in hospital? I can understand not visiting the father in hospital. To not have a note with she shouldn't have returned the jumper, but also to not even acknowledge Arthur's situation with a note is really bad. And I am just going to leave it like that, guys, because obviously, I think that there are aspects that the Weasleys have not been great towards him as well, but this is an isolated instance of Percy doing something, and this is very, very bad. The portraits of the headmasters are so useful. What do you think of them being able to visit other paintings in other parts of the world? Yeah, certainly not something which I expected, but then again, the chocolate frog card, well, those are photographs, so no, because it says that he can't be expected to stay there all the time. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by that, because I thought that the chocolate frog cards were photographs. Also, did you ever think we'd get resolution on the regurgitating toilets mystery? Absolutely not, no. A very good callback, in my opinion. Absolutely, that really was. It's that's now that storyline wrapped up, I guess, in a weird way, although he didn't go to prison, did he? Joe, thank you. Sorry. Maria, sorry. Thank you so much for your comment. Joe, hello Veggie, chapter 22. What do you think Dumbledore is talking about when he says, in essence, divided? Again, all I can imagine is to do with the Horcrux, maybe. Negating Voldemort would be my theory, because he knows Harry is where Voldy's mind is. I thought maybe the grim satisfaction is related to him guessing she is a Horcrux. So, yeah, there you go. Now I can say it. I hate this scene from the movie. Dumbledore sending terrified, sweating Harry to, oh yes, that's right, to occlumency with Snape. Immediately, Dumbledore would never be this irresponsible or cruel. I also think the scene when he looks Harry in the eye in the book is way stronger, way scarier and meaningful than the movie having Harry shout at Dumbledore. I don't mind the shouting because it's very different, and it's so out of Harry's character. I don't mind it, but it is very different, like you say. Snape doing the thing right there and then. It certainly adds panic to the moment, but the fact that we then follow that scene with the Weasleys and Harry looking perfectly happy in Grimmauld Place before Arthur's brought in. Yeah, that is an odd choice. But I presume the occlumency thing is going to be coming in the books, potentially. We shall see. Chapter 23. Now that you visited St. Mungo's, where is it on the list of your favourite places in the Wizarding World? Oh, I wouldn't say it's particularly up there. I mean, I'd take Diagon Alley is probably my number one. Hogwarts, Hogsmeade. The Ministry in a way. I think that there are several places which I would find more interesting, and I would say are my favourite. But honestly, Diagon Alley is the one which I associate the most with Harry Potter, bizarrely. And so yeah, I would say that that's still my favourite, but I wouldn't put Mungo's up there. I think I'd find it very sad, to be honest, despite the fact that there's so much strange things going on. I feel such affection for... Then again, I don't like hospitals, so yeah, there you go. I feel such affection for Neville in that scene. It's completely heartbreaking. It really is. It's absolutely brutal. Joe, thank you so much for your comment. As always, greatly appreciated. Kiri. Hello, Veggie and Woozle. I gave you a scare with my last comment, where about Arthur Weasley. Oh, I remember. Yes, generally did not mean that, and I realised when you read it out how it sounded. Sorry, no, it's absolutely fine. It kept me in kayfabe. You know, it meant that I didn't necessarily know exactly which way it was going to be going, which is good. It improved the chapter. Thankfully, he's still alive, thanks to Muggle medicine science. Well, I think Molly might disagree with that. Although Molly Weasley would... Oh, there you go. Molly Weasley would disagree with me on that. Absolutely. Chapter 22. Respect to Ron for being a good friend and realising how traumatising the situation was when Harry changed how he saw the attack when telling the others at Grimmauld Place. Yeah, so Ron knows that Harry is lying at one point, but doesn't address it, and I think that he knows exactly why Harry is doing that, and it's not for any cynical reason or anything. He knows that Harry needed to do that in that moment. How did you find the situation with Sirius going against Fred, George, and Ginny when logical thinking had to come before emotions? Yeah, it's so out of character, and I love that about it. It really adds so much to Sirius's character. I don't imply that Sirius would not care for Arthur, nor that the Weasley kids' emotions should be dismissed, but they are still kids and teenagers in this situation. Yeah, I completely understand the Weasleys' reaction to the situation, but they needed someone like Sirius to act like this in that situation. So it worked out, and luckily Sirius didn't hit Fred as well. Imagine if he had. Chapter 23. Despite more serious discussions and topics, I enjoyed the Christmas theme in the first half of this chapter. Did you find the Christmas themes in between the visits to St. Mungo's out of place, or was it needed breather for the serious chapters? I mean, it's all still relevant. I mean, Neville and the grandmother being there are there because it's Christmas. So yeah, it's all relevant and everything, and and I think Christmas is quite a sad time for a lot of people, guys. I mean, I've mentioned it before that my dad died on Christmas Eve. Although, I'll admit, at no point has that really affected my. It's affected my Christmas Eves. It's never affected my Christmases, I must admit. Obviously, apart from that blooming year. So yeah, it can, as sad as can be, a part of Christmas, but I think it's absolutely needed at this point, and also, Harry Potter book without Christmas would feel very odd. And it's a unique Christmas as well. I think they've always been, haven't they? I think they've always been unique Christmases. Maybe we can spend one at Hermione's. That'd be nice, ain't it? She barely ever goes there herself. But Harry did not think he'd ever found anything less funny in his life. That sums up the ending quite well. Yeah, it's so sad, and yeah, the fact that Neville is expected to be laughed at. Yeah, jeez. I love Neville as a character, guys. Honourable mention: Hermione giving them homework plans as a gift. Yeah, it's the gift that they need, even if they don't enjoy them. And the fact that it bickers them as well, which is just perfect from Hermione. Kiri, thank you so much for your comment. Alexandra, hello Veggie and Weasley. It's been a while since I've commented in the book club, but it's nice to see you back. It's been a weird 6 months for me mentally. I hope you're okay, Alexandra. Yeah, it has been a while, hasn't it? I also rebound 15 books as Christmas gifts, which took a few months to do. But these chapters being next really kick-started me to get back into it, because Christmas on the Closed Ward is one of my absolute favourites. Yeah, it is a brilliant chapter. They're both brilliant chapters for obviously very different reasons, but if I was to choose between the two, I think it would actually be the Christmas on the Ward. But yeah, it's tough, you know. I just imagine reading chapter 22 without any prior knowledge must be terrifying. Poor Harry being so scared of himself, but I'm glad his friends were able to make him feel better. Especially love that Ginny is so blunt with him, because I think Harry needs that a lot of the time. And Phineas, I will say Phineas as well. Especially with how often people lie to him, or even just try to downplay the situation to not upset him. Well, that's actually very true, yes. Especially, which usually ends up upsetting him more. That's actually true, and Hermione is definitely guilty of that sometimes. Although she's the one that says about Hogwarts a history this time. Chapter 23. I love that Lupin went over to talk to the werewolf who was alone at Christmas. Yeah, I really like that. And I would like to know how that went, but I doubt we will hear it. My favourite scene, Neville and his parents. As someone whose family has a history of Alzheimer's and dementia, this always really resonates with me. I'm not blooming surprised, Alexandra. I'm so sorry to hear that. But yeah, I can completely see that being resonating with you. I have such a close relationship with my mum, and knowing that one day she may not recognise me terrifies me. So this scene is both devastating and beautiful. I'm so glad you can see the beautiful side of it. Alice doesn't speak and likely doesn't really understand what's going on, but there's a part of her that recognises her son and just wants to give him something to show she loves him. Yeah, that's how I took it as well. I'm glad you did to do that. That's exactly my assessment of what she was actually doing in that moment. I'm really going to try and keep commenting on these in future, because they bring me joy, and one can never have too much joy. That's a very sweet way of putting it. Greeting from me and Walter in Canada. Thank you so much, Alexandra. I'm so sorry that it's been a rough 6 months. Thank you for sharing about your family, and my goodness, I can absolutely see that scene. The fact that you find it devastating and beautiful, it says a lot. That really does. So thank you so much for commenting. Hope to see you in the future as well. It's a nurse thing. Sorry, starting off with an apology. Sorry, Veggie, you can't take a dig at the Seahawks in front of a satellite. Hope you and Woozle had a great fun February. Well, congratulations on the Super Bowl. It's a nice thing. I've been waiting for these chapters for a long time. It's as a nurse, of course. As a nurse, all the St. Mungo stuff fascinates me. I I'd definitely be a healer, or whatever the nurse equivalent is. You'd be a healer or an assistant healer, wouldn't you? I'm pretty sure. Although it is very short, the scene, it really is short, guys. Minute-wise, it's very, very short. Although it was very short, the scene with Neville and his parents has stuck so prominent in my brain. It's beautiful and gut-wrenching all at the same time. And now we see where Neville's lack of confidence stems. Well, quite. His grandmother clearly loves him, but does nothing to help encourage him. Yeah, it's true. I feel like I may have been over positive with the grandmother now that I'm reading these. I still think her approach to what's happened to her son and his spouse is honourable one. When it comes to Neville, she definitely words some things very, very badly, but she is hiding a lot of trauma as well. But Neville needs her, though. He really does. I mean, he clearly cares for her as well. I love seeing Sirius showing more responsibility. He makes sense why the kids aren't allowed allowed in the order. Absolutely. I'd also really love to hear him singing the full version of God Rest Ye hippogriffs. Oh my goodness. Random question: in England, do you all get your gifts at the foot of your bed on Christmas, or not under the Christmas tree? I could go on forever, but I really tried to keep it short. Until next time, I didn't learn joined up writing for nothing. Absolutely. That's obviously what Lockhart says. So stockings, from what I gather, are things that are left on the fireplace or in the bedroom of kids, but they're little things like oranges and like sweets and chocolates and maybe like very small gifts and everything. The actual presents are under the tree, definitely. That's always been. I never did stockings, but we always did under the tree for myself. So yeah, it seems odd that they're all separated when they open their presents. I mean, they're not in the movie. They're all around the kitchen table, aren't they? So yeah, that seems like an odd choice. But yeah, that's how they do it apparently. Thank you so much for your comment. It's a nice thing. Okay, Dodolulu Pepe. There we go. Thank you so much for letting me know how to pronounce your name. It's Dodo, not Doodoo. So I apologise. It looks like Dodo as well, so I should have worked that out. Hi, Veggie. As I said, I'll have a lot to talk about Ginny, my favourite character. How she's able to pull Harry out of his spiral so much that he's lost for words. She's able to reach him in a way none of the other peers can. Yeah, absolutely. I would say that Hermione helps that as well, but she confronts Harry about it rather than more than anyone else. And it's also the first time Harry and maybe Ginny too realise a connection they share regarding Voldemort. Oh, absolutely. I see a lot of exclamation marks there. Now, what about I forgot? Does it show Harry doesn't think much about her? I think not. Yeah, I forgot is a weird way of putting it. I feel like he really should have said it. I didn't realise that it could have been the same thing that he's going through, maybe. But yeah, I had forgotten it, to be fair. Ever since the chamber, I believe Ginny has felt extremely defined by her experience there. Oh, that's very interesting. And I hate that hated that about herself. Certainly Molly coddling, excellent, yes, her for years after, not faulting Molly, of course. Oh no, of course not, absolutely not. Even when letting everyone else listen to the order meeting, she still sent Ginny upstairs. That's right, I forgot about that. That was amazing. I completely forgot about that. Then ever since hearing of her brother's adventures with Harry before her first year, I believe Ginny desperately wanted to be a part. Oh, absolutely. Not just because Ron would have been there. But every time the trio went to talk about an important stuff, Ron tells her to scram. Yeah, happened several times. I can definitely remember a few times of that, yeah. Ginny surely feels this is all connected and unjustly blames herself for being so behind. I guess in a weird way, like Harry's kind of blaming himself in a sense. Oh no, being behind, not so much. I relate a lot with this because of, in her view, her weakness is letting Tom control her. Ginny thinks her family, in some ways, only sees Tom's marks on her. It's always it's why she's so fiercely independent in this book, to prove herself as her own person. I love that. That's brilliant. I looked forward to seeing more of that. Yet Harry doesn't see her like that. He thinks of the fun times with her in Grimmauld Place last summer. Oh yeah, sure. Not her possession. He forgets in that moment, and I believe that's incredibly important to her. Oh, now that's interesting, because obviously in the moment she says, "Good for you," or whatever it was, "Lucky you," that he'd forgotten. Yes, Harry and Ginny is my favourite ship. I'm looking forward to more of it. I really am, because we're definitely seeing the start, the little telltale signs. In the same way that we started to see telltale signs between Ron and Hermione, I'm appreciating it. Thank you, and sorry for the length again. It was a long comment, especially after I asked for everyone to keep the comments short. But this was a very it's a very Ginny comment, and I certainly learnt a lot about Ginny from it. But yes, yeah, like I did ask for a short comment, but you make some great points about Ginny, which I had not picked up on. I probably have to have another break soon. I'm trying to kind of keep track of how many comments we got left. I'm gonna have another break. I should also add, guys, when it comes to me commenting about the long comments, I do really appreciate the passion, and this is a key Ginny moment. So I understand Dodo Lulu Pippi, who I love their username so much. I understand wanting to cover it, and to be fair, it was a lot of information. There wasn't any pointlessness to any part of it, so it was all addressing stuff. So I hope it didn't come across as being critical there. This book club has been difficult. This book review, I'm sorry, should be difficult. It has been a slog. Apparently we're going to be doing other ones which are going to be 50 and 50 minutes in the future as well. But I would never want to detract from your passion when it comes to leaving comments, guys. I really wouldn't. All I'm saying is that this has been a difficult video to make. It's now the 7th when I'm recording this. It looks like it may need to be posted on the 8th, looking at time wise, and it's usually posted before the end of the month, the last month, and so it's well over a week later than usual. This has been difficult, but what great chapters though. We got Hobbit's comment, which is DM'd, guys, so I'll cover that now. Book club, excellent. You always need to start DMs with book clubs, so I know not to read it beforehand. Hello, Lockhart returns. Oh, you're calling me Lockhart then. Chamber was my favourite as a child, so I always enjoyed this reunion. Yeah, and also the Ginny stuff as well. We just had 2 callbacks to Chamber. He can do joined up writing now. Whenever visiting a hospital, I'm reminded of Ron's view of doctors as those muggle nutters who cut people up. Oh yeah, jeez. Whenever you do, oh my goodness. I always enjoy his outside perspective of our world. Likewise, the last chapter, the contempt for strapping planks of wood to your feet sliding down mountain skiing, which sounds absurd in those terms. Absolutely. In aspect of Rollins' comedy, I enjoy is when something is implied, like when a character swear. It often funnier when left to the imagination. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why I never swear on the channel. I think it's funnier not to swear, in fact. The moment when when Mrs. Weasley yells at her husband, "What do you mean? That's the general idea," cracks me up. Harry's isolation here continues a theme in this book about his mental well-being. He's spent the year being told he's a liar, told that told no one else can see the Frishles, so Dumbledore is not trusting him. It's easy to imagine him doubting his own sanity. It's also another case of him refusing to share his problems with his friends. A legacy, I think, of the Dursleys, where calls for attention fell on deaf ears. That makes a lot of sense. There's moments where Ginny, Ron, and Hermione pull him out of the gloom and make him see sense is a significant one, I think. Oh, absolutely. And I really appreciate the line where it says that that's not just comforting, it makes sense, which is exactly what you needed. Finally, in one of your Goblet videos, you hoped to see Neville being given more esteem by the trio. Absolutely. Since we've seen him grow more confident and make progress in DA. Perhaps it's from having a teacher who actually encourages him, but then being constantly compared to his gifted parents probably doesn't help either. Yeah, it's true, and that is something that which the grandmother did, which I need to call her out on. But I do still think that she's got a good attitude considering what she's going through. Gandalf, thank you so much for your comment. Always greatly appreciated. I'm trying to keep track of how many comments we're doing. Florin, hi Veggie. Lots of stuff happening in 2 chapters. Did you ever imagine that Lockhart would show up again? I did not. I thought he'd be referenced. Ginny is also awesome confronting Harry. Harry thinks so much about himself that he tends to forget how others might feel. That's actually very true regarding Harry, and I feel like he actually probably felt a bit guilty when saying I forgot, which is quite an insult considering how bad what she went through really was, which was very bad. Also seen here in his thoughts, thinking about to protect everyone else from himself. Yeah, absolutely, where he's like thinking that he is a massive burden and a threat to everyone around him. Absolutely. Florin, thank you so much for your comment. Maddie, hi Woozle and Veggie. I love the mention when Dumbledore and Harry finally made eye contact, and Harry's extreme and rather disturbing reaction to it, because it gives more layers to their interactions, or lack thereof. Yeah, and that's the great thing, is that this was the first scene where I first questioned, oh hang on, is there actually something physical? Just before that was actually confirmed. So it's been very well breadcrumbed, I guess you could say, for me to have that revelation then. And it's crazy how one moment we were being treated to an amusing, unhinged Lockhart scene. Yeah, it was amusing, but yeah, I think it was also quite sad as well, in my opinion. And then the next, we were witnessing one of the saddest, most heartbreaking moments in the series, and that's very true. Yeah, it's certainly a completely different level from the Lockhart scene. Yeah, and it's such a short scene as well, guys. It's so short in the audiobooks. Maddie, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. And it gets done as well. It doesn't flow on into the next chapter. Hello, Jolt. Hello, Vegemite and Vu the Moon. I fought my inner demons to keep this under 200 words. Maybe a word count would be a good idea. No, because I don't want to discourage people from having passionate comments though. I know this book club will push the 6 hour limit. I think over the last like half an hour I've really been able to catch it back up, so I think we should be under 6 hours this time because of that. But really, I mean, again, I've had lots of tangents in it, but my note taking for this took an extra day compared to how long it usually does. Chapter 22, and he and he and Sirius looked at each other every so often hang on. And he and Sirius looked at each other every so often, intruders upon the family grief. Wait. I'm guessing that's a reference to their grief? I mean, I remember the line about intruders in family grief, but did it say wait? I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what that is, what that's a part of. This chapter makes me anxious in a sort of primal way. To this day, I still can't tell whether Fred and George were actually mad, suspicious of Harry, or if Harry is just imagining it. I would say imagine. That's how it fell in for me. But it's very interesting that you're not sure. That's very interesting. Maybe I need to re-listen to that. We learned so much, and yet so little from Dumbledore in this chapter. Using Fawkes as a messenger, brilliant. Using portraits headmasters to relay messages, ingenious. But in essence divided, huh? Absolutely. It's a great tease for whatever that means. Neville looked around at the others, his expression defiant, as though daring them to laugh. But Harry did not think he'd ever found anything less funny in his life. This is maybe my favourite quote in the entire series. Wow! I mean, yeah, it was certainly blooming powerful. It says so much about Neville and Harry without either character saying a word. Well, quite. I hope that Neville took the fact that no one was laughing as a positive, though. Because he was expecting it, wasn't it? I don't think he would have taken anything as a positive and to say no, to be honest. Throwing in Ginny explaining to Harry what being possessed feels like, and Muggle stitches, and this is easily top 3 chapter that wasn't in the movie. Yeah, and it's pretty much completely not in the movie. Well, we had the Sirius Black scene, but so different. I really like the movie scene, guys. I really do. And I feel like I would do even if I'd read the books first, but maybe not. You'll have to let me know what you think in the comments section, guys. Jolt, thank you so much for your comment. Did I actually finish it? I did. Jolt, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Gothic Llama, sorry, not Goth Llama. Hi, Veggie. I love your icon, by the way. Hi, Veggie. Long time no see. Yeah, I was gonna say. I think my last comment was on chapter 9 or 10. Oh, 9 and 10. Oof, that has been a while. My goodness. Hope you're doing well. Anyway, I only have 2 thoughts on these chapters. Really like Ginny in this book, and even more in the next. Her explaining how possession works was a very important character moment, in my opinion. I love how she doesn't walk on eggshells around Harry. That's what he needs right now, absolutely. And is very blunt when with him, as opposed to pretty much everyone else. I wish we had the St. Mungo scene in the movie instead of just a short conversation with Neville. There, okay. And Neville keeping the candy wrapper is also a very important character detail. Yeah, I love that bit so much. I thought, yes, so there is a conversation with Neville. Okay, brilliant. I'm glad. Earlier on in the video, Gothic Llama, I was trying to wrap my brain if that actually does happen, and I thought it did. It's in the room requirement, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. Anyway, thank you so much for your comment. Simon, Daddy, my daddy. I've absolutely no clue. I can't even imagine. Daddy, my daddy. No, I absolutely have absolutely no clue what that could be a reference to. I bet you didn't expect the empty picture to be important to the story in any way. Oh, absolutely, and who it was as well blows my mind. I think Phineas' spot on calling out Harry. This is the first time anyone's brought this up in the book club, bizarrely. Though Ginny and Hermione were a bit more tactful. I know, but you must have enjoyed. I enjoyed the Phineas one so much. So I'm always amazing. Well, that's what you get when you eavesdrop on a private conversations. You might not like what you hear. Well, quite exactly. I mean, they're not giving Harry's information for a reason, much like Phineas says. There's so much in these chapters that are important, yet is barely touched on in the film. And the chapters themselves go out of their way to hide it. And the chapters themselves go out of their way to hide it. In the important things. I'm not sure. Percy sending back his jumper and not contacting the family is pretty brutal, I agree. But let's face it, the real reason we've been waiting for these chapters is Lockhart and Neville's parents. But that came out of the blue for you. Oh, absolutely. Bet it came out of the blue for you. It absolutely did. What with the juxtaposition of the comedy of Lockhart and the tragedy of the fates of Neville's parents. Yeah, this is what we got a couple of comments ago. I mean, there is a sadness to the Lockhart scene, I think, but I mean, it doesn't compare to the Neville one, does it? Well, they're both permanent. The person who chose to leave this out of the film deserves an unforgivable curse caused on them. It is a real shame, but you know, I can understand. I don't know, guys. If they'd done it book accurate, I feel like the Neville moment may have been a bit brutal for some of the younger audience, but either way, Simon, great comment. I have no idea what that's a reference to, so you got me. Brianna's. Harry needs to trust adults more, but I can see why he doesn't. Well, it's kind of been his thing the entire series, hasn't it? Anytime he asks questions or admitted anything growing up with the Dursleys, he will have been punished with the cupboard and most likely a beating, starving. So it is good he trusts. It's good that he trusts anyone at all after that. Yeah, I can. Yeah, you completely. That is so true. Oh, Ruza wants in. Ruza wants in, everyone. Come on, Fluffy Noodle. Nice and quickly. You need to get through these comments, Rosy Bozy. You can't have my coffee cup. You can't have my coffee cup. I know you want to. You okay? Oh my God. You're gonna lay up here. Rosy. There you go. Lay down. You have a good sleep. I might need to take her up for a wee soon, in fact, because it has been a very long session. She's already been for a W though. Yes. Yeah. See, Harry not trusting adults completely makes sense. So Mungo's is my favourite chapter in this book, I think. I can understand why. Lockhart and Neville's parents showing up, it was a surprise. It's so sad for Neville, especially when his mum gives him the empty wrapper as a way of showing love. It is sad, but at the same time, it actually means a lot to Neville, though. So yeah. Lockhart saying he doesn't think he could have done what the books say he did is hilarious. Oh, does he say that? Okay, I must have missed that line, but that's actually very significant, then. That's very interesting. Yeah, I blooming missed that line. That's actually crucial to his character. Percy sending the jumper back is horrid. You know you love him, but I can't in this book. Oh, I have said that it is very bad. What he does here. Love to the house elf heads decorated. Love to the house elves heads decorations and hats and beards for Christmas. Dark but funny, very dark. Yeah, it's a very dark humour. Hey to Woozle, hope you're both well. She's just popped in now. Brianna, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Snow. I don't want to repeat anything that others have already said, so I just want to say this. For someone that has worked as a receptionist for many years, I wish I could talk to some people in the way receptionist at Mungo does. She's absolutely hilarious. Yeah, she is full of sass. I'd say this, you don't want that in a hospital, but then again, people who work in hospitals do need to be able to hold their own and you know, and draw lines in the way that they're being talked to, and so it's probably through a lot of rudeness that she's become like this. But yes, I can see why she would be an inspiration to you, though. Snow, thank you so much for your comment. Savage Kim, it feels like it's been a while, Savage Kim. Hi Veggie, I never really connected with Harry's angst as I read these as an adult. I did think Phineas had some good points, but about being about big teenage feelings though. The Phineas's rant has not been brought up much in this book club, guys, and that actually really surprises me. It's one of my favourite parts of these chapters, seriously. Ginny's Lucky You hit so hard the first time, reading for the first time. It reminds Harry and the readers that we don't get to feel others' experiences as deep as we do his. That is an excellent way of summarising it, yes. In fact, that scene and Neville's remind us that while Harry might be the main character and definitely has horrible stuff happening to him, he's not the only character that bad stuff has happened to. Absolutely, bang on. You mentioned Neville, yeah. There were, and in a weird sense, sometimes Harry does kind of feel like that is the case for him, because obviously he knows that Ron is like a little bit ashamed about his family's position, but he has a loving family, and so yeah, I feel like Harry always thinks, yeah, but you're all right because you're not in my situation, and so yeah, it's so cool for him to actually have to confront that at this point. He's not the only one that there was a war last time, and others brewing. Ron's description of doctors and Molly's reaction to the stitches are both hilarious because they're both true. Just very crude descriptions of what actually happens. Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's laughing at the craziness of reality. Savage Kim, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Kari. Hi Veggie, I found this so interesting to see how messed Harry got from being the snake. It seems so much more intense than the movie could convey. I'm glad you used the word "could" there, because they wouldn't be able to do it. The TV show won't be able to do it as well as the book, guys. It just won't, unless you have a narrator, which would be weird. And so yeah, I glad that you say "could" rather than because the movie scene is it's well made, but it wouldn't have the ability of being as good as the book scene. I absolutely love Neville saving the rapper from his mum, but feel so bad for him having his classmates see him visiting them when he's clearly wasn't ready to share this with them. Yeah, and it must have been such a weird moment where he has life at Hogwarts, he has life at home, and then he has life when visiting Mungo's, and two of those is just mixed with each other, and it just doesn't feel right at all. Yeah, and it being such an emotional place for him, he must have felt bloomin'. I'm going to say it, he must have felt naked, defenseless. Jeez. And then he expects them to laugh, jeez, or challenges them to laugh, I guess. Carrie, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. CJ, chapter 22. What do you make of Dumbledore's infuriatingly cryptic behaviour? It's certainly very. Dumbledore's always very disconnected. Like in all his scenes, I find. But that was a particular one where, for physical reasons, but also for tactical reasons, he really is disconnected, and that's why I like that's why I like Harry shouting "Look at me" in the movie. It's very different, guys, but I do like it because it's kind of what Harry in the book wants to say. It kind of is, guys. He keeps on thinking to himself, "Why is he not looking at me?" I like it. I like it. Chapter 23. This is one I was most excited for you to read. It's such a shame it was cut from the movie. I really love Neville as a character and would have loved to see his backstory. Yeah. And they could have done it where it wouldn't be as disturbing as the book. But if they'd done it book accurate, I think that would have actually really upset a lot of people. But, you know, I'm sure it makes Ron feel doubly lucky that Arthur is okay. Because he says, "Are you visiting your dad?" Chapter 23. This is what one I was... Oh, sorry. I really loved Neville as a character and would love to see in his backstory. Don't you love how sassy Ginny is? Absolutely. And it's starting to see it really open up now. She really comes into her own in this book. Excellent. The way Sirius talks about Creature is heartbreaking. It's true, CJ, but during the book club, I then realised about what Creature said about Arthur, saying, I hear their father is dying, or something like that. I feel like it all may have actually been a line to get back in. It's meant to be much later, isn't it? It is meant to be. It's meant to be days later, at least. But I mean, Creature shouldn't be saying stuff like that. Sirius shouldn't be saying stuff like that. There we go. That's the way. Neither of them should be saying it. I bet you didn't think you'd see Lockhart again. No, I knew that he was referenced, but I didn't think he'd actually be in it. That blew my mind. That really, really did. CJ, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Kaylee. Right? Kylie? Yes, I'm going to say Kylie. Hi, Veggie. And you've been here before, haven't you? I remember this is one of the previous book clubs you lamented, good word, the fact we'll never see St. Mungo's after it was mentioned so many times. That's so interesting that I said that we'd never go there. I was so confused until I remembered that the movies cut out all those scenes. Yeah, it's completely gone. Can't believe they actually did that, especially especially Neville's scene. It would have been nice, wouldn't it? I just think they'd had to have made it a lot softer. And also, you had to remember that yeah, I think it would have had to be very different, but it would have been nice to see, though. I mean, I can picture it perfectly. Arthur trying out Stitches, while it doesn't work this time, it's nice to see wizards being more open to Muggle ideas like that. Well, it's kind of like he's a fanboy for Muggles in a weird way, isn't it? It's almost in the same way that Hermione sees house elves. He kind of sees Muggles as like a novelty that he's fascinated in. Yeah, I wonder if that's a fair comparison, actually. The way that Hermione sees house elves and the way that Arthur sees Muggles. Maybe there's something going on there. Katie, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. I'm going to do a real quick count just now. Okay, so there's currently 16 comments left, and we have just over an hour to do that. So, I'm sorry that I had to go through some speed, guys, but I have to be able to measure it. I'll be honest, I'm absolutely exhausted having done that as well as a dyslexic, but we're doing 2 chapters here, guys. We're doing 2 very chunky chapters. Ashley Evans. Utapoo, Veggie, and Woozle. I love Ginny calling Harry stupid for not talking to her about the possession thing. Absolutely. In some ways, it feels like the book had forgotten about it, or I had, and Harry clearly had as well. So we get to share Harry's shock when he remembers. Absolutely. I appreciate that Arthur really thinks Muggles might have medical techniques as valid as their own, but they were doomed by not understanding Muggle medicine. Yeah, I'm not sure if Arthur expected it to work or not. I think that maybe the healer did, but I feel like Arthur really just wanted to feel like what it's like to be a Muggle. It must have blooming hurt as well. You would never try to stitch up a wound that was actually bleeding like that. You've got to stop that first, or you'll end up with a worse situation. You know what? That actually makes a lot of sense. I don't know the science behind it, and you know what? I wouldn't want to know, to be honest, 'cause it's all a bit gruesome. It feels very strange to me that the people in the long-term residence ward don't get actual runes. Now that's very interesting. Yeah, that's actually very interesting. This is their permanent home. They should have their own space with room for possessions and at least some level of privacy. Not to mention the ability to separate patients when necessary. That is absolutely bang on. In fact, this ward is actually larger than the one that Arthur's in, or in case there's more people in the one that Arthur's in. Anyway, yeah, great point. I love everything about this moment with Neville. Neville's feelings are so understandable. Harry's sympathy is so tangible, and at the same time, I can't help agree with the grandmother mostly. I'm glad that you say that. I'm so glad you say that, Ashley, because I'm with you as well. It's tragic that Neville can't be proud of his parents without the fear of being mocked, and it's tragic that she can't talk about his parents' greatness without belittling Neville. Yeah, I find it reassuring that you say that, Ashley, because I really like the grandmother's approach. I think that she worded some things very badly for Neville, and I think that she doesn't realise the damage that she's doing to Neville. But I do feel like the majority of what she does is the right approach for her parents and for Neville. I could be wrong there, but I find that reassuring that you appreciate some of the ways that she goes about things. Thank you so much for your comment. Kate, I see you mentioned Oxford Street there. That's very interesting. We may have had the same thoughts. We shall see. Hi, Woozle and Veggie. It's been a minute since I wrote anything in the book club, but no worries. I had a good time. I left my old toxic job. Good for you. Excellent. And found a new one and travelled for 2 months between. Wow, fantastic. Visiting 9 countries in the meantime. My goodness, you've been busy. Kate, I'm not surprised you wouldn't have time for the book club. Well, that's fantastic. I hope you had it sounds like you had a fantastic time. These chapters are great in a sad way. In chapter 21, I feel so. It'd be chapter 20, I think. Well, we'll see what you say. I feel so bad for all the Weasley kids. I also, sorry, I'm getting very confused now. In chapter 22, I feel so bad for all the Weasley kids. I also think their worry, especially the twins, is a great testament of Arthur being a great dad. Even with him having 7 kids and a demanding job, they all such strong, feisty affection for him. Which is why Sirius may be able to be grown up, because he never had that potentially. But I'm a little disappointed in Fred and George, who immediately start antagonising him over the Order once they know he is out of danger. Yeah, I see that, but I think we'll both go past that. But yeah, I see your point, actually. That's actually true. I wonder where is Mungo located in London? I assume somewhere near Oxford Street. If you watch this video, Kate, I made that exact same prediction. That's amazing. That's amazing. Harry is being such a drama queen, especially in chapter 22. I think you've got the numbers slightly behind, unless I've had them behind the entire time. It's sad that he immediately thinks his friends want nothing to do with him anymore. This made me think of my own tendency. Probably others can relate. It's really hard to believe that friends actually care about him. There's always a dash of feeling that they stick around out of habit or convenience, and once something changes, they will distance themselves. Yeah, I think that this particular case, there's ample reason for him to put that on himself. Not rightly so, but with the whole snake situation and everything, and the panic that he sees this family that he is not a part of around him having. But yeah, it's true that he's worried about losing people, isn't he? It's a self-confidence thing, and Harry in this book overall is very confused and unsure about himself and his feelings, so this makes sense, absolutely. Finally, Ron's lack of tact with Neville made me cringe so hard. Yeah, no, but it's not his fault. I mean, he should have put 2 and 2 together about the permanent ward thing, but... Yeah, I mean, like I say, when I was listening to the audiobook, I was like saying, shut up, Ron, shut up, Ron, shut up, Ron, shut up, Ron, like that, but yeah, it's not his fault. Have a lovely spring. Yes, spring has sprung. I've maintained my canvas car roof over the last couple of weeks. The sun is shining and everything starts to bloom here in Bucks already. Oh yeah, no, we're just across the way from Bucks, aren't we? Kate, thank you so much for your comment. And yeah, great points made. But yeah, I am greatly appreciating springing. Seriously, guys, it's been a tough winter, it really has. Rioan. I hope I said that right. Hi Veggie, long time no comment. I was going to say. I really love how each Weasley kid, each Weasley child reacts so distinctly to Molly's Arthur update, especially that Fred and George are shown to react differently. Yeah, we've definitely been seeing that more and more recently. Sorry, I feel like I can give myself rib pain by the way I'm talking so quickly. Oh yeah, I'm going to have to have another break in a second, guys. I'm just absolutely desperately trying to get through this review in time, you know. And sorry if I did read your comments particularly quick earlier on, but I just had to make sure that we'd get under 6 hours, guys. I don't want to be running into any more tech issues. Yeah, I'll have another break in a second. Oh, we only just had another break, though. We had the break 2 comments ago. Fred puts his hand over his face, seemingly shutting himself off due to overwhelm and want to react privately. I love that. George gets up and hugs Molly and with Ginny. That's so true. Yeah, showing that they prefer to react outwardly and recover with family. Ron, of course, laughs off. Yeah, Ron just lets out a little nervous laugh, doesn't he? God bless. Yeah, that's so true. Yeah, I didn't. I mean, there's certain things I couldn't make a note about this because the video was going to be so long, but that is a great observation right there. We don't often get these scenes, or much at all, in the films. Well, quite. Showing how the Weasley children and the twins have different personalities, so it's nice to see. I love Ginny curling up like a cat. Yeah, absolutely, when they're waiting for news, and Fred, Ron and Harry standing up when Molly entered. Yeah, absolutely. I loved the way you broke down each of the characters there. It's so true, Rioan. Thank you so much for your comment. Nice to see you back. Rika. Hi Veggie and Woozle. Busy month, so I didn't get around to reading all the comments before, but the evaluation went well. Oh, fantastic! That's fantastic news. Excellent, Rika. Yeah, I remember you being a little bit nervous about that. Thanks for the good wishes. I'll say the argument between Sirius and the kids is heavy. I understand Sirius's perspective for caring about the order and how things look, but also understand the worry of the kids wanting to see their father, who is in very bad condition. I'll say this for Sirius as well. It's not just the order; it's what Arthur would want as well. And he uses that, which obviously Fred takes exception to, but which is understandable. But I feel like Sirius is I think he does everything that he needed to do in this scene, you know, and I think it's against his nature as well. Sirius seems kind of cold, both in this scene and also when talking to Harry, despite the movie having that wonderful scene between the two of them. I'm glad you like the scene. Excellent. I love that scene, but it's very different. I'm glad you like the scene. I was wondering if I may have been alone in that. Yeah, I think it's a beautiful scene. I think it's because Sirius never had a close family, and so he I don't feel like there's an extent where he doesn't understand what the kids are going through. but also he is doing what's best for what Arthur wants and what Order wants and what's best for them as well, because they shouldn't know what's going on yet. So yeah, he does a good job here, even though he did want to punch Fred at one point. Neville stuff is heartbreaking, but I suspect you talked a lot about it by now. Oh, we really have, Rika. Thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. I'm just going to do a real quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 more comments left. I feel like I need another break. Oh, okay. It's Charisse. Hello, Veggie and Woozle. I hope you're both doing well. I haven't gotten a chance to comment in a while. I was thinking that we've had a few people who that's been the case for this time, in fact. Although I always watch and listen to listen to the book club. I appreciate it. It's Charisse. Chapter 22. It's actually crazy how much surveillance power the headmaster of what would be a middle of high school has in the Wizarding world. Harry and Ron just so happen to stay in the room with Phineas Black's portrait. I'm so you're saying that that's set up like that as well. Dillis watching Harry and the Weasleys check into Mungo's, absolutely, and then slides out on frame to presumably report back. Yeah. Back in Prison of Azkaban, Florin kept giving Harry free ice cream sundaes while he was staying at Leaky Cauldron. Do you think he might have a portrait of his ancestor Dexter I don't know how to say that, who was the headmaster at Hogwarts, at his ice cream parlor? Well, maybe. I mean, it wouldn't have that much use for Dumbledore, unless that was the whole reason why he kept on giving him ice cream, maybe. Or sundaes, I should say. Oh, so I need to move this because you're going to make a big noise and I don't want you to get confused. There we go, it's fine. There we go, I got it. Do you think the Ministry of Magic have... Do you think the Ministry of Magic have a bunch of portraits from ministers in their office to spy on them too? Possibly, but they have less practicality though, because the thing is, the headmasters can go outward, whereas the prime ministers would have been quite internal, I guess, or maybe not. Actually, maybe not. This is a side note, but I also found it really funny that the healer on duty in the in that ward was called Hippocrates, like the Greek physician we call the father of medicine, and for whom Hippocratic oath the doctor's take was named. Oh, wow! I don't even know of that oath. That's fascinating. Also, apparently, that name was a Quidditch player that got eaten by Chimera. So I suppose that is fitting name for Serious Bite Sword. Well, quite. Oh, I see. Okay, well, actually, yeah, that does absolutely make sense. I mean, that is quite a serious bite if you get eaten. Chapter 23. I know everyone else will touch on a lot of the Lockhart and Longbottom stuff. I'll just say it's nice that Gilderoy has a dressing gown in his favourite colour, lilac. Oh, actually, that is a nice detail. And also we find out about Dumbledore's golden and purple one as well. Charisse, nice to see you back. Hope to see you in the future as well. I said 12, didn't I? So it'll be 10 after this. We'll try and get 3 more done before I have another break. Sorry guys, I don't want to sound like it's a burden, but this video has been a lot of work. It really has. We're nearly done. My shirt stays have not arrived yet. Just a little update there. Hi, Woozle's Human from Pumpkin's Bucks. I don't really have that much to add that hasn't been said already, but yeah, these chapters are so freaking good. I love how St. Mungo is described, and before the 5th movie came out, I really looked forward to seeing it come to life. That's a bit of a shame. I mean, I understand why they didn't add it into the movie, but it would have been magnificent. Even just the waiting room would have made so much space for fun and visual gags. Yeah, and it would have been a big moment for Arthur as a character as well, to have such a serious sort of story arc, because obviously the story arc is done within minutes in the movie, isn't it? God rest ye merry hypocrites always gives me a giggle. Do you think it's an official wizard carol, or did Sirius change the lyrics to amuse himself? I think the latter. But it's gotta be. It'd be such a random creature to have a song about. And not very merry hippogriffs, are they? As always, please give love to the noodle. There you go. Pumpkin Sparks, thank you so much for your comment. So that would be 9, is it? Okay. I will do a very quick count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, and most of them are short. Emery. Hi, Veggie. I've been so excited to get to these chapters for such a long time. Definitely for some of my top chapters that I wish had been included in the movies. I'm going to say this right now, guys, and I hope that this doesn't sound... It's something which I've been kind of not wanting to say. But we're late into the video now, and I've made quite a few references to it already. This may have been better to done these chapters separately. I think like what's happened here, because you guys were saying that tonally they should absolutely go together. I'm not really sure if I see that much. What I think may have happened is that you guys really wanted me to get to the Lockhart and Neville stuff. And I can completely understand why. I just worry that my energy levels and my stress have detracted from this video a bit. But then again, that means that you'd be waiting another 3 weeks now, considering this video is so late, for this Christmas at St. Mungo's Ward. I don't know. I'm willing to do what you guys recommend is best, but this has I just worry that I might be, my ability to read and everything might be ruining the video at this point. If it is, I am so sorry about this, guys. It's been a long old week of getting this video together, but we are 10 comments away from finishing it, unless anyone comments on it now. Right, start again. Sorry, Emery. That's nothing to do with your comment. Emery, hi Veggie, I've been so excited for you to get to these chapters for such a long time. Definitely some of my top chapters that I wish had been included in the movies. I will do my best to keep it no too long. Well, this is the other thing, is that if we had separated them, your comments could have been longer. Anyway, again, this is not me referring to Emery. Sorry, guys. On top of all the St. Mungo stuff, which I'm sure will be talked about a lot, we get so much more in-depth understanding of Harry with all his internal dialogue, and are able to see how he's in this self-perpetuating circle of depression, anxiety, self-doubt, and as a result, self-isolation from the people who could potentially help, but he's worried about hurting them or letting them down. So much more relatable than movie Harry. Oh, this would never have been in the movie. Yeah, absolutely, that is so true. And again, it's nothing to do with Daniel Radcliffe, guys. But yeah, this is not movie Harry at all. Self-doubt? Oh, actually, that's unfair. But yeah. At this level, certainly not. We also get a great understanding of both Ginny and Neville. The scene with Neville at St. Mungo's is so heartbreaking, and I was so disappointed that they really didn't show his origin story in the movies, other than glossed over it very briefly. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that scene. I really am, where Neville talks to Harry, as I remember, just to refresh it, because it'd be nice to know. how if it did any justice at all, or if it was just really, really bad. I don't think it was really, really bad, but we shall see. It feels very similar to the Cho scene, if it is how I remember it. I was so disappointed that they really. Ginny talking about her experience with being possessed by Voldemort as an example always makes me wonder how many different ways someone could experience being possessed. Oh well, that's very interesting. I think that what Ginny and Hermione are arguing is that there is only one way of being possessed, but actually there probably are different ways of doing it, you know? Like, much like the Imperious charm. I mean, that's essentially being possessed, isn't it? It's kind of controlled. Where do you think creature's gone? Maybe it has something to do with Bellatrix. I have no idea, though. But, Emery, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. And sorry about my waffle at the start of it. It had nothing to do with your comment at all. Dobby! Hi, Veggie. Harry doesn't want to stay at Grimmauld Place out of fear of hurting his friends. Harry doesn't want to go to Hogwarts out of fear of hurting his classmates. Also, Harry, it's perfectly fine from Turin to Privet Drive. Yeah, this is something that's been brought up a few times. I didn't see it like that, but maybe I still don't see it like that. But obviously, you know, numerous people do. As in, he doesn't care if he does anything wrong. I just think he doesn't think it was going to happen if he goes there. That's not being noble. Is called revenge, lol. Okay, I see what you did there, yeah. Dutch fun fact of the month. Gilderoy Lockhart is called Glenanus Smallheart. Smallheart would be translated back into narrow heart. Oh, wow. Glendius closely resembles the Dutch word gladjunus, which is also someone who is slick and can't be trusted. Oh wow, that's a bit on the nose. It's a pretty accurate name. Well, quite, yeah. See you next time. Yeah, I like that a lot. It's always nice seeing the different facts about the different versions and everything. Dobby, thank you so much for your comment. Okay, so I think we're down to 8, aren't we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We are. I will do. Let's do Browns. Hi, Veggie. I have we should have just over half an hour to do 8. Okay, so we should be on course for this. Hi, Veggie. I had to admit, I was stunned that you combined these chapters. It was so weird that I had my little talk just now, and then you say this. Especially these. There is so much to say about them. Yeah, I get. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I get the impression that a lot of people just kind of wanted me to get to the Christmas Underwater chapter, because only they kind of go together, but it's not like they have to be. You know, but anyway, moving on. It's the decision we made, guys. We're nearly through it. Unfortunately, it looks like this video will not be coming out today, which is it's going to be 8 days. No, sorry, 9 days late. But it's what we decided to do, and so chapter 22. I always laugh at the chaos among the portraits when Phineas is too tired to help. Yeah, and I love how sassy he is. He's clearly winding Dumbledore up here, or the other paintings, in fact. I also find it quite unprofessional that Dumbledore uses the smoke device in front of Harry and not explain anything. Well, that's the story of Dumbledore in this book, isn't it? But yeah, actually, the fact that he's doing it in front of Harry, that's actually very interesting. That's very interesting. I love Sirius in this chapter. I don't think he has ever been more rational. So absolutely true. He's blunt, yes, but clear with the kids who are understandably worried about their father. His energy in the full house is contagious. Yes, it is wonderful. It is lovely. Sirius was still in his day clothes. Oh yeah, and he smells his booze as well, doesn't he, I think? Do wizards normally wear evening clothes at home? I guess so. I mean, the thing is, his day clothes wouldn't be like going out and about clothes, would he? Not for black. So yeah, that's very interesting that he would still have day and night clothes when he's basically confined to a house. Must we get through a lot of washing. Ever since he wants oh no, because it's at night. It's at night, so I guess it means he's not in his night clothes. Yeah, that's what because it's at night. Ever since you once mentioned Tonks's voice, I've been waiting for you to hear the receptionist at St. Mungo's. I really liked it. It's like Kenneth Williams earlier on. I'm also sometimes surprised how careless adult wizards use magic. They solve everything with it, even simple tasks, but they don't seem to learn these in school. Very true. Arthur lying in the hospital bed, yet he casually conjures 6 chairs with a wave of a wand. Very good point. It also seems incredibly easy to create a portkey. Easy for Dumbledore. Dumbledore says Porteous, and it's done. There may be more to it. There might be something in the mind that you have to do. I don't know. Again, with fantasy, you can write this sort of thing off, can't you? And it's that simple. Why does travel become such a complicated issue later in the series? Yeah, it's got so many different layers to it, doesn't it? With the flu powder and all that sort of stuff. I'm trying to keep it short, and even now I haven't said all I want to about chapter 22. I'll just quickly say this about chapter 23. I love Harry's loyalty here. He never tells anyone about Neville's parents. Now, this is interesting. You're the second person to say it's out of loyalty. I don't see it that way, but I appreciate hearing this, though. Not even Ron or Hermione. That says a lot about his character. I just think it's just the right thing to do. Yeah, I just think it's the right thing to do. So I'm glad that you see it, and you're certainly not alone, Bram. But yeah, I see it as being, if someone confided that information with me, even when I was at school, I would absolutely have kept it secret. And that's not me being great. It's just me doing the moral thing, you know. So it's interesting that you use the word loyalty as well, because we've had a comment earlier on use that exact same word. Anyway, Bram, thank you so much for your comments. Okay, this one's a short one, so we'll do Steve's real quick. Hey, Veggie, I've been away after losing... Oh, dear. Sorry. Steve. Hey, Veggie, I've been away after losing a close family member shortly before Christmas, but I'm back now. I'm so sorry to hear that, Steve, and I hope that things are going as smoothly as possible. And yeah, and the rest of the family are all looking after each other and everything, but I'm so sorry for your loss. Chapter 22. I love seeing how worried the twins were about their dad. Absolutely. Well, like the comment broke it down earlier on, how everyone reacted differently. It's very fascinating. But yeah, like particularly Fred is absolutely the most vocal, I feel. Chapter 23. Absolutely heartbreaking. How did you feel when Lockhart returned? Absolutely surprised. Absolutely surprised. But obviously, that chapter had more surprises to come even after that. But what a nice callback. What a nice callback. You know, quite a tragic callback, but it's very nice stopping in with him again. I certainly didn't think we'd actually stop in with him again. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I am going to have a very short break. H-Rights, hey Veggie, some things I like in these chapters. That Phineas is a bit of a git, I love that as well. And Dumbledore just ignoring his rudeness, well, quite. But then again, Dumbledore's in mission mode, isn't he? Sirius and Molly being friendly. The way into St. Mungo's seems cool, wish that it was in the movie. Like a lot of other stuff in these chapters, to be fair. Well, pretty much the entire chapters, isn't it? But yeah, absolutely, it was cool. Doctors, who those muggle nutters that cut people up, absolutely. This chapter is a real insight into Dumbledore's network, and his way. I'm wondering what he thinks about dentists, quite frankly, actually, when it comes to Ron. The chapter is a real insight into Dumbledore's network, and his ways of being able to get vital information through different portraits. I love when the former head mistress counts them as they all arrive in St. Mungo's and then disappears, clearly to inform Dumbledore of the latest news. Absolutely, yes. Won't take no for an answer. Lockhart hasn't changed much. Oh, absolutely. Despite the fact he's lost his memory, he is still extremely similar, which is actually quite nice, I guess, in a weird way. I think this Arthur incident helps explain a lot of what happened after the last Quidditch match. Yes, when Arthur and George did was of course wrong, but this is why it's not that surprising that they reacted that strongly. Harry and George knows that Lucius is working with Voldemort, and that Harry and the Weasley's family are under huge threat from people like the Malfoys. That's a great point. That is a great point. Of course, it's emotional, even if it wasn't just about Gryffindor's Slytherin rival of your mum insult. H, you make an excellent point. I'm still going to side with McGonagall's he'd just lost argument there, but you do raise a lot more context to that point, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Rhea. Two absolutely spectacular chapters. I look forward to every review you get this. Look forward to every review, yet this one is quite special. Now, you know, us OG book clubbers have literally been waiting 3 entire years for your man, the second only Lupin, Gilderoy, to resurface in this epic cameo. It is, and it gives tone to it as well. It gives more time than does the log buttons, quite frankly. I'm so excited to hear your reaction, which means we also know your heart will probably get ripped out mere seconds later. So sorry about that. No, you're on the money there. Quickly, I really appreciate the wait with Dumbledore in Dumbledore's office and Grimmauld Place. It's so real. Might be a fictional moment, but I think it gives real-world insight to how differently people can react to worry and grief in time. Absolutely, no, yeah, we've discussed that. It's brilliant how like, each character does react differently, and how they're all very valid and real reactions. Hope you and Weasley have a great day. Thank you, Rhea. I hope you do as well. Gary, not Jerry. I have to say, I really like Phineas. You're not alone. I absolutely love him. I know he is unpopular and cynical, but I do enjoy his character. Oh, I really enjoy him. I really enjoy him. I'm not saying that he's a nice person, but my goodness, I enjoy him. I really do. I enjoy seeing how Dumbledore operates. He sees the value of using the portrait as communication and internal gathering tool, whereas other wizards haven't ever really given portraits much attention. Yeah, this is what I've been saying about how this tactic can be incredibly useful, but it just probably isn't very well known. It's fascinating. Gary, thank you so much for your comment. Jonas, hey Veggie, of the sidebar. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry for messing up earlier on. This is definitely my favourite 2 chapters in this book. I live for these extra world building chapters that make the book so also really immersive for me, and I can imagine being there. So we see Lockhart. Isn't it weird though that he seems to have no physical impairment apart from writing? Ignoring his memory loss, of course, but it's kind of ironic when you think about it that he made money with books. Good for him that he can do joined up writing now though. Can't wait to hear your thoughts. other physical impairments apart from the writing? You mean like his ability to know how to walk and stuff like that, maybe, or to speak? Maybe that's what you mean. Wow, yeah. I mean, it is something that is that seems to be ongoing because he forgets how he got places and stuff. Yeah. I mean, it's good that it wasn't that bad, but then again, he was doing it to other people, though, guys. I do feel sorry for him, but yeah, that doesn't excuse the terrible things he's been doing. Oh, sorry, Gary, I forgot to like your comment. The final two, guys. Unless something has happened. And of course, my inbox isn't refreshing properly. It is. Okay, you're right. Dream myself away. Dreaming. Uh-oh. I think we just got another comment, guys. Very last minute comments. My goodness, Camellia. It really is. In fact, I'm going to read it off my phone. Oh, I know. I need to read it off here just to make sure I get the entire thing. But yes, we got 3 more comments now, guys. That is incredible timing. Chapter 23 is what time are we at? Okay, so we have like around 20 minutes to go. We need to get through this. Hi, Veggie and Weasel. Chapter 23 is the reason I joined the book club. Fantastic, and easily one of my favourite chapters in the entire series. Well, I hope this review video has been okay, Dreamy. I hope it hasn't been a bit of a letdown because I hope it's been good. And thank you so much for joining as well. The older I get and the longer I work in hospitals, the more I appreciate it. I can imagine that. I can absolutely imagine that. Also, I feel for Neville more and more. Not being able to talk to your own parents for whatever reason. I know they are still out there, so it feels... sorry. I know... Knowing they're still out there is a feeling I wouldn't wish on anyone. Oh, quite, yeah. It's very heartbreaking. The fact that it's Neville that this is being given to, it's brutal. Since there are loads of other comments making fantastic points, I'm just going to say that there is so much characterization for so many people in just these 2 chapters. It's amazing, and I adore Book Ginny. Yeah, I'm looking forward to more of it. I really am. Can't wait to hear your thoughts on these. Also, I'll stop spoiling the audiobook voice actors. But if you're interested, there is an official website where they put all the names starring in already released books. See you soon. Well, Dreamy, I'm okay with me. I think that some other people may not want to know, but I'm okay with it. But yeah, I appreciate you thinking about that. It's very kind of you. Great comment, Dreamy, and thank you so much for making it. And Civilized Saint isn't our final comment. Right now, it's only just one more comment, but we shall say. Namaskaram. I missed last time, but hope you had a biscuit and a very Harry Christmas. Thank you so much. We did. These 2 chapters are a strong reason for this being my favourite book. I can absolutely see why. Okay, you mean 22. Chapter 22. Did you think Dumbledore was avoiding Harry? Do you think Harry has been avoiding Harry? Dumbledore's been avoiding Harry from the start of the book. It is explained later, but could you guess why? Well, it's obviously, I think it's because of the physical thing that happens in the office, which I only predicted just before it happened. And so, yeah, I don't know much beyond that, though. How did you see the vision? Dumbledore asked calmly. What did... Because he does sound quite angry in the movie, doesn't he? Yeah, he does sound quite angry. What did you make of the smoke serpent? I saw the first movie... I saw the movie first and still thought Harry was being possessed when he wanted to strike Dumbledore. Yeah, I all I can imagine is something to do with Horcrux, and obviously that's because I've seen the movies, but it must have been very confusing for book readers at this point. If you were in order, would you agree with Mad-Eye that there is something funny about about Potterkid. Yes, but I feel like everyone feels that about Harry, including Harry. But Mad Eye definitely puts it in a bit of a blunt way. Chapter 23. Harry's isolated struggle with his fears resonates deeply, as I fear similar loneliness. I face similar loneliness in my teens. Yeah, I feel like it's definitely written to be familiar to people of a certain age. Actually, I appreciate that you picked up on that with your own loneliness. It pains me to see him so confused and pitiful at him. Pitiful at himself. Yeah, it's what literature is great at, is making you pick up on things that you're familiar with, and so it's very sad. I'm sorry that you went through that, Civilized Saint. Thank you for the delay. I don't mind the abrupt ending. Thanks for the delay, and don't mind the abrupt ending. Had hectic few weeks at work. I will edit if I get time to go through chapter 23. Well, Saint, thank you so much for your comment. And now, you know what I will do, guys? I will close down the book club, and then we will do Camelia's incredibly late comment. I feel like it might be the latest that we've had, and then we'll wrap this up. Okay, it's a very brief comment, guys. So sorry that it all looks like this, but it's basically because I'm on the actual page rather than the front page. It's very boring, but I'm afraid it has to look like this. So Camelia rounds us off with a very last minute comment. You were 7 minutes away from us closing the book club. That's insane, Camelia. And I'll give you a like just so you know that it has been covered. And also I would have done so anyway. This is where I really start to love Ginny, my favourite character. Yeah, this feels like a breakout moment. It really does feel like a breakout moment for her. And good luck keeping this under 6 hours. I think we just about did it. I think we're like around maybe 10-15 minutes away from it. So it's going to be a long one, guys. But hopefully we won't have any tech issues. Guys, sorry about my little rant that I had like a few comments ago. I just do feel like this has been a project. This one, it really has, guys. And the fact is, I asked for feedback, and you guys gave me the feedback saying that these chapters should be done together. Most of you did, I should say, and so I don't regret it fully. But I hope that my only concern is that maybe because it was so much effort, that maybe I wasn't as thorough or entertaining as usually I am, in inverted commas. So I hope you enjoyed the video, guys. That's basically what I mean. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for your feedback on what we should have done next. I think the next one is going to be a single chapter, if you're okay with that, guys. Then going after that, we shall see. We shall see. But yes, when I do ask for you to keep your comments shorter, please do. And the vast majority of you guys did. So thank you so much for doing so. And I appreciate the passion of the longer comments as well. Either way, guys, let's wrap this up. Please like, comment, subscribe, all the good stuff. Jeez, can't believe we're done. We're done. Such a long. This has been a long. Thing is, they were fantastic chapters. They really were fantastic chapters. But I definitely feel like I have achieved something now that we've finished. Please like, comment, subscribe, all the good stuff. I'm VEGGIEKNIGHTS, and I'll see you next time.